The Woods Out Back by R.A. Salvatore. Narrated by Paul Bamer. Copyright 1993 by R.A. Salvatore. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Siegel and Siegel Limited and was produced in the year 2010 by Tantor Media Incorporated, which holds the copyright thereto. Prelude. You were caught fairly and within the written limits of your own rules, Kelsey said sternly. His sharp eyes, golden in hue, and ever sparkling like the stars he so loved, bore into the smaller sprite, promising no compromise. Might that it be time for changing the rules? Mickey the leprechaun mumbled under his breath. Kelsey's golden eyes, the same hue as his flowing hair, narrowed dangerously, his thin brows forming a V over his delicate but angular nose. Mickey silently berated himself. He could get away with his constant private muttering around bumbling humans. But, he reminded himself again, one should never underestimate the sharpness of an elf's ears. The leprechaun looked around the open meadow, searching for some escape route. He knew it to be a futile exercise. He couldn't hope to outrun the elf, standing more than twice his height, and the nearest cover was fully 100 yards away. Not a promising proposition. Always ready to improvise, Mickey went into his best posture for bargaining, a leprechaun's second favorite pastime, the first being the use of illusions to trick pursuing humans into smashing their faces into trees. Ancient they are, the leprechaun tried to explain. Rules a catchin' made for humans and greedy folk. It was meant for being a game, you know. Mickey kicked a curly-toed shoe against a mushroom stalk, and his voice held an unmistakable edge of sarcasm as he completed the thought. Elves were not expected in the chase, being honourable folk, and their hearts not being held by a pot of gold. At least, that's what I've been told about elves. I do not desire your precious pot, Kelsey reminded him. Only a small task. Not so small. Would you prefer that I take your gold? Kelsey warned. That is the usual payment for capture. Mickey gnashed his teeth, then popped his enormous, considering his size, pipe into his mouth. He couldn't argue. Kelsey had caught him fairly. Still, Mickey had to wonder how honest the chase had been. The rules for catching a leprechaun were indeed ancient and precise, and, written by the wee folk themselves, hugely slanted in the leprechaun's favor. But a leprechaun's greatest advantage in evading humans lay in his uncanny abilities at creating illusions. Enter Kelsey the elf, and the advantage is no more. None in all the land of Fairy, not the dwarfs of Divergamol, nor even the great dragons themselves, could see through illusions, could separate reality from fabrication, as well as the elves. Not so small a task, I say, Mickey iterated. You're looking to fill Cedric's own shoes. None in Dilnamara that I've seen are fitting that task. The man was a giant. Kelsey shrugged, unconcerned, his casual stance stealing Mickey's rising bluster. The human stock in Fairy had indeed diminished, and the prospects of finding a man who could fit into the ancient armor once worn by King Cedric Donegarten were not good. Of course, Kelsey knew that. Why else would he have taken the time to catch Mickey? I might have to go over, Mickey said gravely. You are the cleverest of your kind, Kelsey replied, and the compliment was not patronizing. You shall find a way, I do not doubt. Have the fairies you know so well do their dance, then. Surely they owe Mickey McMickey a favor or two. Mickey took a long draw on his pipe. The fairy dance. Kelsey actually expected him to go over to find someone from the other side, from real Earth. My pot of gold might be an easier barter, the leprechaun grumbled. Then give it to me, replied a smiling Kelsey, knowing the bluff for what it was. And I shall use the wealth to purchase what I need from some other source. Mickey gnashed his teeth around his pipe, wanting to put his curly boot into the smug elf's face. Kelsey had seen his bluff as easily as he had seen through Mickey's illusions on the lopsided chase. No leprechaun would willingly give up his pot of gold with no chance of stealing it back, unless his very life was at stake, and for all of the inconvenience Kelsey had caused him, Mickey knew that the elf would not harm him. "Not an easy task," the leprechaun said again. "If the task was easy, I would have taken the trouble myself," Kelsey replied evenly, though a twitch in one of his golden eyes revealed that he was nearing the end of his patience. "I have not the time." "You take the trouble to catching me," Mickey snarled. "Not so much trouble," Kelsey assured him. Mickey rested back and considered a possible escape through the meadow again. Kelsey was shooting down his every leading suggestion with no room for argument, with no room for bargaining. By a leprechaun's measure, Kelsey wasn't playing fair. "You shall accept my offer, then," Kelsey said, "or I will have your pot of gold here and now." He paused for a few moments to give Mickey the chance to produce the pot, which, of course, the leprechaun did not do. "Excellent," continued the elf. "Then you know your terms of indenture. When might I expect my human?" Mickey kicked his curly-toed shoes again and moved to find a seat on the enormous mushroom. "Sure and 'tis a beautiful day," he said, and he was not exaggerating in the least. The breeze was cool but not stiff, and it carried 1,000 springtime scents with it, aromas of awakening flowers and new-growing grass. "Too beautiful for talking business, I say," Mickey mentioned. "When?" Kelsey demanded again, refusing to be sidetracked. "All the folk of Dilnamara are out to frolic while we're sitting here arguing." "Mickey McMickey," Kelsey declared. "You have been caught, captured, defeated on the chase. Of that there can be no argument. You are thus bound to me. We are not discussing business, are we? I am establishing the conditions of your freedom." "Sure, and your tongue's as sharp as your ears," mumbled Mickey quietly. Kelsey heard every word of it, of course, but this time he did not scowl. He knew by Mickey's resigned tone that the leprechaun had surrendered fully. "When?" he asked a third time. "I cannot be sure," Mickey replied. "I'll set me friends to working on it." Kelsey bowed low. "Then enjoy your beautiful day," he said, and turned to leave. For all his whining, Mickey was not so unhappy about the way things had turned out. His pride was hurt. Any self-respecting leprechaun would be embarrassed over a capture. But Kelsey was an elf, after all, and that proved that the chase hadn't really been fair. Besides, Mickey still had his precious pot of gold, and Kelsey's request wasn't overly difficult, leaving plenty of room for Mickey's own interpretation. Mickey was thinking of that task now, as he sat on the mushroom, his legs crossed at the ankles, dangling freely over its side, and he was thinking that the task, like everything else in a leprechaun's life, just might turn out to be a bit of fun. "It cannot be!" the sorceress declared, pulling away from her reflecting pool and flipping her long and wavy, impossibly thick black hair back over her delicate shoulders. "What has you seen, my lady?" the hunched goblin rasped. Caridwen turned on him sharply, and the goblin realized that he had not been asked to speak. He dipped into an apologetic bow, fell right to the floor, and groveled on the ground below the beautiful sorceress, whining and kissing her feet piteously. "Get up, geek!" she commanded, and the goblin snapped to attention. "There is trouble in the land," Caridwen went on, true concern in her voice. "Kelson Elenelville Gilrabadry has taken up his life quest to forge the broken spear." The goblin's face twisted in confusion. "We do not want the people of Dilnamara thinking of dead kings and heroes of old," Ceridwen explained. Their thoughts must be on their own pitiful existence, on their gruel and mud farming, on the latest disease that sweeps their land and keeps them weak. Weak and whimpering, Ceridwen declared, and her icy blue eyes, so contrasting her raven-black hair, flashed like lightning. She rose up tall and terrible, and Geek huddled again on the floor. But Ceridwen calmed immediately, and seemed again the quiet, beautiful woman. "Like you, dear Geek," she said softly, "weak and whimpering, and under the control of Kinnamore, my puppet king."
"Does we accuses the elf?"
Geek asked hopefully. The goblins so loved killing. "It's not as easy as that," replied Ceridwen. "I do not wish to invoke the wrath of the Tylwyth Teg." She winced at the notion. The Tylwyth Teg, the elves of Faerie, were not to be taken lightly. But Ceridwen's concern soon dissipated, replaced by a confident smile. "But there are other ways, more subtle ways." The sorceress purred, more to herself than to her wretched goblin. Ceridwen's smile only widened as she considered the many wicked allies she might call upon, the dark creatures of Faerie's misty nights. 1. The Grind. The noise was deafening, a 20-horsepower motor spinning 80 heavy blades. It only got louder when a chunk of scrap plastic slipped in through the creaking hopper gate and landed on that spinning blur, to be bounced and slammed and chipped apart. In mere seconds, the chunk, reduced to tiny flakes, would be spit out the grinder's bottom into the waiting barrel. Gary Ledger slipped his headphones over his ears and put on the heavy, heat-resistant gloves. With a resigned sigh, he stepped up on the stool beside the grinder and absently tipped over the next barrel, spilling the scrap pieces out before him on the metal table. He tossed one on the hopper tray and pushed it through the grate, listening carefully as the grinder blades mashed it to ensure that the plastic was not too hot to be ground. If it was, if the inside of the chunks were still soft, the grinder would soon jam, leaving Gary with a time-consuming and filthy job of tearing down and cleaning the machine. The chunk went straight through, its flaky remains spewing into the empty barrel beneath the grinder, telling Gary that he could go at the work in earnest. He paused for a moment to consider what adventure awaited him this time, then smiled and adjusted his headphones and gloves. These items were his protection from the noise and the sharp edges of the irregular plastic chunks, but mostly they were Gary's insulation from reality itself. All the world, all the real world, became a distant place to Gary, standing on that stool beside the grinder table. Reality was gone now, no match for the excitement roused by an active imagination. The plastic chunks became enemy soldiers, no fighter jets, variations of a MiG-29, perhaps 100 of the multi-shaped dark blue lumps, some as small as 2 inches across, others nearly a foot long, though only half that length, lay piled on the table and inside the tipped barrel. 100 to 1. Both bombers and fighters. Overwhelming odds by any rational estimate, but not in the minds of the specially selected squadron, led by Gary, of course, sent out to challenge them. An enemy fighter flashed along the tray and through the hopper gate. Slam! Crash and burn! Another one followed. Then 2 more. Good shooting. Work blended with adventure. The challenge being to push the chunks in as fast as possible, to shoot down the enemy force before they could get by, and inflict damage on your rear area. As fast as possible, but not so fast as to jam the grinder. To jam the grinder was to be shot down. Crash! Game over. Gary was getting good at this. He had half the barrel ground in just a couple of minutes, and still the blades spun smoothly. Gary shifted the game, allowed for a bit of ego. Now the enemy fighters, realizing their enemy, and thus their inevitable doom, turned tail and ran. Gary's squadron sped off in pursuit. If the enemy escaped, they would only come back another time, reinforced. Gary looked at the long line of chunk-filled barrels stretching back halfway through the large room and groaned. There were always more barrels, more enemies. The reinforcements would come, whatever he might do. This was a war the young man felt he would never finish. And here was a battle too real to be truly beaten by imagination, a battle against tedium, against a day where the body worked, but the mind had to be shut down or constantly diverted. It had been played out by the ants of an industrialized society for decades, men and women doing what they had to do to survive. It all seemed so very perverted to Gary Ledger. What had his father dreamed through the 45 years of his working life? Baseball, probably. His father loved the game so dearly. Gary pictured him standing before the slotted shelves in the post office, pitching letters, throwing balls and strikes. How many World Series were won in that postal room? So very perverted. Gary shrugged it all away and went back to his aerial battle. The pace had slowed, though the enemy still remained a threat. Another wide-winged fighter smashed through the creaking gate to its doom. Gary considered the pilot. Another man doing as he had to do? No. That notion didn't work for Gary. Imagining a man being killed by his handiwork destroyed the fantasy and left him with a cold feeling. But that was the marvel of imagination, after all, for to Gary, these were no longer pilot-filled aircraft. They were robot drones, extraterrestrial robot drones. Or even better, they were extraterrestrial aircraft. So what if they still resembled the Russian MiGs, piloted by monster aliens, purely evil, and come to conquer the world? Crash and burn. Hey, stupid! Gary barely heard the call above the clanging din. He pulled off the headphones and spun about, as embarrassed as a teenager caught playing an air guitar. Leo's smirk and the direction of his gaze told Gary all that he needed to know. He bent down from the stool and looked beneath the grinder, to the overfilled catch barrel and the pile of plastic flakes on the floor. "Coffee man's here," Leo said, and turned away, chuckling and shaking his head. Did Leo know the game? Gary wondered. Did Leo play? And what might his imagination conjure? Probably baseball, like Gary's father. They didn't call it the All-American game for nothing. Gary waited until the last banging chunks had cleared the whirring blades, then switched off the motor. The coffee man was here. The 20-minute reprieve had begun. He looked back once to the grinder as he started away to the piled plastic on the dirty floor. He'd have to pick that up after his break. Victory had not been clean this day. The conversations among the 20 or so workers gathered out by the coffee truck covered everything from politics to the upcoming softball tournament. Gary walked past the groups, hardly hearing their talk. It was too fine a spring day, he decided, to get caught up in some discussion that almost always ended on a bitter note. Still, louder calls and the more excited conclusions found their way through his indifference. "Hey, Danny, you think 2 steak and cheese grinders are enough?" came one sarcastic shout, probably from Leo. "Lunch is almost an hour and a half away. You think that'll hold you?" "Kick their butts," said another man, an older worker that Gary knew only as Tomo. Gary knew right away that Tomo and his bitter group were talking about the latest war, or the next war, or the chosen minority group of the day. Gary shook his head. Too nice a day for wars, he muttered under his breath. He spent his $1.50 and walked back towards the shop, carrying a pint of milk and a 2-pack of ring-dings. Gary did some quick calculations. He could grind 6 barrels an hour. Considering his wages, this snack was worth about 2 barrels. 200 enemy jets. He had to stop eating so much. "You playing this weekend?" Leo asked him when he got to the loading dock, which the crew used as a sundeck. "Probably." Gary spun about, hoping to take a seat on the edge of the deck. Before he landed, an empty milk carton hopped off the back of his head. "What do you mean, probably?" Leo demanded. Gary picked up the carton and returned fire. Caught in a crosswind, it missed Leo, bounced off Danny's head, who was too engrossed with his food to even notice, and ricocheted into a trash bin. The highlight of the day. "I meant to do that," Gary insisted. "If you can plan a throw like that, you'd better play this weekend," remarked another of the group. "You'd better play," Leo agreed, though from him it sounded more as a warning. "If you don't, I'll have him," he motioned to his brother Danny, "next to me in the outfield." He launched a second carton, this one at Danny. Danny dodged it as it flew past, but his movement dropped a hunk of steak to the ground. He considered the fallen food for a moment, then looked back to Leo. "That's my food!" Leo was laughing too hard to hear him. He headed back into the shop. Gary shook his head in amazement at Danny's unending appetite, and yet Danny was by far the slimmest of the group, and joined Leo. 20 minutes. The reprieve was over. Gary's thoughts were on the tournament as he headed back towards the grinding room. He liked that Leo and many others wanted him to play, considering their interest a payoff for the many hours he put in at the local gym. He was big and strong, 6 feet tall and well over 200 pounds, and he could hit a softball a long, long way. That didn't count for much by Gary's estimation, but it apparently did in many other people's eyes, and Gary had to admit that he enjoyed their attention, the minor celebrity status. The new skip in his step flattened immediately when he entered the grinding room. "Now you're going to take a work break," snarled Tomo. Gary looked up at the clock. His group had spent a few extra minutes outside. "And what's this?" Tomo demanded, pointing to the mess by the catch barrel. "You too stupid to know when to change the barrel?" Gary resisted the urge to mouth a sharp retort. Tomo wasn't his boss, wasn't anybody's boss, but he really wasn't such a bad guy. And looking at his pointing hand with 3 fingers sheared off at the first knuckle, Gary could understand where the old plastics professional was coming from, could understand the source of his bitterness. "Didn't teach you any common sense in college?" Tomo muttered, wandering away. His voice was full of venom as he repeated, "College." Tomo was a lifer, had been working in plastics factories fully 20 years before Gary was even born. The missing fingers accentuated that point. Many older men in Lancashire were missing fingers, a result of the older design molding machines. Prone to jams, these monstrosities had a pair of iron doors that snapped shut with the force, and appetite, some would say, of a shark's jaws, and fingers seemed to be their favorite meals. A profound sadness came over Gary as he watched the old man depart, limping slightly, leaning to one side, and with his 2-fingered hand hanging freely by his side. It wasn't condescension aimed at Tomo. Gary wasn't feeling particularly superior to anyone at that moment. It was just a sadness about the human condition in general. As if sensing Gary's lingering stare, Tomo spun back on him suddenly. "You'll be here all your life, you know," the old man growled. "You'll work in the dirt, and then you'll retire, and then you'll die." Tomo turned and was gone. But his words hovered in the air around Gary like a black-winged curse. "No, I won't," Gary insisted quietly, if somewhat lamely. At that point in his life, Gary had little ammunition to argue back against Tomo's cynicism. Gary had done everything right, everything according to the rules as they had been explained to him. Top of his class in college, double major, summa cum laude. And he had purposely concentrated in a field that promised lucrative employment, not the liberal arts concentration that he would have preferred. Even the general electives, courses most of his college colleagues breezed through without a care, Gary went after with a vengeance. If a 4.0 were there to be earned, Gary would settle for nothing less. Everything according to the rules. Everything done right. He had graduated nearly a year before, expecting to go out and set the world on fire. It hadn't worked out quite as he had expected. They called it a recession. Too pretty a word by Gary Ledger's estimation. He was beginning to think of it as a reality. And so here he was, back at the shop he had worked at part-time to help pay for his education, grinding plastic chunks, shooting down enemy aircraft, and dying. He knew that, conceded that at least that part of Tomo's curse seemed accurate enough. Every day he worked here, passing time, was a day further away from the job and the life he desired, and a day closer to his death. It was not a pleasant thought for a 22-year-old. Gary moved back to the grinder, too consumed by a sense of mortality and self-pity for any thoughts of imaginary battles or World Series caliber curveballs. Was he looking into a prophetic mirror when he gazed upon bitter Tomo? Would he become that seven-fingered old man, crooked and angry, fearing death and hating life? There had to be more to it all, more reason for continuing his existence. Gary had seen dozens of shows interviewing people who had come close to death. All of them had said how much more they valued their lives now, how their zest for living had increased dramatically, and each new day had become a challenge and a joy. Sweeping up the plastic by the catch barrel with that beautiful spring day just inches away, beyond an open window, Gary almost hoped for a near-death experience, for something to shake him up, or at least to shake up this petty existence he had landed himself into. What was the value of his life to be tied up in memories of softball, or of that one moment on that loading dock where he had unintentionally bounced a milk carton off of Danny's head and landed it perfectly into the trash bin? Tomo came back through the grinding room then, laughing and joking with another worker. His laughter mocked Gary's self-pity and made him feel ashamed of his dark thoughts. This was an honest job, after all, and a paying job, and for all his grumbling, Gary had to finally admit to himself that his life was his own to accept or to change. Still, he seemed a pitiful sight indeed that night walking home. He always walked, not wanting to get the plastic colors on the seats of his new Jeep. His clothes were filthy, his hands were filthy, and bleeding in a few places, and his eyes stung from the dark blue powder, a grotesque parody of makeup that had accumulated in and around them. He kept off the main road for the 2-block walk to his parents' house. He didn't really want to be seen. 2. The cemetery, the Jeep, and the Hobbit. A cemetery covered most of the distance between the shop and home. This was not a morbid place to Gary. Far from it. He and his friends had spent endless hours in the cemetery, playing fox and hounds or capture the flag. Using the large empty field, the water table was too high for graves, in the back corner for baseball games and football games. The importance of the place had not diminished as the group grew older. This was where you brought your girlfriend, hoping, praying to uncover some of those mysteries in a Bob Seger song. This was where you sneaked the Playboy magazines a friend had lifted from his father's drawer, or the six-pack someone's over-21 brother had bought for 100% delivery charge. 1,000 memories were tied up in this place. Memories of a vital time of youth and of learning about life. In a cemetery. The irony of that thought never failed to touch Gary as he walked through here each morning and night, to and from the grind of the grinder. He could see his parents' house from the cemetery, a 2-story garrison up on the hill beyond the graveyard's chain-link fence. Hell, he could see all of his life from here. The games, the first love, limitations and boundless dreams. And now, a bit older, Gary could see, too, his own inevitable fate, could grasp the importance of those rows of headstones and understand that the people buried here had once had hopes and dreams just like his own, once wondered about the meaning and the worth of their lives. Still, it remained not a morbid place, but heavy with nostalgia, a place of long ago and far away, and edged in the sadness of realized mortality. And as each precious day passed him by, Gary stood on a stool beside a metal table, loading chunks of scrap plastic into a whirring grinder. Somehow, somewhere, there had to be more. The stones and the sadness were left behind as soon as Gary hopped the 6-foot fence across from his home. His tan Wrangler sat in front of the hedgerow, quiet and still as usual. Gary laughed to himself, at himself, every time he passed his 4-wheel drive toy. He had bought it for the promise of adventure, so he told others, and told himself at those times he was feeling gullible. There weren't a lot of trails in Lancashire. In the 6 months Gary had owned the Jeep, he had taken it off-road exactly twice. 6 months, and only 3,000 miles clocked on the odometer. Hardly worth the payments. But those payments were the real reason Gary had bought the Jeep, and in his heart, he knew it. Gary had realized that he needed a reason to go stand on that stool and get filthy every day. A reason to answer the beckon of the rising sun. When he had bought the Jeep, he had played the all-American game, the sacrifice of precious time, for things that someone else, some make-believe model in a make-believe world, told him he really wanted to have. Like everything else, it seemed, this Jeep was the end result of just one more of those rules that Gary had played by all his life. Ah, the road to adventure, Gary muttered, tapping the front fender as he passed. The previous night's rain had left brown spots all over the Jeep, but Gary didn't care. His filthy fingers left a blue streak of plastics coloring above the headlight. But he didn't even notice. He heard the words before his mother even spoke them. "Oh, my God," she groaned when he walked in the door. "Look at you." "I am the ghost of Christmas past," Gary moaned, holding his arms stiffly in front of him, opening his blue-painted eyes wide and advancing a step towards her, reaching for her with grimy fingers. "Get away," she cried, "and get those filthy clothes in the laundry chute." 17 words, Gary whispered to his father as he passed him by on his way to the stairs. It was their inside joke. Every single day his mother said those same 17 words. There was something comfortable in that uncanny predictability, something eternal and immortal. Gary's step lightened considerably as he bounded up the carpeted stairs to the bathroom. This was his home. This, in his life at least, was real, was the way it was supposed to be. His mother whined and complained at him constantly about his job, but he knew that was only because she truly cared, because she wanted better for her youngest child. She couldn't imagine her baby losing fingers to some hungry molding machine, or covering himself and filling up his lungs with a blue powder, that was probably a carcinogen, or a something-a-gin. Wasn't everything? This was Mom's support, given the only way Mom knew how to give it, and it did not fall on deaf ears where Gary Ledger was concerned. His father, too, was sympathetic and supportive. The elder Ledger male understood Gary's realities better than his mom, Gary knew. Dad had been there, after all, pitching World Series into the letter sorters. "It will get better," he often promised Gary. And if Dad said it was so, then to Gary, it was so. Period. Gary spent a long time in front of the mirror, using cold cream in an attempt to get the blue powder away from the edges of his green eyes. He wondered if it would be there forever. Vocational makeup. It amazed him how a job could change his appearance. No longer did his hair seem to hold its previous luster, as though its shiny blackness was being dulled as surely as Gary's hopes and dreams. Much more than blue plastic washed down the shower drain. Responsibility, tedium, and Tomo all went with the filthy powder. Even thoughts of mortality and wasted time. Now, the day belonged to Gary, just to Gary, not to rules and whirring grinders and cynical old men seeking company in their helpless misery. The shower marked the transition. "Dave called," his father yelled from the bottom of the stairs when he exited the bathroom. "He wants you to play for him this weekend." Gary shrugged, big surprise, and moved to his room. He could come back out in just a minute wearing a tank top, shorts, and sneakers, free of his steel-toed work boots, jeans thick with grime, and heavy gloves. He got to the stairs, then snapped his finger and spun about, returning to his room to scoop up his worn copy of J.R.R. Tolkien's The Hobbit. Yes, the rest of the day belonged to Gary, and he had plans. "You gonna call him?" his father asked when he skipped through the kitchen. Gary stopped suddenly, caught off guard by the urgency in his father's tone. As soon as he looked at his dad, the image of himself in 40 years, Gary remembered the importance of the tournament. He hadn't really known his father as a young man. Gary was the youngest of 7, and his dad was closer to 50 than 40 when he was born. But Gary had heard the stories. He knew that Dad had been one heck of a ball player. "Could have gone pro, your father," the old cronies in the neighborhood bars asserted. "But there wasn't no money in the game back then, and he had a family." Ouch. Play by the rules. Pitch your World Series in the post office's slotted wall. "He's not home now," Gary lied. "I'll get him tonight." "Are you gonna play for him?" Gary shrugged. "The shop's putting a team in. Leo wants me in left center." That satisfied Dad, and Gary, full of nothing but respect and admiration for his father, would have settled for nothing less. Still, thoughts of softball left him as soon as he stepped outside the house, the same way thoughts of work had washed away down the shower drain. The day was indeed beautiful. Gary could see that clearly now, with the blue powder no longer tinting his vision, and he had his favorite book under his arm. He headed off down the dead-end road, the cemetery fence on his right, and neighbors he had known all his life on his left. The road ended just a few houses down, spilling into a small wood, another of those special growing-up places. The forest seemed lighter and smaller to Gary than he remembered it from the faraway days. Part of it, of course, was simply that he was a grown man, physically larger now. And the other part, truly, was that the forest was lighter and smaller than it had been in Gary's younger days. 3 new houses cut into this end of the wood, the western side. The eastern end had been chopped to make way for a state swimming pool and a new school. The northern edge had been cleared for a new playground. Even the cemetery had played a role, spilling over into the southern end. Gary's forest was under assault from every side. Often, He wondered what he might find if he moved away and came back 20 years from now. Would this wood, his wood, be no more than a handful of trees surrounded by asphalt and cement? That thought disturbed Gary as profoundly as the notion of losing fingers to a hungry molding machine. There was still some serenity and privacy to be found in the small wood, though. Gary moved in a few dozen yards, then turned north on a fire road, purposely keeping his eyes on the trees as he passed the new houses, the new trespassers. He came up to one ridge, cleared except for the remains of a few burned-out trees and a number of waist-high blueberry bushes. He kept far from the ridge's lip, not because of any dangerous drop. There were no dangerous drops in this wood, but because to look over the edge was to look down upon the new school, nestled in what had once been Gary's favorite valley. The fire road, becoming no more than a foot-wide trail among the blueberries, dipped steeply into a darker region, a hillside engulfed by thick oaks and elms. This was the center of the wood, too far away from any of the encircling roads to hear the unending traffic, and packed with enough trees and bushes to block out the unwelcome sights of progress. No sunlight came in here at this time of the afternoon, except for one spot on a west-facing, mossy banking. Privacy and serenity. Gary plopped down on the thick moss and took out his book. The bookmark showed him to be on one of the later chapters, but he opened the book near the front, as he always did, to consider the introduction, written by some man that Gary did not know, named Peter S. Beagle. It was dated July 14th, 1973, and filled with thoughts surely based in the radical 60s. How relevant those ideas of progress and escape seemed to Gary, sitting in his dwindling wood more than 15 years later. The last line, "Let us at last praise the colonizers of dreams," held particular interest for Gary, a justification of imagination and of his own escapism. When Gary read this introduction and that last line, he did not feel so silly about standing by the grinder shooting down alien aircraft. His sigh was one of thanks to the late Mr. Tolkien, and he reverently opened the book to the marked page and plowed ahead on the great adventure of one hobbit, Mr. Bilbo Baggins. Time held no meaning to Gary as he read. Only if he looked back to see how many pages he had flipped could he guess whether minutes or hours had passed. At this time of the year, the mossy banking would catch enough sun to read by for 2 or 3 hours before twilight, he knew, so when his light ran out, it would be time for supper. That was all the clock Gary Ledger needed or wanted. He read 2 chapters, then took a good stretch and a good yawn, cupped his hands behind his head, and lay back on the natural carpet. He could see pieces of the blue sky through the thick leaves, one white cloud lazily meandering west to east to Boston and the Atlantic Ocean 50 miles away. 50 miles? Gary asked aloud, chuckling and stretching again. Here, with his book, it might as well have been 5,000 miles. But this moment of freedom was fleeting, he knew. The light was already fading. He figured he might have time for one more chapter. He forced himself back up to a sitting posture. He was getting too comfortable, and took up his book. Then he heard a small rustle to the side. He was up in an instant, quietly, crouching low and looking all about. It could have been a field mouse, or, more likely, a chipmunk. Or maybe a snake. Gary hoped it wasn't a snake. He had never been fond of the slithery things, though the only ones around here were garters, without fangs or poison, and most of them too small to give even a half-assed bite, certainly not as nasty a nip as a mouse or chipmunk could deliver. Still, Gary hoped it wasn't a snake. If he found a snake here, he'd probably never be able to lie down comfortably on the mossy banking again. His careful scan showed him something quite unexpected. "A doll?" he mouthed, staring at the tiny figure. He wondered how he could possibly have missed that before, or who might have put it here, in this place he thought reserved for his exclusive use. He crouched lower and moved a step closer, meaning to pick the thing up. He had never seen one like it before. "Robin Hood?" he whispered, though it seemed more of an elf-like figure, sharp-featured, incredibly detailed, dressed in woodland greens and browns, and wearing a longbow, a very short longbow, of course, over one shoulder, and a pointed cap on its head. Gary reached for it, but recoiled quickly in amazement. The thing had taken the bow off its shoulder. Gary thought he must have imagined it, but even as he tried to convince himself of his foolishness, he continued to watch the living doll. It showed no fear of Gary at all, just calmly pulled an arrow from its quiver and drew back on the bowstring. "Oh, my God!" Gary's face crinkled in confusion. He looked back to his book accusingly, as though it had something to do with all of this. "Where in the heck did you come from?" Gary stuttered. "Oh, my God." He glanced all around, searched the trees and the bushes for someone with a projector. "Oh, my God." It seemed like the trick of a high-tech movie. "Help me, Obi-Wan Kenobi. You're my only hope." Oh, my God. The doll, the elf, whatever it was, seemed to pay his movements little heed. It took aim at Gary and fired. "Hey!" Gary cried, throwing a hand out to block the projectile. His reality sense told him it was just another trick, another image from the unseen projector. But he felt a sting in his palm, as real as one a bee might give, then looked down incredulously to see a tiny dart sticking out of it. "Oh, my God. Why did you do that?" Gary protested. He looked back to the tiny figure, more curious than angry. It leaned casually on its bow, looking about and whistling in a tiny, mousy voice. How calm it seemed, considering that Gary could lift one foot and crush it out like a discarded cigarette. "Why'd—" Gary started to ask again, but he stopped and tried hard to hold himself steady as a wave of dizziness swept over him. Had the sun already set? A gray fog engulfed the woods. Or was the fog in his eyes? He still heard the squeaky whistling, more clearly now, but all the rest of the world seemed to be getting farther away. Had the sun already set? Instinctively, Gary headed towards home, back up the dirt road. The thing. Oh, my God. What the hell was it? Had shot him. Had frickin' shot him. The thing, what the hell was it? The smell of blueberries filled Gary's nose as he came up over the embankment. He tried to stay on the path, but wandered often into the tangling bushes. The sudden rush of air was the only indication Gary had that he was falling. A soft, grassy patch padded his landing, but Gary, deep in the slumbers of pixie poison, wouldn't have noticed anyway, even if he had clunked down on a sheet of cement. It was night. How had he missed the sunset? Gary forced himself to his feet and tried to get his bearings. The aroma of blueberries reminded him where he was, and he knew how to get home. But it was night, and he had probably missed supper. Try explaining that to his fretful mother. His limbs still weary, he struggled to rise. And then he froze in startlement and wonderment. He remembered the pixie archer, for the sprite was suddenly there again, right before him, this time joined by scores of its little friends. They danced and twirled around the grassy patch, wrapping Gary in a shimmering cocoon of tiny song and sparkling light. Oh my God! Sparkling! The light blurred together into a single curtain, exuded calmness. The fairy song came to his ears, compelling him to lie back down. Lie back down and sleep. 3. The Sylvan Forest. It was day. What the heck was going on? Gary felt the grass under his cheek. At first he thought he had simply fallen asleep, and he was drowsy still, lying there so very comfortably. Then Gary remembered again the sprite Archer, and the dance of the fairies, and his eyes popped open wide. It took considerable effort to lift his head and prop himself up on his elbows. The poison, or whatever it was, weighed heavily in his limbs, but he managed it, and he looked around. And then he became even more confused. He was still lying in the blueberry patch. All the trees and bushes and paths were in the places he remembered them. They were somehow not the same, though. Gary knew that instinctively. It took him a moment to figure out exactly what was different, but once he recognized it clearly, there could be no doubt. The colors were different. The trees were brown and green, the grass and moss were green, and the dirt trail a grayish-brown, but they were not the browns, greens, and grays of Gary's world. There was a luster to the colors, an inner vibrancy and richness beyond anything Gary had seen. He couldn't even begin to explain it to himself. The view was too vivid to be real, like some forest rendition by a surrealistic painter, a primordial viewpoint of a world undulled by reality and human pollution. Another shock greeted Gary when he turned his attention away from his immediate surroundings and looked out over the ridge, at the landscape beyond the school that had stolen his favorite valley. He saw no houses. He was sure that he had seen houses from this point before, but only distant, towering mountains. Where did those come from? Gary asked under his breath. He was still a bit disoriented, he decided, and he told himself that he had never really looked out over that ridge before, never allowed himself to register the magnificent sight. Of course, the mountains had always been there. Gary had just never noticed how large and truly spectacular they were. At the snap of a twig, Gary turned to look over his shoulder. There stood the sprite, half a foot tall, paying him little heed and leaning casually on its longbow. "What are you?" Gary asked, too confused to question his sanity. The diminutive creature made no move to respond, gave no indication that it had heard the question at all. "What?" Gary started to ask again, but he changed his mind. What indeed was this creature, and this dream? For it had to be a dream, Gary rationally told himself, as any respectable, intelligent person awaiting the dawn of the 21st century would tell himself. It didn't feel like one, though. There were too many real sounds and colors, no single-purposed visions common to nightmares. Gary was cognizant of his surroundings, could turn in any direction and see the forest clearly, and he had never experienced a dream, or even heard of anyone else experiencing a dream, where he consciously knew that he was dreaming. "Time to find out," he muttered under his breath. He had always thought himself pretty quick-handed, had even done some boxing in high school. His lunge at the sprite was pitifully slow, though. The creature was gone before he ever got near the spot. He followed the rustle stubbornly, pouncing on any noise, sweeping areas of dead leaves and low berry bushes with his arms. "Ow!" he cried, feeling a pinprick in his backside. He spun around. The sprite was a few feet behind him. He had no idea how the stupid thing got there, holding its bow and actually laughing at him. Gary turned slowly, never letting the creature out of his glowering stare. He leaned forward, his muscles tensed for a spring that would put him beyond the creature, cut off its expected escape route. Then Gary fell back on his elbows, eyes wide in heightened disbelief, as a second creature joined the first, this one taller, at least 2 feet from toes to top, and this one Gary recognized. Gary was not of Irish descent, but that hardly mattered. He had seen this creature pictured 1,000 times, and he marveled now at the accuracy of those images. The creature wore a beard, light brown, like its curly hair. Its overcoat was gray, like its sparkling, mischievous eyes, and its breeches green, with shiny, black, curly-toed shoes. If the long-stemmed pipe in its mouth wasn't a dead giveaway, the tam-o'-shanter on its head certainly was. "So call it a dream, then," the creature said to him, "and be satisfied with that. It do not matter." Gary watched, stunned, as this newest sprite, this leprechaun, this frickin' leprechaun, walked over to the archer. "He's a big one," the leprechaun said. "I say, will he fit?" The archer chirped out something too squeaky for Gary to understand, but the leprechaun seemed appeased. "For your troubles, then," the leprechaun said, and he handed over a 4-leaf clover, the apparent payment for delivering Gary. The pixie archer bowed low in appreciation, cast a derisive chuckle Gary's way, and then was gone, disappearing into the underbrush too quickly and completely for Gary to even visually follow his movements. "Mickey McMickey at your service," the leprechaun said politely, dipping into a low bow and tipping his tam-o'-shanter. Oh my God. The leprechaun, having completed its greeting, waited patiently. "If you're really at my service," Gary stuttered, startled even by the sound of his own voice, "then you'll answer a few questions, like what the hell is going on?" "Don't you ask," Mickey advised. "You'd not be satisfied in hearing me answers. Not yet. But in time you'll come to understand it all. Know now that you're here for a service, and when you're done with it, you can return to your own place." "So I'm at your service," Gary reasoned, "and not the other way around." Mickey scratched at his finely trimmed beard. "Not in service for me," he answered after some thought, "though your being here does do me a service, if you follow me thinking. You're in service to an elf." "The little guy?" Gary asked, pointing to the bush where the sprite had disappeared. "Not a pixie," Mickey replied. "An elf. Tylwyth Teg." He paused, as if those strange words should mean something to Gary. With no response beyond a confused stare forthcoming, Mickey went on, somewhat exasperated. "Tylwyth Teg," he said again. "The Fair family. You've not heard of them?" Gary shook his head, his mouth hanging open. "Sad times you're living in, you poor lad," Mickey mumbled. He shrugged helplessly, a twittering, jerky movement for a creature as small as he, and finished his explanation. "These elves are named the Tylwyth Teg, the Fair family. To be sure, they're the noblest race of the fairy folk, though a bit unbending to the ways of others. A great elf, too, this one you'll soon be meeting, and one not for taken lightly. 'Twas him that catched me, you see, and made me catch yourself." "Why me?" Gary wondered why he'd asked that, why he was talking to this, whatever it was, at all. Would Alan Funt soon leap out at him, laughing and pointing to that elusive camera? "Because you'll fit the armor," Mickey said, as though the whole thing should make perfect sense. "The pixies took your measures and say you'll fit. As good yourself as another, that being the only requirement." Mickey paused a moment, staring reflectively into Gary's eyes. "Green eyes," the leprechaun remarked. "Ah, so were Cedric's. A good sign." Gary's nod showed that he accepted, but certainly did not understand what Mickey was saying. It really wasn't a big problem for Gary at that moment, though, for all that he could do was go along with these thoroughly unbelievable events and thoroughly unbelievable creatures. If he was dreaming, then fine, it might be enjoyable. And if not, well, Gary decided not to think about that possibility just then. What Gary did think about was his knowledge of leprechauns and the legends surrounding them. He knew the reward for catching a leprechaun, and, dream or not, it sounded like a fun course to take. He reached a hand up behind his head, feigning an itch, then dove headlong at Mickey, and came up, clutching the little guy. "There!" Gary declared triumphantly. "I've caught you, and you have to lead me to your pot of gold. I know the rules, Mr. Mickey McMickey." Tisk, 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 he heard from the side. He turned to see Mickey leaning casually against a tree stump, holding Gary's book, The Hobbit, open before him. Gary turned slowly back to his catch and saw that he held Mickey in his own two hands. "Son of a bitch," Gary mumbled under his breath, for this was a bit too confusing. "If you know the rules, you should know the game." Mickey, the Mickey leaning against the tree, said in response to Gary's blank stare. "How?" Gary stuttered. "Look closer, lad," Mickey said to him. "Then let go of the mushroom before you get your hands all dirty." Gary studied his catch carefully. It remained a leprechaun as far as he could tell, though it didn't seem to be moving very much. Not at all, actually. He looked back to the leaning leprechaun and shrugged. "Closer," Mickey implored. Gary eyed the figure a moment longer. Gradually the image transformed, and he realized that he was indeed holding a large and dirty mushroom. He shook his head in disbelief and dropped it to the ground, then noticed the Hobbit lying at his feet right where he had left it. He looked back to Mickey by the tree trunk, now a mushroom again, and then back to the dropped mushroom, now a leprechaun brushing himself off. "You think it'd be an easy thing catching a leprechaun?" Mickey asked him sourly. "Well, if it was, do you think any of us would have any gold left to give out?" He walked right next to Gary to scoop up the strange book. Gary had a thought about grabbing him again, this time to hold on. But the leprechaun acted first. "Don't you be reaching your hands at me," Mickey ordered. "'Twas me that catched yourself, remember? And besides, grabbing at the likes of Mickey McMickey, you just don't know what you might put them hands in. Been fooling stupid big folk longer than you've been alive, I tell you. I telled you once. What did you say your name was? Don't you make me tell you again." "Gary," Gary answered, straightening up and taking a prudent step away from the unpredictable sprite. "Gary Ledger." "Well met, then, Gary Ledger," Mickey said absently. His thoughts now seemed to be fully on the book's cover. "Bilbo comes to the huts of the raft elves." An original painting by Tolkien himself. Mickey nodded his approval, then opened the work. His face crinkled immediately, and he mumbled a few words under his breath and waved a hand across the open page. "Much the better," he said. "What are you doing to my book?" Gary protested, leaning down to take it back. Just before he reached it, though, he realized that he was putting his hand into the fanged maw of some horrid, demonic thing, and he recoiled immediately, nearly falling over backwards. "Never know what you might put your hands into," Mickey said again absently, not bothering to look up at the startled man. "And really, Gary Ledger, you must learn to see more clearly if we mean to finish this quest. You can't go playing with dragons if you can't look through a simple illusion. Come along, then." And Mickey started off, reading as he walked. "Dragons?" Gary muttered at the leprechaun's back, drawing no response. "Dragons?" Gary asked again, this time to himself. Really, he told himself, he shouldn't be so surprised. The Fire Road, too, was as Gary remembered it, except, of course, for the colors which continued with their surrealistic vibrancy. As they moved along the path towards the main road, though, Gary thought that the woods seemed denser. On the way in, he had seen houses from this point, the new constructions he always tried not to notice. Now he wanted to see them, wanted to find some sense of normalcy in this crazy situation. But try as he may, his gaze could not penetrate the tangle of leaves and branches. When they came to the end of the road, Gary realized beyond doubt that more had changed about the world around him than unnoticed mountains and dense trees and strange colors. This time, there could be no mistake of perception. Back in Lancashire, the fire road ended at the dirt continuation of the main road, the road that ran past his parents' house. Across from the juncture sat the chain-link cemetery fence. But there was no fence here, just more trees. Endless trees. Mickey paused to wait for Gary, who stood staring, open-mouthed. "Well, are you coming, then?" the leprechaun demanded after a long, uneventful moment. "Where's the fence?" Gary asked, hardly able to find his breath. "Fence?" Mickey echoed. "What are you talking about, lad?" "The cemetery fence." Gary tried to explain. "Who'd be putting a graveyard in the middle of the forest?" Mickey replied with a laugh. The leprechaun stopped short, seeing that Gary did not share in the joke, and then Mickey nodded his understanding. "Hear me, lad," the leprechaun began sympathetically. "You're not in your own place. I told you that already. You're in me place now, in County Dilnamara, in the wood called Tir Nanog." "But I remember the blueberry patch," Gary protested, thinking he had caught the leprechaun in a logic trap. Surprisingly, Mickey seemed almost saddened by Gary's words. "That you do," the leprechaun began. "You remember the blueberries from your own place, real earth, in a patch much like the one I found you in." "They were the same," Gary said stubbornly. "No, lad," Mickey replied. "There be bridges still between your own world and this world, places alike your blueberry patch that seem as the same in both the lands." "This world?" "Sure that you've heard of it," Mickey replied. "The world of the fairy." Gary crinkled his brow with incredulity, then tried to humor the leprechaun and hide his smile. "In such places," Mickey continued, not noticing Gary's obvious doubt, "some folk, the pixies mostly, can cross over, and within their dancing circle they can bring a one such as yourself back. But alas, fewer the bridges get by the day. I fear that your world'll soon lose its way to fairy altogether." "This has been done before?" Gary asked. "I mean, people from my world have crossed—" "Aren't you listening? And have you not heard the tales?" Mickey asked. He grabbed his pipe in one hand, plopped his hands on his hips, and gave a disgusted shake of his head. "I've heard of leprechauns," Gary offered hopefully. "Well, where are you thinking the stories come from?" Mickey replied. "All the tales of wee folk and dancing elves and dragons in lairs full of gold. Did you not believe them, lad? Did you think them stories for the children by a winter's fire?" "It's not that I don't want to believe them," Gary tried to explain. "Don't," Mickey echoed. "Sure'n you mean to say didn't. You've no choice but to believe the fairy tales now, seeing as you've landed in one of them." Gary only smiled non-committally, though in fact he was truly enjoying this experience, whatever it might be. He shook his head as he thought, whatever it might be? Oh my God! He asked no more questions as they made their way along footpaths through the marvelous colors and aromas of the sylvan forest. He did stop once to more closely regard the leprechaun, shuffling up ahead of him. Mickey crossed over a patch of dry brown leaves, but made not a whisper of sound. Gary moved up behind as carefully as he could, noting his own crunching and crackling footsteps, and feeling altogether clumsy and out of place next to the nimble Mickey. But if Gary was indeed an intruder here, the forest did not make him feel so. Birds and squirrels, a raccoon and a young deer skipped by on their business not too far from him, paying no attention to him beyond a quick and curious glance. Gary could not help but feel at home here. The place was warm and dreamy, full of life and full of ease, and to Gary it was still entirely in his mind, a fantasy, a dream, and perfectly safe. They arrived many minutes later at a small clearing centered by a huge and ancient oak tree. Gary figured it to be located on the spot normally occupied by downtown Lancashire's Dunkin' Donuts. Apparently, the leprechaun had set out with this destination in mind, for Mickey moved right up to the tree and plopped down on a mossy patch, pulling out a packet of weed for his pipe. "A rest?" Gary asked. "Here's the place," Mickey replied. "Kelsey's to meet us here, and then you're on with him. I'll take me leave." "You're not coming with us?" Mickey laughed, nearly choking as he simultaneously tried to light his pipe. "Yourself and Kelsey," he explained. "'Tis his quest and not me own. Rest and don't you be testin'. I'll give you some tips for handling that one." He paused to finish lighting the pipe, and if he went on after that, Gary did not hear him. A song drifted down from the boughs of the great oak, high-pitched and charmingly sweet. It flittered on the very edges of Gary's hearing, teasing. Gary's gaze wandered up the massive oak, seeing the source. Teasing. And then he saw her, peeking around a thick lower branch. She was a tiny thing by human measures, 5 feet tall perhaps, and never close to 100 pounds, with a pixie-ish face, and eyes too clear, and hair too golden, and a voice too sweet. It took Gary a moment to even realize that she was naked. No, not naked, but wearing the sheerest veil of gossamer that barely blurred her form. Again, that edge of perception tease. "What are you about?" Gary heard Mickey say from some distant place. The melody was more than a simple song. It was a call to Gary. "Come up to me," the notes implored him. He didn't have to be asked twice. "Oh, cobblestones!" moaned Mickey, realizing then the source of Gary's distraction. The leprechaun pulled off his tam-o'-shanter and slapped it across his knee, angry at himself. He should have known better than to take so vulnerable a young human near the haunting grounds of Lashaya, the wood-nymph. "Get yourself down, lad," he called to Gary. "There's not a thing up there you're wanting." Gary didn't bother to reply. It was obvious that he didn't agree. He swung a leg over the lowest branch and pulled himself up. The nymph was close now, smelling sweet, singing sweet, and so alluring in her translucent gown, and her song was so inviting, promising, teasing in ways that Gary could not resist. "Get yourself gone, Lashaya!" Mickey yelled from below, knowing that any further appeals he might make to Gary would fall on deaf ears. "We've business more important than your hunting. Kelsey'll be here soon and he won't be pleased with you, not a bit." The nymph's song went on, undisturbed. Gary tried several routes through the branch tangle, then finally found one that would lead him to his goal. A huge snake appeared on the branch before him, coiled and hissing, with fangs all too prominent. Gary stopped short and tried to backtrack, eyes wide and so frantic that he nearly toppled from the branch. Still, Lashaya sang, even heightened the sweetness of her song with laughter. She waved her hand, and the snake was gone, and as far as the entranced Gary was concerned, the serpent had never appeared. He started up the tree again immediately, but now the branches began to dance under him, waving and seeming to multiply. Gary looked down at Mickey, guessing both the serpent and now this to be more of the leprechaun's illusionary tricks. "What are you doing?" he called down angrily. "Are you trying to make me fall?" "Leave her to be, lad," Mickey replied. "You're not for mixing with one of her type." Gary looked back at the nymph for a long, lingering while, then turned back sharply on Mickey. "Are you nuts?" Mickey's cherubic face twisted in confusion over the strange phrase for just a moment, and then he seemed to recognize the general meaning of the words. "And block your ears, lad," Mickey went on stubbornly. "Don't you let her charms fall over you. You must be strong in this tree, her home. I've no magics to outdo her illusions." The leprechaun's warnings began to make some sense to Gary, until he looked back at the nymph, now reclining languidly on one stretching branch. Gary looked all about helplessly, trying to sort some safe way to get through to her. Lashaya laughed again, within the melodic boundaries of her continuing song. She drew her powers from the tree. This was her home base, and she easily defeated Mickey's illusionary maze, leaving the correct path open and obvious before Gary's eager eyes. Mickey slapped his tam-o'-shanter against his knee again, and fell down to the moss, defeated. He could not win the attention of a young human male against the likes of a wood-nymph. "Kelsey's not to be liking this," he muttered quietly and soberly, not thrilled at facing the stern and impatient elf with still more bad news. Lashaya had taken Gary's hand by then, and she led him higher into the tree, just over the second split in the thick trunk area, to a small, leafy hollow. "Ah, well," Mickey shrugged as they disappeared from sight. "I'll just have to go out and find another one fitting the armor." He tapped his pipe against the tree and popped it into his mouth, then took out Gary's book and sat down for a good read. 4. The Elf. The elf's expression soured as he neared the small field surrounding the giant oak tree. Mickey was there, as arranged, sitting against the tree, intently reading a book. But Mickey was alone, and that was not according to the plan. "Just like a bunch of dwarfs to go off chasing some long-lost treasure." The elf with his sharp ears heard Mickey mutter light-heartedly. "Never could resist a gem or bit of gold, and always claiming it was their own from the start." Mickey looked up then, sensing the elf's approach. "And a good day to you, Kelsey," he declared, not bothering to rise. "Where is he?" Kelsey demanded. "I have gone to great trouble to make all the arrangements in time, and Baron Poole is not a patient man. You agreed to have him here today." "And so I did," Mickey replied. There came a high-pitched giggle from above. Kelsey knew the forest at least as well as Mickey, and seeing the leprechaun holding the strange book and hearing the call from above, he looked up at the towering oak and quickly figured out the riddle. "Lashaya," Kelsey grumbled. He turned back to Mickey, still absorbed by the book. "How long has he been up there?" Mickey put a hand over his eyes to regard the position of the sun. 2 hours by now," he said. "He's a scrapper, this one." Kelsey didn't appreciate Mickey's lightheartedness, not where his life quest was concerned. "Why did you not stop him?" the elf demanded, his golden eyes flashing with anger. Think what you're asking," Mickey shot back. "Stop a healthy young man from getting at a nymph's off her charms? I'd as soon try to catch a dragon in me hat." He pulled off his tam-o'-shanter and held it out upside down in front of him. "And make the beast warm up me dinner stew." Kelsey couldn't argue against the leprechaun's claims of helplessness. Nymphs were a powerful foe where young men were concerned, and this one, Lashaya, was as skillful at her seductive arts as any in all Tir na Nog. "Is he the proper size to wear the armor?" Kelsey asked, obviously disgusted. On Mickey's nod, the elf dropped the longbow off his shoulder and began scrambling up the tree. Mickey just went on reading. If Kelsey could handle it, then fine. That would mean less work for the leprechaun. And if not, if Gary was too far gone to be rescued, then Kelsey certainly couldn't blame Mickey for the failure, and Mickey would at least be able to get the elf to give him more time in his hunt for another suitable man. Either way, it didn't bother the leprechaun. Very little ever truly bothered any leprechaun. It was a sunny, warm day with good smells, good sights, and good reading. What else could a leprechaun ask for? He settled back down against the tree and found his spot on the page. But before he could begin reading again, a sneaker plopped down on his head and bounced to the ground next to him. "Hey!" he cried, looking up. "What are you about, then?" A second sneaker came bouncing down, straight at Mickey, but he quickly pointed a finger and uttered a single word, and the shoe stopped in mid-air, a foot above his head, and hung there, motionless. There came the sound of scuffling up above, a complaint, which Mickey recognized as Gary's voice. The scrapper was still alive, at least, and suddenly Lashia's singing sounded not so happy. Nymphs held little power over the Tylwyth Teg, the leprechaun knew, for the elven folk were not taken by enchantments and illusions as easily as were humans. Mickey nodded and shook his head helplessly, in sympathy with the nymph. It was that same resistance that had allowed Kelsey to catch Mickey and start this whole adventure in the first place. A moment later, Gary came over the lip of the leafy hollow, followed closely by Kelsey. Gary cast a mournful look at what he was leaving behind, but the pointy sword tip at his back overruled Lashia's pull on him. He moved slowly, picking his way down the tree, and kept looking back over his shoulder. Kelsey, obviously agitated and knowing that he had to get Gary as far away from the nymph as quickly as possible, prodded him along, none too gently each time. Lashia came out behind them, singing still. "Get back in your den!" Kelsey yelled at her. He spun about, his gleaming sword up high and ready. Lashia, naked and vulnerable, stubbornly held her ground. "Don't hit her!" Gary snapped at Kelsey. "Don't you dare!" Kelsey turned and calmly slipped his foot across Gary's. A subtle twist sent Gary tumbling from the branch, the last 10 feet to the ground. Without giving the human another thought, the elf spun back on Lashia and warned again, "Get back in your den!" Lashia laughed at him. She knew, and Kelsey knew, that the elf's threat was a hollow one. No member of a Tylwyth Teg would ever strike down a creature of Tir na Nog, and Lashia, the wood nymph, was as much a part of the forest as any tree or any animal. Kelsey slipped his sword back in its gem-studded scabbard, scowled once more at the nymph, just for good measure, then skipped down the tree so lightly and easily that Gary, recovering down below, blinked in amazement. Almost immediately, Lashia's singing started up again. "Be quiet!" Kelsey yelled up at her. "And you," he growled at Gary. "Straighten your clothes and come along." Gary looked at Mickey, who nodded that he should obey. He picked up one shoe, then bumped his head on the other, noticing it for the first time. It remained hanging in the air where Mickey had magically held it. Gary expected to find some invisible wire supporting it, but it came freely into his hand when he tentatively grasped it. "How?" Gary started to ask, but he took Mickey's sly wink as the only explanation he would ever get. "Hurry along," Kelsey demanded. "Who the hell is he?" Gary asked Mickey. Kelsey swung about immediately and stormed over, his clear eyes shining fiercely, and his shoulder-length hair, more golden than the eyes even, glistening brightly in the sunlight. Kelsey was fully a foot shorter than Gary, and 100 pounds lighter, and he seemed to tower over the young man now, enlarged by confidence and open anger. "There I go again," Mickey said, slapping himself off the side of the head. "Forgetting me manners. Gary, lad, meet Kelsey." Kelsey showed Mickey a look that bordered on violence. Kelson Ellenelville Gilravadry, Mickey quickly corrected. An elf lord of the Tilwith Tig. Kelson? Gary stuttered, hardly able to echo the strange name. Mickey saw the opening for a good taunt at his captor. "Call him Kelsey, lad," the leprechaun said with obvious enjoyment. "Everyone does." "Sounds good to me," Gary said pointedly, realizing the elf's renewed glare. At that moment, anything that bothered the elf who had interrupted Gary's pleasure, would have sounded good to Gary. "Who invited you up the tree, Kelsey?" Gary asked evenly. He realized at once that he was pushing his luck. Kelsey said not a word. His hand didn't even go to the hilt of his exquisite sword. But the look he gave Gary silenced the young man as completely as that sword ever could. Kelsey let the stare linger a bit longer, then turned about sharply and strode away. "He's a good enough sort," Mickey explained to Gary. "You can get a bit of fun out of that one, but be knowing, lad, that he saved your life." Gary shot an incredulous look the leprechaun's way. "She'd not ever have let you go," Mickey went on. "You'd have died up there. A pleasing way to go, I am not for arguing." Gary did not seem convinced. "You'd have been a goner," Mickey went on. "In the likes of Lashia's clutches, you'd have forgotten to eat or drink. Might that you'd have forgotten to breathe, lad. Your mind would have been set to one task only, until your body died for the effort." Gary slapped his sneaker on his foot and quickly tied it. "I can take care of myself," he declared. "So have said 100 men in that nymph's embrace," Mickey replied. "So have said 100 dead men." The leprechaun chuckled and moved off after the elf, pulling out The Hobbit as he walked. Gary stood for a while, shaking his head and considering whether or not he should go back up the tree. Just to make things more difficult for him, Lashia appeared again over the edge of the hollow, smiling coyly. But the nymph looked out towards Kelsey, not so far away and with his longbow in hand, and she did not call out to the human this time. Gary saw Kelsey too, and he figured that if he started up the tree, the elf would surely put an arrow into his wrist, or perhaps somewhere else, somewhere more vital. "Time to go," he prudently told himself, and, casting a quick glance Kelsey's way, he zipped up his shorts. He gave more than one lamenting glance back at the tree as he wandered away, back at Lashia in her translucent gown, reclining comfortably on the branch beside the hollow. Even Kelsey didn't blame him. The elf set a swift pace through the forest, following no trail at all as far as Gary could discern, but Kelsey seemed to know where he was going, and Gary thought the better of questioning him. Mickey proved to be little comfort on the journey. The leprechaun skipped along, his footsteps impossibly light, with his face buried in the Hobbit, laughing every now and then or muttering a "Begorra!" Gary was glad that the leprechaun was enjoying the book, even though Mickey, by the leprechaun's own admission, had kidnapped him. Gary found that he liked the little guy. Another laugh from Mickey sent Gary over to him. He peeked over the leprechaun's shoulder, not a difficult thing to do, trying to see what chapter Mickey was on. "What?" Gary babbled when he saw the open book. What had once been ordinary typeset was now a flowing script, in a language totally unrecognizable to Gary. Great sweeping lines had replaced the block letters, forming runes that did not resemble any alphabet Gary had ever seen. "What did you do to it?" he demanded. Mickey looked up, his gray eyes turned up happily at their edges. "Do to what?" he asked innocently. "My book," Gary protested, reaching down to take back the copy. He flipped through the pages, each showing the same unintelligible script. "What did you do to my book?" "I made it readable," Mickey explained. "It was readable." "For yourself," replied Mickey, yanking the book back. "But you can read it any time. Who's knowing how long I've got with it? So I made it readable for myself, and quit your fretting. You'll get it back when I'm done. Forget the book, said a voice up ahead. The two looked to see Kelsey, stern-faced as usual, standing by a fat elm. The book does not matter, the elf went on, talking to Gary. You have more important concerns than casual reading? Kelsey cast Mickey a suspicious glance. Have you informed him of the quest? I been meaning to, Mickey replied. Truly I have, but I'm wanting to break the lad in slowly. Let him get used to things one at a time. We have not the time for that, said Kelsey. The arrangements have already been made in Dilnamara. We will soon be there to collect the artifacts, and then the quest begins in full. Very well, then, Mickey conceded, closing the Hobbit and dropping it into an impossibly deep pocket in his grey jacket. Lead on, and I'll tell the lad as we go. We will break now, Kelsey replied. You will tell him before we go. Mickey and Kelsey eyed each other suspiciously for a few moments. The leprechaun knew that Kelsey had only ordered a break in the march so that he could better monitor the story that Mickey laid out to Gary. Sure and Tilwith Teg's a trustin' bunch, Mickey muttered quietly. But Kelsey's smile showed that he had heard clearly enough. I telled you that you were bringed here to serve an elf, Mickey began to Gary. And so you've met the elf. Kelson elf... He stumbled over the long name, looked at Kelsey in frustration, and said, Kelsey, gaining a measure of satisfaction in the insulted elf's returned scowl. Kelsey catched me to catch yourself. That too, you know, Mickey continued. He's got himself a life quest. The Tilwith Teg take that sort of stuff seriously, you must understand, and he's needing a human of the right size to see it through. Gary looked over at Kelsey, standing impassive and proud, and truly felt used. He wanted to shout out against the treatment, but he reminded himself, somewhat unconvincingly, that it was only a dream after all. Kelsey's to reforge the spear of Cedric Donegarten, Mickey explained. Not an easy task, that. Shouldn't you have caught a blacksmith? Gary asked, sarcastically. Oh, you're not here to forge. Mickey started to explain. The blacksmith will be next, Kelsey interrupted, aiming his words at Mickey. They had some effect, Gary saw, for the leprechaun stuttered over his next few words. You're the holder, Mickey managed to say at last. The spear must be in the hands of a human, one in the armour of Cedric Donegarten, which is why you were measured, when it's melted back together. Gary didn't see the point of all this. Who is Cedric Donegarten? He asked. And why can't he just wear his own armour? Who is Cedric Donegarten? Kelsey echoed in disbelief. Where did you get this one, leprechaun? He growled at Mickey. You said you needed a man that'd fit, Mickey snapped back. You did not say anything more for requirements. He looked back to Gary, thinking he had properly put Kelsey in his place. Sir Cedric was the greatest king of faerie, he began reverently. He brought all the goodly folks together for the Goblin Wars, wars the goblins would sure'n have won, if not for Cedric. A human, too, if you can imagine that. All the goodly folks of all the lands, sprites, elves, men, and dwarfs, speak the legend of Cedric Donegarten, and speak it with respect and admiring to their children. Sure, and 'tis a shame that men don't live longer lives. Some men, Kelsey corrected. Aye. Mickey agreed with a chuckle, but his voice was reverent again as he continued. Cedric's been dead 300 years now, killed by a dragon in the last battle of the Goblin Wars. And now, Kelsey's to honour the dead with his life quest by reforging the mighty spear broken in that last battle. Gary nodded. Fine, then, he agreed. Take me to the armour and to the smithy, and let's go honour the dead. Fine it is, laughed Mickey. He looked to Kelsey and cried, Lead on! Hoping his enthusiasm would satisfy the elf and relieve him of the unpleasant task of finishing the story. Kelsey crossed his slender arms over his chest and stood his ground. "Tell him of the smithy," the elf commanded. "Ah, yes," said Mickey, pretending that he overlooked that minor point. "The smithy. We'll be needing a dwarf for that. Greatest smithy in all the land commands the spear's legend, and the greatest smithy in all the land's ever been one of the bearded folk." Gary didn't appear the least bothered, so Mickey clapped his hands and started towards Kelsey again. "Explain the problem," the elf said sternly. Mickey stopped abruptly and turned back to Gary. "You see, lad," he said, "elves and dwarfs don't get on so well. Not that dwarfs get on well with anyone. We'll have to catch the smithy we're needin'." "Catch?" Gary asked suspiciously. "Steal," Mickey explained. Gary nodded, then shook his head, then nearly laughed aloud, silently praising himself for a weird and wonderful imagination. "Are you contented?" Mickey asked Kelsey. "Tell him of the forge," the elf replied. Mickey sighed and spun back on Gary. This time the leprechaun's face was obviously grave. "The spear's a special one," Mickey explained. "No bellows could get a fire hot enough. Even could we get 2 mountain trolls to pump it. So we're needin' a bit of an unusual forge, so declared the legend." He looked at Kelsey and frowned. "I'm growing tired of that damned legend," he said. "Tell him," Kelsey demanded sternly. Mickey paused as if he couldn't get the explanation past his lips. "An unusual forge?" Gary prompted after a long silence. "I told you before that you'll be playing with dragons," Mickey blurted. Gary rocked back on his heels and spent a long moment of thought. "Let me get this straight," he said, wanting to play all of Mickey's meandering words in a straight line. "You mean that I have to hold some dead king's spear while a dragon breathes fire on it, and some captured dwarven smithy puts it back together?" "There!" Mickey cried triumphantly. "The lad's got it! On we go, Kelsey." Mickey started along again, but stopped, seeing that Kelsey hadn't moved, and sensing that Gary wasn't following. "What now, lad?" asked the exasperated leprechaun. Gary paid him no heed. He slapped himself softly on the cheek several times and pinched his arm once or twice. "Well, if this is a dream," he said to no one in particular, "then it's time to wake up." Kelsey shook his head, not pleased, then glowered at Mickey. "Where did you get this one?" he demanded. Mickey shrugged. "I told me friends to bring one that'd fit the armor, just as you told me," he replied. "Are you getting particular?" Kelsey regarded Gary for a while. He was big and well-muscled, bigger than any of the people in Dilnamara, and probably as big as Cedric Donegarten himself. Mickey had assured him that Gary would fit the armor, and Kelsey didn't doubt it. And Mickey was right with the remarks about getting particular. The legends said nothing of the subject's demeanor, just that he be human and wearing the armor. Kelsey walked over to Gary. "Come along," the elf ordered to both of them. "You are not dreaming, and we want you here as little as you apparently wish to be here. Complete the task and you shall return to your own place." "And suppose I refuse to go along?" Gary dared to ask, not appreciating the elf's superior tone. "Uh-oh," Mickey muttered, his grave tone making Gary wonder again if he had overstepped the bounds. Kelsey's golden eyes narrowed, and his lips turned up in a perfectly wicked grin. "Then I will declare you an outlaw," the elf said evenly, "for breaking the rules of capture, and a coward deserving a brand." He paused for a moment, so that Gary could get the full effect. "Then I shall kill you." Gary's eyes popped wide, and he looked to Mickey. "I told you, the Tylwyth Teg take their quest seriously." was all the comfort the leprechaun could offer. "Do we go on?" Kelsey asked, putting a hand on the hilt of his fine sword. Gary did not doubt the elf's grim promise for a minute. "Lead on, good elf," he said. "To Dilnamara." Kelsey nodded and turned away. "Good that that's settled," Mickey said to the elf as he strode past. "You've got your man now. I'll be taking me leave." Kelsey's sword came out in the blink of an eye. "No, you will not," the elf replied. "He is your responsibility, and you will see this through for the time being." Gary didn't appreciate the derisive way Kelsey had said "he," but he was glad that the leprechaun would apparently be sticking around for a bit longer. The thought of dealing with Kelsey alone, without Mickey to offer subtle advice and deflecting chatter, unnerved Gary more than a little. "I caught you, Mickey McMickey," Kelsey declared, "and only I can release you." "You made the terms and I've met them," Mickey argued. "If you leave, I will go to all lengths to catch you again," Kelsey promised. "The next time, and I will indeed catch you again, I will have your pot of gold, and your word-twisting tongue for good measure. The Tilwith Teg take their quest seriously." Gary snorted from behind. "That they do," agreed Mickey. "Then lead on, me good elf, to Dilnamara, though I'm sure to be ducking 100 pairs of greedy hands in the human keep." Kelsey started away, and Mickey took out the Hobbit again. "Worried about the dragon?" Gary asked, coming up to walk beside the diminutive sprite. "Forget the dragon," Mickey replied. "You ever met a dwarf, lad? Mightn't be more trouble than any old worm, and with breath nearin' is bad." "But make the best of it, I always say," Mickey went on. "I've got me a good book for the road, if the company's a bit lacking." Gary was too amused to take offense. "I do not tolerate failure," Corridwen snarled. "You were given a task and promised payment for that task, yet the stranger walks free." The nymph giggled, embarrassed. Lashaya did not fear Corridwen, not here in Tir Nanog, the source of the nymph's power, but a foreign place to the sorceress. Corridwen stopped talking and fixed an evil stare on Lashaya. Her icy blue eyes narrowed and widened alternately, the only clue that she was calling upon her magical energies. Dark clouds rolled in suddenly. The wind came howling to life. Lashaya had a few tricks of her own. She let the sorceress fall deeper into her spell-casting, waited for Corridwen's eyes to close altogether. Then Lashaya looked into her oak tree, followed its lead, into the ground, and along its long and deep roots. Other nearby oaks reached out their roots in welcome, and the nymph easily glided through the plant door, out of harm's way. Corridwen loosed her storm's fury anyway. Several bolts of lightning belted the giant oak in rapid succession, but, furious though they were, they barely scarred the ancient huge oak, still vital and with the strength of the earth coursing through its great limbs. Corridwen's satisfied smile evaporated a moment later when she heard Lashaya's giggle from beyond the small field. The witch did not send her storms in pursuit, realizing that she was overmatched and out of her place in Tir Nanog. "You would be wise to ever remain in this wood," she warned the nymph. But Lashaya hardly cared for the threat. Where else would she ever be? The sorceress huffed and threw her black cloak high over her shoulder. As it descended, Corridwen seemed to melt away beneath it, shrinking as the cloak moved closer to the ground. Then garment and sorceress blended as one, and a large raven lifted off from where Corridwen had stood. She rose high over the enchanted wood, racing away towards Dilnamara, scanning as she flew to see if she could discover the progress of the elf's party. Corridwen wasn't overly disappointed by Lashaya's failure. She never really believed that stopping the life quest of an elf lord of Kelson Ellen Elviel Gilravadry's high standing would be as easy as that. But Ceridwen was a resourceful witch. She had other, if less subtle, plans set into motion, and even in light of her first failure, she would not have bet a copper coin on the success of Kelsey's quest. 5. Dilnamara. As soon as they emerged from the wood, the land, even the air, seemed to change before them. Tir na Nog had been bright and sunny and filled with springtime scents and chattering birds. But out here, beyond the forest, the land lay in perpetual gloom. Fog hung low on the dirt roads, human-crafted roads, and along the rolling farmlands and small, unadorned stone and thatch cottages. Fields bordered by hedgerows and rock walls rolled up and down the hilly region, thick with grass and thick with sheep and cattle. Copses of trees spotted the landscape, some standing in lines like silent sentinels, others huddled in thick but small groups, plotting privately. By all logical measures it was a beautiful countryside, but it was shrouded in melancholy, as if the gloom was caused by more than the simple mist. "Watch your footing," the leprechaun offered to Gary. Gary didn't seem to understand. The road ran straight and level. "You're not wanting to step into the Hieland Coo left-behinds," Mickey explained. "Hieland Coo?" Gary asked. "A great hairy and horned beast," Mickey replied. Gary glanced around nervously. "Oh, the farmers keep them," Mickey went on, trying to calm him. "They're not a dangerous sort, unless you set to bothering them. Some of the lads go in to tip them over when they're sleeping, and some of the coos don't take well to that." "Tip them?" Now Gary was starting to catch on, and he was not overly surprised when Mickey pointed up to a distant field, to a shaggy-haired brown cow grazing contentedly. Gary rolled Mickey's description over in his thoughts a few times. "Highland cow," he said at length. "Aye, that's what I said," answered Mickey. "Hieland Coo. And you've not seen a left-behind to match the droppings of a Hieland Coo." Gary couldn't bite back his chuckle. Mickey and Kelsey exchanged curious looks, and Kelsey led them off. Whatever romantic thoughts remained to Gary of the forest, Tir na Nog, or the melancholy countryside were washed away an hour later by the harsh reality of mud-filled Dilnamara. To the unsuspecting visitor, the change came as dramatically as the shaft that had brought him to the land of Faerie in the first place, as if his dream, or whatever it was, had taken a sidelong turn, an undoubtedly wrong turn. A square stone tower, set on a grassy hill, dominated the settlement, with dozens of squat stone shacks, some barely more than open lean-tos, clustered in the tower's shadow. Pigs and scrawny cows ran freely about in the streets, their dung mixing with the cart-grooved mud, and their stench just one more unpleasant ingredient in the overwhelming aroma. People of all ages wandered about, hunched and as dirty and smelly as the animals. "Pick me up, lad," Mickey said to Gary. Gary looked down to see not the leprechaun, but a small human toddler where Mickey had been standing. Gary studied the toddler curiously for a moment, for the youngster held his book. "Look through it, I telled you," the toddler said somewhat angrily when Gary gave him a confused look. Gary peered closer, reminded himself who should be standing beside him and not to believe what his eyes were showing him. Then he saw Mickey again behind the facade, and he nodded and scooped the leprechaun into his arms. "I caught you," Gary whispered, smiling. "Are you to start with that nonsense again?" Mickey asked, and the leprechaun too was wearing a grin. "I'm your brother, lad, for any what's asking. You just hope that none of the folks see through me disguise as you have done. Sure, and then Kelsey's sword'll be cutting man-flesh this day." Gary's smile disappeared. "Kelsey wouldn't," he said unconvincingly.
The Tylwyth Teg have fallen out of favour with the men about, Mickey said. Kelsey's here only for reasons of his life quest. He has not a care, one way or the other, for the wretches of Dil Namara. Woe to any that get in Kelsey's way.
Gary looked back to Kelsey, worried that Mickey's prophecy would come true. Where would Gary stand in such a fight? He wondered. He owed no loyalty to Kelsey, or even to Mickey. If the elf took arms against people of Gary's own race... Gary shook the dark thoughts away, reminding himself to play through this experience one step at a time. Every pitiful inhabitant of Dil Namara turned out to see the strange troop as they passed along the dung-filled streets. In this town, Gary was no more akin to the wretches as was Kelsey, for he carried no scars of disease, no open sores, and his fingers were not blackened by years of muddy labours. Angry glares came at them from every corner of the hut, and beggars, some limping but most crawling in the mud, moved to block their way with a tangle of trembling, crooked fingers and skin and bone, dirt-covered arms. Gary held his breath as Kelsey reached the first of this group, deciding at that moment that he wouldn't let the elf strike the pitiful man down. If Kelsey's sword came out, then Gary would tackle him, or punch him, or do whatever he could to prevent the massacre. Not that he gave himself any chance of surviving against the grim elf. He just could not sit back and watch helplessly. It never came to that, though, for Mickey's estimate of Kelsey proved to be a bit exaggerated. The elf obviously didn't appreciate the interference, but his sword did not move an inch out of his scabbard. Kelsey simply slapped the reaching hands aside and continued straight ahead, never looking the beggars in the eye. The wave of wretches did not relent, though. They swept along behind the strangers, groaning and crawling to keep pace. Mickey, too, avoided the pleading gazes, nestling deep in Gary's clutch and closing his eyes. It was a common sight to the leprechaun, one to which he had long ago numbed his sensibilities. Gary saw the beggars, though, could not block them out, and their desperate state stung him in the heart. He had never seen such poverty. Where he grew up, poor meant that your car was more than 10 years old, and dirty was the term Gary used to describe his appearance after a day at the plastics shop. Somehow, looking at these people, his usage of that term now seemed very out of place. If this, then, was Gary's fantasy, his twilight fantasy, as that Mr. Peter Beagle had described it in the introduction to The Hobbit, then in Gary's eyes, the light around reality was suddenly burning a bit brighter. The crowd dispersed as Kelsey neared the stone keep. 2 grim-faced guards stood at either side of its single iron-bound door, and the glares they shot at the trailing lines of beggars were filled with utter contempt. "The heights of royalty," Gary heard Mickey mutter softly. Crossed pikes intercepted Kelsey as he neared the door. He stopped to regard the guards for a moment. "I am Kelson
We know who you are, elf,"
one of the guards, a stout, bearded man, said roughly.
"Then let me pass," Kelsey replied. "I have business with your baron." "It's on his order that we're keeping you here," the guard answered. "Stand your ground now, and keep behind the spears."
Kelsey looked back at Gary and Mickey, his expression hinting at explosive anger. "I'd thought the arrangements made," Gary said. Or at least, it appeared as though Gary had said it. In truth, it was Mickey, using ventriloquism to keep up his toddler facade. "As did I," Kelsey replied, understanding the leprechaun's trick. "I spoke with Baron Poole just a week ago. He was more than willing to agree, thinking that the reforging of Donegarton's spear during his reign would assure his name in the bard's tales." "Then another has spoken with him," Mickey said through Gary, cutting off Gary's own forthcoming response. Gary gave Mickey a stern look to tell him that he didn't appreciate being used this way. But Mickey continued his conversation with Kelsey without missing a beat. "Who wishes you stopped?" the leprechaun asked. Kelsey shook his head to dismiss the possibility,
But he, too, was beginning to have his concerns. They hadn't even really yet begun their journey, and they had already run into 2 unforeseen obstacles. The iron-bound door creaked open, and a cleaner and better-dressed guard appeared. He whispered a short exchange with the other 2, then beckoned for Kelsey and company to enter the keep. The hazy sunlight disappeared altogether when the heavy door closed behind them. For the one window in the ground level of the squat tower was too tiny to admit more than a crack of light. Burning torches were set in the 4 corners, their shadowy flickers giving spooky dimension to the tapestries lining all the walls, morbid depictions of bloody, smoke-filled battles. Across from the door, in a gem-studded throne, sat the Baron, wearing clothes that had once been expensive, but had worn through in several places. He was a big, robust man, with a bristling beard and an expressive mouth that could equally reflect jollity and outrage. Behind him stood 2 unremarkable guards and a lean figure carrying the mud of the road on his weathered cloak. This man's hood was up, but back enough for Gary to see his matted black hair and suspicious, darting eyes. He wore a dagger on his thick belt, and his hand rested on it, as though that was where his hand always rested. Gary followed Mickey's stare to the side of the throne, to an empty stone pedestal and an iron stand. "So says King Kinnamore," Mickey said derisively under his breath, and Gary realized that the empty pedestal had probably been the resting place for the armor and spear. Kelsey, too, seemed less than pleased, focusing more on the pedestal and the road-worn figure behind the Baron than on Pwyll himself. The elf kept his composure, though. He walked proudly up to the throne and fell to one knee in a low, respectful bow. "My greetings, Baron Pwyll," Kelsey said. "As arranged in our previous meeting, I have returned." Pwyll looked back, concerned, to the cloaked figure, then to Kelsey. "Things have changed since our last meeting," he said. Kelsey stood up, fierce and unblinking. "Our good Prince Geldian here, long live the king." There was something less than enthusiastic about the way Pwyll said those words. "Has brought word that the armor and spear of Cedric Donnergarten are not to leave my possession." "I have your word," Kelsey argued. Pwyll's eyes flashed with helpless anger. "My word has been overruled," he retorted. The Baron's guards bristled behind him, as though expecting some sudden trouble. Prince Geldian did not try to hide his superior smile. "Are you a puppet to Kinnamore, then?" Kelsey dared to ask. Pwyll's eyes flashed with anger. "Oh, begorra!" Gary heard himself moan. Pwyll jumped up threateningly from his seat, but Kelsey did not blink, and the blustery Baron soon settled back. Pwyll could not refute Kelsey's insult at that time, in these circumstances. "Where is your edict, good Baron?" Mickey said through Gary. Gary looked down angrily, but the toddler appeared fast asleep and did not return his stare. Pwyll's angry glare fell over Gary. "And who are you? Who speaks unannounced and without my permission?" he demanded. Gary started, but Mickey's thrown voice cut him short. "The armor-wearer I be," Gary heard himself proclaim, and he wondered why no one noticed that his lips were not moving in sync with the words. Or were they? It was all too confusing. "He who will fulfill the prophecies come from distant lands," Mickey's ventriloquism went on. "The spear-carrier to look a dragon in the eye, a warrior who will not return until the legends and me task are complete. So where be your edict, I say? And what king dares to stand against prophecies of Sir Cedric Donnergarten's own wizards?" Pwyll sat in absolute disbelief for a moment, his mouth hanging open, and Gary thought the man would surely kill him for his outburst. But then a great blast of laughter erupted from the large man's mouth. He held an open hand behind him to the prince, and was given a rolled parchment, tied with the purple ribbons that served as the exclusive seal of King Kinnamore. "And your name, good Sir Warrior?" Poole inquired through a grin. A long moment of silence passed, and Mickey nudged his carrier. Gary," Gary replied hesitantly, expecting to be interrupted at any moment. "Gary Ledger." Poole scratched his thick beard. "And where did you say you came from?" "From Britannia, beyond Cancaron Mountains," Mickey's voice answered. Both the Baron and the Prince appeared to catch the abrupt change in accent, but the Prince seemed to care more about it than did Poole. "Well, Gary Ledger from Britannia," Poole said. "Here is my edict from King Kinnamore himself." He untied and unrolled the parchment, and cleared his throat. "To Baron Poole of Dilnamara Keep," he began regally, articulating carefully in the proper language of royalty. "Be it known that I, King Kinnamore, have heard on good authority that the armor and spear of Cedric Donegarton, our most esteemed hero, will soon go out from Dilnamara Keep on an expedition that might surely bring its destruction. Therefore, by my word, and my word is law, you are not to release the artifacts from your possession." Poole blinked and smoothed the parchment suddenly, as though it had in it a crease he had not noticed before. "Unless you, in your esteemed judgment, determine that said artifacts are given into the proper hands as spoken of in the prophecies." Poole blinked again in amazement, and before he could react, Prince Geldian reached down to tear the parchment from his grip. Poole resisted, though, and he held the parchment up for the prince to see. "Below the fold," he instructed, his voice reflecting confusion as profound as that marked on Geldian's face. "I did not see the fold before, nor the claws." The prince's lips moved as he read the words he, too, had not seen before. "Right above your own father's signature," Poole said pointedly. "Well, that does put things in a different light, I say." "What treachery is this?" Prince Geldian demanded, starting at Kelsey and Gary. He stopped before he ever rounded the throne, however, for though his hand remained on the hilt of his belted dagger, Kelsey's had now gone to his fine elven sword. Geldian had heard enough tales of the Tylwyth Teg to know better than continue his futile threat. "What treachery?" he said again, this time spinning on the Baron. Poole shrugged and laughed at him. "Get the armor," he instructed his guards. "Put it on, Gary Ledger of Britannia. Let us see how it fits." "The armor is not to leave Dilnamara Keep," Geldian protested. "Except by my own judgment," Poole calmly replied. "So says your father. You remember him, do you not?" "There is some magic here," Geldian protested. "This was not in the edict. I penned it myself, under my father's word," he added quickly, seeing the suspicious stares coming at him from all directions. "Magic?" Mickey's voice through Gary quickly put in. "Me good Baron of Dilnamara, a stranger I am to your lands, but was it not your own king's edict that magic be declared an impossible thing, a tool of traitors and devil-chasers? Did your King Kinnamore not say? It may be that I've heard wrong, but I came across the mountains thinking that I'd left all thoughts of magic behind." "No," answered Baron Poole, "you have not heard wrong. There is no magic in Dilnamara, nor anywhere else in Kinnamore Kingdom, so proclaimed King Kinnamore." He looked wryly at Geldian. "Unless the prince is privy to more than the rest of us." "You tread along dangerous shores, Baron Poole," Geldian roared, and he crumpled the parchment and stuck it in his cloak pocket. "Hold the armor, I say, until the king may address the situation." "We have a deal," Kelsey interrupted, his golden eyes boring into Geldian's dark orbs.
I shall not delay my given quest. In the week it will take a messenger to get to Connacht, and the week it will take him to return. You have the edict of your king. He said to Poole, Do you find this Gary Ledger fit to bear the weight of the prophecies? The armour first, Poole said, giving Kelsey a wink. Then I will give my decision. Outraged beyond words, Prince Geldian kicked the empty pedestal, then limped out of the chamber. You really expect me to walk around in this suit? Gary asked, as the attendants fit the heavy, overlapping plates and links of metal onto his chest. His legs were already encumbered by the mail, and he felt certain that when they were finished with him, he would weigh 1/2 ton. The weight is well distributed, Kelsey answered. You will become comfortable in the suit soon enough, once your weak muscles grow strong under its burden. Gary flashed an angry glare the elf's way, but held his thoughts silent. He was twice Kelsey's weight and no doubt much stronger than the elf, and he didn't appreciate Kelsey's insults, particularly when the elf wore a finely crafted suit of thin chain links, much lighter and more flexible than the bulky armor of Cedric Donegarten. Cheer up, lad, Mickey offered. You'll be glad enough of the weight the first time the mail turns a goblin's sword, or a troll's weighty punch. How am I supposed to keep taking this off and putting it back on if we're going to be out on the road for days? Gary reasoned. You can't expect me to sleep in it. The first time is the most difficult for fitting the armor, Kelsey explained. Once the attendants have properly designed and padded your undersuit, you will be able to strip and don the armor much more quickly. Yeah, Mickey snickered. Only an hour or two for the lot of it. Kelsey and myself will hold back any foes till you're ready. Gary was beginning to appreciate Mickey's sarcasm less and less. It is finished, one of the attendants announced. Shield and helmet are over there. He pointed to the wall where several shields and helmets lay in a pile. You'll have to see the Baron if you desire the spear. It was not difficult to determine which items in the jumble matched the decorated armor, for only one shield bore the griffin-clutching spear insignia of dead King Cedric, and only one helmet, edged in beaten gold and plumed with a single purple feather from some giant bird, could appropriately cap the decorated suit. Mickey picked out the helmet right away, and as the attendants left the room, it came floating from the pile, hovering near Gary's face. Gary reached out to take it, but his attempt was lumbering at best, and the leprechaun easily levitated the helmet up and out of his reach. Again Gary glared at the leprechaun, but it was Kelsey that put an end to Mickey's antics. You wear the guise of a human child, but still you act the fool, Kelsey growled. If the Baron or the Prince were to enter now, how might we explain your trick? There is no magic here, they say, unless it is magic spawned in hell. They burn witches in Dil Namara. Mickey snapped his fingers, and the helmet dropped. Gary, his hands or hips and his arms weighted in metal, could not react quickly enough to get out of the way or to block the descent. The helmet thumped onto his head and slipped down over his ears, settling backwards on the armor's steel collar. Gary teetered, dazed, and Mickey's voice sounded distant, hollow. "Catch him, elf!" the leprechaun cried. "Sure, and if he falls, we'll be needing 6 men to pick him up." Kelsey's slender fingers wrapped around Gary's wrist, and he jerked the young man straight. Gary reached for the helmet, but Kelsey beat him to it, roughly turning it about, so that the man might see. Gary felt as if he was sporting a stewing pot on his head, with a small slit cut out in front for viewing. The helmet was quite loose. Gary wondered just how big this Cedric Donegarten's head actually was, but better loose than tight, he figured. "You look the part of a king," Kelsey remarked. Gary took it as a compliment until the elf finished the thought. "But you, too, act the part of a fool." He handed Gary the huge and heavy shield and moved back to join the leprechaun.
Gary slipped his arm into the shield's belt and, with some effort, lifted it from the floor. It was wide at the top, tapering to a rounded point at the bottom, to set it in the ground, Gary realized, and more than half Gary's height.
Baron Poole will have to agree, Kelsey said to Mickey. The suit fits properly, in body if not in stature.
Tired of the insults and wanting to make a point, and also wanting to give his already weary arm a break, Gary dropped the shield tip to the floor. Unfortunately, instead of clanging defiantly on the stone as Gary had planned, it came to rest on top of his foot. Gary bit his lip to keep from screaming, glad for the masking helmet. Kelsey just shook his head in disbelief and walked past the armored man and out of the room, back to see Baron Poole. "You'll get used to it," Mickey offered hopelessly, giving Gary a wink as he followed Kelsey.
"The lady will give us as gifts, eh?"
A big goblin croaked in Geek's face.
"Many gifts,"
Geek replied, bobbing his head stupidly.
"Milady Caridwen wants us is not to hurt the elf, but stops them we will."
The big goblin joined in the head bobbing, his overgrown canines curling grotesquely around his saliva-wetted lips. He looked around excitedly at the host behind him, and they began wagging their heads and slapping each other.
"No like,"
said another of the band.
"Too far from mountains. Too much peoples here, no like." "You no like, you goes back,"
Geek growled, moving right up to the dissenter. The big, toothy goblin moved to support Geek, and all the others fanned out around them, clutching their crude spears and clubs tightly.
"Did lady send us's?"
the dissenter asked bluntly.
"Did lady tells Geek to kill and catch?"
Geek started to retort, but the big goblin rushed to Geek's defense, stepping in front of Geek and cutting his reply short.
"Geek know what Lady Caridwen wants is,"
the brute declared, and he curled up his crooked fist and punched the dissenter square in the mouth. The smaller goblin fell over backwards, but was caught by those closest to him and hoisted roughly back to his feet. He stood, swaying, barely conscious, but, with typical goblin stubbornness and stupidity, managed to utter, "No like." The words sent the already excited band into a sudden and vicious frenzy. The big goblin struck first, slamming his huge forearm straight down on the dissenter's head. This time, the smaller goblin did fall to the ground, and those around him, rather than support him, fell over him, jabbing with their spears and hammering with their clubs. The fallen goblin managed a few cries of protest, a few pitiful squeaks, which quickly turned to blood-choked gurgles. The band continued to beat him long after he was dead.
"Geek know what Lady Caridwen wants is,"
the big goblin declared again, and this time not a single voice spoke against him. The host respectfully circled Geek to hear his forthcoming commands.
"They goes in town," Geek explained, "but come out soon they will. Lady says they goes to mountains. We catches them on road in trees, catches elf, and kills his humans."
The other goblins wagged their fat heads and hooted their agreement, banging their spears and clubs off trees and rocks, or the goblins standing beside them, or against anything else they could find. Convincing goblins to kill and catch was never a very difficult thing to do. Gary did find the armor growing more comfortable as he loped along beside Mickey on the road leading east out of Dilnamara. The suit was also surprisingly quiet, considering that more than half of it was of metal and it hadn't been used in centuries. They had set right out from the keep after Baron Poole had tentatively agreed, over Prince Geldian's vehement protests, that they could take the artifacts. The sunlight was fading fast even then, but Kelsey would not wait for the next morn, not with the prince so determined to stop him, and the Baron caught in a dilemma that ought soon lead him to second thoughts. Now the sun had dipped below the horizon, and the usual wafting mist off the southern moors had come up, drifting lazily across the road, obscuring their vision even further. Kelsey would not relent his pace, though, despite Mickey's constant grumbling. "We should have stayed the night in the keep," the leprechaun said repeatedly. "A warm bed and a fine meal would have done us all the good." Gary remained silent through it all, sensing that Kelsey was on the verge of an explosion. Finally, after perhaps the 100th such complaint from Mickey, the elf turned back on him sharply. "We never would have gotten out of Dilnamara Keep if we had stayed the night," he scolded. "Geldian meant to stop us, and he had more than one guard at his disposal." "He would not have gone against us openly," Mickey argued. "Not in Poole's own keep." "Perhaps not," Kelsey conceded. "But he might have convinced Poole to hold us until the matter of the edict was properly settled. I applaud your actions in the audience chamber, Leprechaun, but the illusionary script would not have fooled them forever." "Don't you be thinking too highly of humans," Mickey replied. Then he cleared his throat, embarrassed, as the insulted Gary turned on him. But the events in the keep had left Gary quite confused, and he had too many questions to worry about Mickey's unintentional affront. "What illusionary script?" he asked Kelsey. "You see what I'm saying?" Mickey snickered, throwing a wink Kelsey's way. Now even Kelsey managed a smile. "The prince did pen the edict by his own admission," the elf explained to Gary. "Mickey simply added a few words." Gary turned his incredulous stare on the smug leprechaun. "And that fact makes us outlaws," Kelsey continued, more to Mickey than Gary. "The road is now our sanctuary, and the more distance we put between ourselves and Prince Geldian, the better our chances." "Your chances, you mean?" Mickey muttered. Kelsey let it go. For all the leprechaun's complaining, the elf could not deny Mickey's value to the quest. Without Mickey's illusions, Kelsey would never have gotten the armor and spear out of Dilnamara Keep. 3 more hours, then we may rest, the elf said, picking up the leather case that held the ancient spear. The weapon had been broken almost exactly in half, and the pieces were laid side by side. But the case was still nearly as tall as Kelsey. Gary was more than a little curious to view the legendary weapon. Only Kelsey had seen it back at the keep. But he did not press the elf at that time. He hoisted the heavy shield and unremarkable spear he had been given, and trudged off after Kelsey. Mickey stood alone for a few moments, kicking at a rock with one curly-toed shoe. "You landed yourself in it deep this time, Mickey McMickey," he said quietly, and then shrugged helplessly and tagged along. 6. Crossroads. They set up camp far from the road, fearing that the prince and his men might be out looking for them. Kelsey took the watch, and said he would keep it for all the night, sitting grim-faced and stoic, his thin sword lying ready across his lap. No sense of chivalry bubbled up in Gary to argue. He was thoroughly exhausted from the weighted hiking, and he was ready, too, after the mud-filled spectacle of Dilnamara, to put this entire crazy fantasy behind him. Dilnamara was unlike any town Gary had ever fantasized about, with so much suffering and true poverty, and after that sight, he figured he would never look upon Lancashire and upon his own existence in quite the same negative way. But how to get back there? It only seemed logical, Gary tried to convince himself, that if he went to sleep in the middle of a dream, he would wake up in reality. "Go to sleep," he whispered quietly to himself, "if you want to wake up." Mickey heard the private conversation as Gary laid out the blankets and stripped off the bulkier parts of his armor. "As it always is and always will be with big folk from real Earth," the leprechaun chuckled, and took a deep draw on his long pipe. Gary knew that Mickey was laughing at him and his hopes of returning home, and he knew, too, that those hopes had no foundation in this situation. For all of his logical denial, Gary was beginning to catch on to the truth of his very real situation. Still, he turned sharply on Mickey and stubbornly held on to his previous perceptions of reality. "You'll be gone soon," he assured the sprite. Mickey chuckled again, conjured a small globe of light, and opened The Hobbit. Gary stared at him a moment longer, then dropped to the blankets and tried to put the leprechaun out of his thoughts. Every time the mist thinned, Gary got a too brief glimpse of the evening canopy. 1,000,000 stars dotted the sky, an enchanting view, but Gary rarely got to see more than a fraction of it through the opaque veil. The mist was stubborn, hanging like a pall over the land, dulling the crisp and wonderful sights that would indeed have made this a world of twilight fancies. It hadn't missed the mark by far. Tir nan Og was bright and cheery, and warm and song-filled, a fitting forest indeed. Such places of enchantment could not be found in Gary's world, at least not as far as Gary knew. And the fairy countryside, if a bit plain, was untainted and undeniably lush. But the harshness of Dil Namara overshadowed the woods and the fields, brought a grim reality to steal the harmony of the forest song and country road. Gary washed it all from his thoughts. He focused on his jeep, and the cemetery, and the stool by the grinder, and hoped that he would not wake up too late for at least a cold supper, that his parents weren't too worried. Then he saw the mist again, silvery in the starlight, and Kelsey keeping silent watch, and Mickey busy reading. How many hours had he been here? Not broken and episodic, but real hours, filled with experiences both exciting and mundane, with all the little details that he never considered a part of the realm of dreams. Gary knew that this was no dream, plain and simple. He wondered if he had died or gone insane. Had his love of fantasy novels and daydreams consumed his mind? Had his disappointments with life's realities driven him mad? He thought of a Jack Nicholson movie, of psychotics wandering aimlessly, hopelessly lost, and he wondered if they, too, had entered their own land of fairy. And what now for him? What realities now awaited Gary Ledger? Would he find a long line of dreary towns like Dil Namara, or a world of enchantment? A world of Tir nan Og, and leprechauns, and stern elves, and wood-nymphs? The mist cleared again, and Gary got his best view yet of the twinkling stars. Then it faded as his physical exhaustion overcame the turmoil in his mind, and he drifted off to sleep. Gary knew as soon as he opened his eyes that he was outdoors. He thought, hoped, for a brief moment, that he was in the familiar wood back home, between the school and the cemetery and the intruding houses. But that hope died as soon as he smelled the breakfast cooking and heard Mickey's flavored voice. "Mushroom stew'll fill your belly fine," the leprechaun said to Kelly. "Prepare it quickly," Kelsey replied. "We have many more miles to go this day, and it will be hot. I expect our friend will need to stop and rest every few minutes." Kelsey's tone was not complimentary. "You're too hard on the lad," Mickey said. "You'd be wanting rest yourself if you had to walk around in that man-sized bucket." "I, too, wear metal mail," Kelsey reminded him. "Chain crafted by the Tylwyth Teg?" Mickey balked. "Sure, and your whole suit's weighing less than Donegarton's helmet alone." "Prepare the stew quickly," Kelsey ordered again, his snarling tones revealing that he had run out of arguments. "I wish to be on the road before the sun has come fully over the horizon." "Ah, you're up then," Mickey greeted Gary, seeing Gary sitting on the blankets and stretching. "Good for that. Now you'll get a fine meal in your belly." Gary looked all around in continued disbelief, his expression a mixture of confusion and budding anger. "I told you that you can go home after you finish the task," the leprechaun explained, honestly sympathetic. "I told you that you were not dreaming. I'd not be lying to you." Still unable to come to terms with all of this, Gary shook his head slowly and nibbled his upper lip. "Call it a dream if it makes you feel better," the leprechaun advised. "And whatever you might call it, enjoy it."
"I didn't find the town so enjoyable," Gary said grimly.
"Then think of Le Shire in the wood," Mickey offered with a sly wink. "I know you liked that part." That notion did bring a smile to Gary's face, and the mushroom stew proved truly delicious and did fill his belly. They were back on the road soon after, Kelsey leading them at a swift pace, and Gary struggling to keep the loose-fitting helmet on straight and the heavy shield from dragging its tip along the ground. Soon, Gary didn't even try to keep the shield aloft. The day was hot and dreary, damp with the mist and painfully bright. Sweat soaked the underpadding of Gary's suit and stung his eyes. He kept stopping and poking his fingers through the eye-slit of the helmet to wipe the moisture away, but it hardly helped, since his fingers were as wet as his face. "Take the helmet off and hang it on your spear," Mickey offered to him, seeing his distress. Kelsey, up ahead, spun about. "Oh, let him!" the leprechaun spouted, cutting short the elf's forthcoming argument. "He'll drop dead in that suit in this heat, and what good'll he be to your quest then?" Kelsey turned back and started away, and Mickey smiled smugly. He helped Gary get the cumbersome helmet in place on the spear, and they set off again with Gary feeling much better. His brightened mood sustained him through most of the morning, but near noon they came to a crossroads, two intercepting muddy trails in the otherwise unremarkable rolling fields. 4 high poles had been set into the ground, one at each corner of the intersection. Men were hanging from them by the neck, long dead and bloated, twisting slowly in the gentle breeze. Gary dropped his spear and shield and clutched at his turning stomach. Even Kelsey, halting his determined march to state unblinking, seemed affected by the gruesome sight. "Poor wretches," Mickey remarked. "Cut them down, will you?" he asked Kelsey. Kelsey's hand went to his sword hilt, but he stopped and shook his head. "Cut them down!" Gary shouted suddenly, though he nearly lost his breakfast for the effort. "I cannot!" Kelsey shouted back at him. "None in all of Faery would dare to do so but the Tylwyth Teg, and if I cut them down now it would surely tell Prince Geldian that we pass this way, as surely as if I signed my name on the road. I do not want the prince anywhere near us." Gary and Mickey couldn't really argue against the practical reasoning. "What did they do?" Gary asked somberly. "Were they criminals? And why would they be hung out here, so far from the town?" "Probably couldn't pay their taxes," Mickey spat in reply. "Or said something the prince didn't like hearing, or stole a piece of bread for feeding their children. Get yourself used to the sight, lad. You'll be seeing it at many crossroads."
"They always hang them at the crossroads," Kelsey explained. "That way, if a dead man's vengeful spirit comes back seeking justice, it will not know which way to go."
"Vengeful spirits," Mickey grumbled. "The poor wretches hadn't the strength to fight in life, never mind in death."
"Let us get far from this place," Kelsey offered, and the others did not disagree. Long after they had put the crossroads behind them, Mickey noticed that Gary's visage had not softened.
"Don't you let it trouble you, lad," the leprechaun offered. "Sure, 'twas a terrible sight, but it's behind us now."
Gary's expression did not change. "Call it a dream, you said," he replied evenly. "But should I call it a dream or a nightmare?" For the first time, Gary's words had left the leprechaun without reply. "You said that I had heard of this land of Faery," Gary went on, trying to hold his voice steady and hide his rising anger. "And so I have, in old folk tales, fairy tales. But according to those stories, the world of elves and leprechauns was supposed to be an enchanted place, peaceful and beautiful, and not a place where a man is left hanging by the neck at a crossroads for stealing bread to feed his hungry children." "Aye," Mickey agreed somberly.
His grey eyes misted over sorrowfully, and took on a faraway look. "And so it once was," he went on, "before him named Kinnimore found a seat on the throne."
"Enough!"
shouted Kelsey, who had come back to join them and had overheard their conversation. He glared at Mickey, then turned on Gary. "The politics and ways of the land are not your concern," he growled. "You were brought here to play a small part in a quest and nothing more. Whether the sights of Faerie please you or turn your stomach is of no concern to me." Gary accepted the elf's berating without question, understanding that his and Mickey's observations had struck a sensitive nerve in Kelsey. He could not help but notice Kelsey's helpless frustration. The sight of the hanging men had stung the elf as deeply as any, maybe more so, and Gary knew that such images as that, and as the huddled wretches of Dilnamara, were not in agreement with Kelsey's high-browed views of how the world should be. Mickey and Gary exchanged shrugs as Kelsey started off again, and they said no more as the miles passed. For Gary, it was hot and lonely and dreadful. His thoughts drifted back to his own world, back to Tir na Og, or to nowhere at all. And in his blank trance, he didn't even notice that Kelsey had stopped, crouching low as though he was inspecting something on the road. Fortunately, Mickey managed to grab Gary before he walked right into the bending elf. "What have you found?" the leprechaun asked. "Tracks," Kelsey replied quietly. He looked up at Mickey and Gary, his face grave. "Goblin tracks." "Goblins here?" Mickey asked. He put a hand above his eyes and peered at the distant mountains. 5 days yet," he muttered. "Too far for goblins to be wandering." He looked to Gary as though he expected the inexperienced man to confirm his suspicions. "Goblin tracks," Kelsey said again, this time with a tone of finality. Mickey looked all around, to the mountains and back to Kelsey. Then he understood. "You're thinking it's no coincidence?" he asked. Kelsey didn't immediately respond, though his expression revealed that he considered Mickey's guess right on target. They were barely into the second day of the quest, yet they had met interference at every turn. First the nymph, then the prince, and now recent evidence of a band of goblins, and no small band judging by the number of tracks, nearly 100 miles from their mountain holes. "We'll know soon enough," Kelsey replied, studying the western sun. "If the goblins are still about, the night will likely reveal them." "And with us sitting open in the middle of the plain," moaned Mickey. "Not so," Kelsey said. "The wood cow tangle is but a few miles down the road. We must hurry to get there before all the daylight is gone." Gary didn't like the thought of hurrying, but he liked the thought of meeting goblins even less. He put his helmet back on and started off as quickly as he could go. Kelsey and Mickey helped him as much as possible. Kelsey even took turns with Gary carrying the heavy shield. By the time they reached their destination, it was so late that the trees seemed no more than a darker silhouette against a deep gray background. With his keen eyes, Kelsey led them into the thicket easily, though, and soon found a clearing where they could set camp in relative safety. "Set no fires," Kelsey ordered. Then he looked pointedly at Mickey. "And light no enchanted globes." To Gary he added, "Keep your armor on and your spear close. If we are forced to flee, do not forget a single piece of the ancient and priceless suit." Kelsey seemed trying to convince himself as much as the others as he added quietly, "The wood will hide us." Both Mickey and Gary couldn't help thinking that the thick trees of Cow Tangle might be hiding other things as well. From the shallow depths of a fitful sleep, Gary heard Kelsey's startled cry. He opened his eyes just in time to see a form go crashing back into the brush away from the elf. A ghostly light encircled the area, Mickey's doing, Gary knew, and everything seemed to be moving too slowly. "Run!" Kelsey yelled, turning back towards Gary, and Mickey added, "For all your life, lad!" Gary's mind was wide awake now, and alert, but his body moved sluggishly as he tried to rise in the bulky armor. Kelsey ran over to him. There was movement and shouting now from every direction, wild hoots and croaks. Gary accepted the elf's free hand and started to rise, pausing just long enough to notice that Kelsey's sword dripped of blood. As if sensing his horrified hesitation, Kelsey jerked him upright with surprising strength, plopped his helmet on his head, handed him both spear and shield, and pushed him off behind Mickey. Gary knew that the elf had joined battle right behind him only a split second later. He tried to turn back and look over his shoulder, but the helmet was not properly strapped on, and it did not turn with his head. "This way!" Mickey yelled up ahead. "Don't you be fearing for Kelsey!" It was all a shadowy blur to Gary when they came out of the clearing and out of Mickey's magical light. He stumbled and crashed through many small branches, desperately trying to keep up with the nimble leprechaun. The fine armor easily deflected the weight of the blows, and Gary did finally catch up to Mickey, the leprechaun casually sitting on a low branch, peering back the way they had come. Mickey absently waved Gary by, and the frightened man stumbled on blindly, not daring to slow. Every tree seemed an ominous form. He imagined branches as sword-wielding goblin arms reaching out to cut him down. Every bush seemed a crouched demon, poised to leap up in his face and swallow him. He tried to reason through the terror. He tried to catch his breath. He tried. Mickey carefully considered his next moves. If Kelsey was too distracted to see through the deception, then the leprechaun might bring him harm. But goblins were everywhere, scrambling and shouting, and goblins could see in the dark. Kelsey might escape, Mickey surely would, but unless Mickey took some prompt action, Gary Ledger was doomed. "Tisk, tisk, trees in the mist," the leprechaun chanted, waving his hands to create the most common trick used to deter would-be leprechaun hunters. A simple illusion, but a nasty one. Every tree between Mickey and the clearing appeared to move 3 feet to the left. It didn't take Kelsey long to figure out what had happened. He saw a goblin darting to the side of him run face first into a thick oak and drop in a dizzy heap. Another goblin, a big toothy one, came straight at Kelsey, but veered to the right at the last moment and got collared by a low branch. The creature's neck snapped with a horrible crack, and it lay quite still. At that moment, Kelsey came to consider again that having a leprechaun around might not be such a bad thing. He started off on a circling route, but stopped as another goblin rebounded off yet another tree. The creature stood staring in confusion and scratching its head, and Kelsey, not worrying about fair play where goblins were concerned, promptly stuck it through the exposed ribs. Then the elf slipped into the brush, carefully picking his way past Mickey's splendid illusion. For the first time in his life, Gary Ledger truly knew fear. He heard the goblins, many goblins. They seemed to be nipping right at his heels, and now he had lost his friends. What would he do if the goblins caught up with him? He didn't know how to fight with a spear, and he could hardly move about in the armor. Gary was far beyond the area of Mickey's deception, but that hardly mattered, for he could not see in the dark anyway, particularly with his loose helmet bouncing all about his shoulders, and he could hardly think above his paralyzing terror. He hooked his shield on some brush and stumbled. He caught his balance quickly, but the jerk sent his helmet spinning right around, the eye slit facing behind him. Gary realized that he was in trouble and tried to reach up and turn the thing back right, but the continuing goblin snorts and shouts overruled his rational decision to slow down. A root tripped him up, and he lurched forward. Somehow he kept his footing, A rush of relief came over him as he stood up straight and finally maneuvered the helmet back aright, but his sigh lasted only the second it took him to register the low and thick branch directly crossing his path. Gary actually wished he hadn't turned the helmet. He would have preferred not to see it coming. He heard the dull thud and felt the sudden jolt, and the next thing he knew, he was lying on his back thinking how pretty the stars were this night. Strangely, he could still see the stars, 1,000,000 stars, even though the jolt had turned his helmet back around to cover his eyes. "Lie still and stay that way," he heard Mickey say a few moments later. Gary managed to lift his head and tilt his enormous helmet back far enough to see the leprechaun running past, slowing to mutter a few soft chants and wave his small but plump hand Gary's way. "Lie still and stay that way," Mickey said again, more forcefully, and then he disappeared into the thick brush. Gary hardly comprehended anything at that moment, until he heard the croaks and hoots and floppy footfalls and remembered the monstrous pursuit. His first instinct was to jump up and flee, but he could tell from the proximity of the hoots that the chasing goblins would surely catch him before he went very far, probably before he ever got to his feet. Mickey's words rang in his thoughts, and Gary was wise enough to understand that he had no practical choice but to put his trust in the leprechaun. He lay back flat, very still. The goblins, grouped together again, gained confidence with every step and every tree safely passed. They had gone beyond the area of Mickey's first illusion, though they had lost track of the nimble elf completely. It didn't trouble Geek and his surly friends, though, for they knew the general direction the fleeing human had taken, and there was just one footpath through the heavy brush in this area. Goblins could see in the dark, as could elves, but humans were quite helpless in a thick and gloomy forest after sunset. But it was that very night vision that betrayed the goblins again. Geek led them on wildly, hooting and beating at any hiding places in the bushes beside the trail. They skipped over roots and ducked under low branches and scrambled across one unremarkable mound. Gary, the unremarkable mound, tried hard to stifle his grunts as the goblin troop thudded over him. One goblin hooked its foot between helmet and breastplate and crashed headlong onto Gary's legs. Gary thought he was surely doomed, but the creature simply got back up, brushed imaginary dirt off its filthy tunic, and continued down the path. Then they were gone, their hoots trailing away in the distance. Gary didn't even try to stand. He lay quite still and helpless, his chest heaving as he tried futilely to calm himself. He had no idea what to do, where to go, and above everything else, he feared that his companions were surely dead or lost to him. "Get up!" came a harsh cry a moment later. Gary recognized Kelsey's voice, then heard some light footsteps, and sensed that the elf was bending over him. Kelsey's sigh reflected as much anger as sorrow. "What mighty beast did this to you, poor soul?" Kelsey moaned, staring at Gary's backwards helmet. "Twisted your neck so completely." Gary reached up to straighten the great helm, and the elf fell back in horror. "I'm all right," Gary tried to explain, finally managing to turn the cumbersome thing. "He's been stepped on, that's all," Mickey added, coming out of the underbrush to Kelsey's side. "Just a bump in the road to the stupid goblin's eyes." "Then get up," Kelsey growled, embarrassed and angry. He reached down and roughly pulled Gary back to his feet. "They'll not be gone long," Mickey remarked. "Why were they here at all?" Kelsey replied grimly. Mickey nodded, understanding where Kelsey's question was leading. Too many things seemed to be interrupting them to be explained away by coincidence. Alone, the nymph, the prince, Even the goblins could be brushed aside as one of the many dangers of undertaking such a journey, but together, those ingredients added up to a conspiracy. "And who might be talking to them all?" Mickey asked. "To who?" Gary asked, trying to get included in the vague conversation. "Who has the ear of kings and goblins alike?" Mickey went on, ignoring Gary. "And who in the world might be making any suggestions to Leshaya?" Kelsey didn't need to respond, for they both knew that there was only one possible solution to Mickey's questions. "Then you've got your answers," Mickey snarled, suddenly gruff and dark. Gary looked at the leprechaun curiously, never having seen this side of the normally cheery sprite. Still, Kelsey said nothing. He led them off silently to find a new place to camp. They settled under the low-hanging boughs of a huge pine tree, quite removed from the forest outside. Despite the relative safety, though, neither Kelsey nor Mickey grew at ease. Mickey called up a tiny spot of light and took out the book. But Kelsey was on him in a blink. "Dispel it!" the elf commanded, in a soft but harsh whisper. "It cannot be seen outside the branches," Mickey argued. "You mean to sit here in the dark?" He looked over to Gary. "Sure, and that one would not get through the night without hurting himself." Gary was more concerned with the tension in Kelsey's face than with Mickey's words. The elf seemed barely able to respond. The lines of his angular face creased under the strain of his clenched jaw. He looked at Gary and started to speak, but his golden eyes widened, and he grinned weirdly, shaking his head. "Just a bit of reading?" Mickey asked, realizing what Kelsey had noticed, and hoping the humorous sight, muddy goblin-sized footprints running down the front of Gary's armor, would bring some much-needed relief. Kelsey moved to the natural wall, pushed aside some branches, and peered out through the tangle. Mickey took that as permission, and he quickly popped his pipe in his mouth and found his place in the book. Gary wanted to talk to the leprechaun, or to Kelsey, to find out what they had decided concerning this unknown conspiracy, but he dared not say anything as the night deepened. He sat down against the tree trunk and tried to get as comfortable as possible, though he now knew better than to take off anything more than his helmet. He hoped that he would find sleep again, and hoped that this time it would bring him back awake, in his proper place. He didn't believe it, though. Whatever this was, insanity, death, or perhaps a wild but very real journey, Gary was now fully convinced that it was not a dream. He had just begun to nod off when Kelsey prodded him. Looking up into the elf's stern visage, Gary at first wondered what he had done wrong this time. "You take this," Kelsey explained, handing Gary the long leather case that held the legendary spear. Kelsey untied it at one end and slid out the marvelous weapon. It was pitch black, shaft and head, and even in the dim light, its polished tip gleamed as though it held some inner brooding light. Gary couldn't pull his gaze from that crafted spearhead. Its basic shape was triangular, as long and nearly as thick as his forearm. Small barbs ran along the edges of the front tip, and the back 2 points were elongated and curled up towards the front. Runes, ancient and wonderfully crafted with swirling images of noble warriors and fearsome beasts, canvassed the black metal of the head and shaft. "When it is forged whole, it will stand half again your height," Kelsey said. He gave the bared weapon to Gary to let the man feel the strength of its iron. Gary grasped it tightly. It appeared as though it would weigh 100 pounds, but when Kelsey let go, Gary found it to be surprisingly light and incredibly balanced. Gary felt as though he could heave the thing 100 yards. "The magic," Kelsey explained, understanding Gary's confused expression. For perhaps the first time since he had met Gary, the elf truly smiled. He took the weapon, slid it back into its case, and retied the end. "You want me to carry it?" Gary asked him. "Our trials are not ended," Kelsey replied. "Even if we elude the goblins, I know now that there will be other dangers along our path. I remain dedicated to my quest, but on my word, I must keep safe the artifacts of King Cedric. If the goblins fall upon us, I will lead them away. You must then get the spear and armor back to Baron Pwyll." There was no compromise in Kelsey's tone. "Give me your word of honor," he demanded. Gary nodded, and Kelsey walked away. Gary was glad that Kelsey had entrusted him with so important a task, but the elf's uncharacteristic behavior only made him more uncomfortable with the events at hand. Something very dangerous was going on around him, something that even his new friends, who seemed so superior, greatly feared. Mickey did not alleviate Gary's concerns a moment later when the leprechaun threw the hobbit off of Gary's chest and gave a resounding, "Ah, pooh!" "What's the matter?" Gary asked, scooping up the book. "Calling himself a historian, is your J.R.R. Tolkien fellow?" Mickey asked incredulously. "And what a pretentious sort to be calling himself by his initials like that, afraid to use his whole name." "What?" was all that Gary could sputter. "Read the folded page," Mickey replied. Gary found the mark easily enough, but he could hardly read the flowing runes that Mickey had placed where the typeset had once been. "Sunlight turning trolls to stone," Mickey spouted, seeing Gary at a loss. "Bag o' blarney. Every fool's knowing that to be a rumour started by the trolls alone. They're the ones carving troll statues, making people think it's trolls turned by sunlight. How many stupid travellers have turned back on the trolls chasing them, pointing a finger and laughing when the sun peeked over the rim? How many stupid travellers then found themselves stuffed into a troll's hungry mouth?" "What the hell are you talking about?" Gary cried. Kelsey jumped in between them, his flashing eyes reminding them that silence was their ally. Mickey waved his hand furiously, his magic pulling the hobbit from Gary's grasp and levitating it back to his waiting hand. "Mr. J.R.R. Tolkien, historian," he muttered sarcastically. "How many stupid travellers will get eaten after reading your bag of blarney?" Gary just looked at Kelsey and smiled sheepishly. The nervous elf did not smile back. 7. Wet with blood. The three unlikely companions ate a meal of berries and bread and started off just before dawn, Kelsey leading them through the tangle of underbrush far from the main road. Both the elf and the leprechaun covered the rough ground with little trouble and not much more than an occasional rustle, but Gary, in his heavy armor, stumbled and crashed with every step, broke apart branches, and committed wholesale slaughter on the many unfortunate plants in his path. "We'd best get him to the road," Mickey said, after only a short while. "The goblins may be watching the road," Kelsey answered grimly. "Better that the goblins kill him than he kills himself," Mickey retorted. "Besides, with the clamour that one's making, all the wood'll know of our passing." Kelsey gave Gary yet another of his increasingly common derisive stares. Gary wanted to argue back, to ensure the elf that he could make it through, but unfortunately he picked that moment to hook his toe on yet another snag. Down he went, heavily and noisily, and the exasperated elf announced, before he even bothered to pick Gary up, that the road seemed the safer course. For all of his wounded pride, Gary did have a better time with the flat road than the thicket, though the day grew hot, particularly so under the thick padding of the armor. Gary had thought that his body was getting used to the weight, that, except for the heat, he was actually beginning to feel somewhat comfortable in the stuff. But a short while later, He came to believe that the armor felt even heavier and less balanced than it had the day before. Gary didn't understand the change until Mickey abruptly appeared, comfortably perched on his shoulder. "You've been sitting there all along," Gary accused him. "You did not even notice," Mickey replied. "I weigh but a pittance next to that armor you carry. If I'd stayed invisible, you'd have carried me all the way to Divergamal without a word of complaint." "Divergamal?" The strange word deflected Gary's ire. "Voice of the Dwarf," Mickey explained. "A name given to the stony mountainsides where we'll find the Boulder folk, the dwarfs." Gary considered the revelations for a moment, wondering if he had heard those curious names somewhere back in his own world. "Well, why didn't you stay invisible?" he scolded Mickey, half-heartedly trying to push the bothersome leprechaun from his shoulder, a quite impossible feat given Mickey's uncanny agility and the restricting shoulder plates of Gary's armor. "I've some reading to do," Mickey answered calmly, and he produced The Hobbit. "Can't do that when me and the book are invisible now, can I?" Gary was seriously considering diving sidelong to the ground just to annoy the annoying leprechaun, but Kelsey turned back on them suddenly, ferociously. "Silence!" the elf commanded, in hushed but very firm tones. "We walk in dangerous—" Kelsey paused suddenly, and Gary could see the elf's fine muscles tighten. In a moment too swift for Gary to follow, Kelsey snapped his sword from its scabbard and leaped straight up, leading with his deadly blade. There came a squeak from a thick-leafed branch overhanging the road. Then a goblin tumbled from the thicket to land dead at Kelsey's feet. Gary felt a jolt on his side and looked down to see a crude arrow lying on the ground. Its tip snapped from the impact against his metal armor. "Mickey?" he started to say, but the leprechaun was not to be seen, nor to be felt. Hoots and shouts went up all about the sides of the road, and the goblins were upon them. For all that he had been forewarned about Kelsey's battle prowess, Gary could not have imagined anything as precise and perfect as the elf lord's movements. Kelsey danced a ballet, silent except for the swish of his fine sword and the screams of those enemies he encountered. A large and fat goblin came upon the elf first, wrapping him in a bear hug from behind. As if he had anticipated the move, Kelsey struck his sword arm far out in front, keeping it from the cumbersome creature's grasp. The sword dipped through the elf's legs and came slicing up between the goblin's legs. The monster let go, right away. From across the road in front of the elf, two goblins charged out, holding a net between them. Kelsey crouched low and let them get right near to him, then leaped straight up, planting his feet atop the net and driving it down beneath him. The overbalanced goblins lurched helplessly, and Kelsey's sword flashed left, then right. The gleaming silver blade appeared crimson now, and two more goblins crumpled. So entranced by the spectacle in front of him, Gary hardly understood his own peril. He could not outrun the goblins, could not even hope to make it to the side of the road and hide in the underbrush. An arrow banked off the side of his helmet. He spun quickly to the side, though his loose-fitting helmet did not. Still, he saw enough to be afraid, for the goblin archer was now charging him, screaming wildly and holding a spiked club high above its gruesome head. Something nicked Gary on the other side of the head, straightening his helmet as it flew by, and Gary registered the scene clearly as the heavy rock soared past him, crashing right into the charging goblin's face. The monster's head snapped back with a loud cracking noise, and it dropped straight to the ground. "Oh, good shootin'!" Gary heard Mickey congratulate himself from somewhere behind. Three more goblins had surrounded Kelsey, coming at the skilled elf in measured, defensive strides. Time favored the goblins, for they had many allies lying in wait along this entire area, and hoots and cries echoed from every direction as more of the filthy creatures rushed to join the fight. "Run!" Kelsey commanded Gary.
Back to Dilnamara!
Then the elf charged his three opponents, quickly reversed direction, and broke free, scampering back towards Gary. Gary turned and lumbered away, wondering what in the world he would do when Kelsey and the goblins overtook him. But Kelsey had other ideas. He had almost caught up to Gary and had purposely allowed the goblins to keep pace, when he wheeled about suddenly and threw himself into the goblins' midst. The startled creatures hadn't even leveled their spears, and they would never get the chance. A shield smashed down the one on Kelsey's left. He thrust out to the right with his sword, catching another monster cleanly in the throat, then buried the third in a tight embrace and bore it to the ground. Other goblins were coming out of the brush, but they were all farther up ahead on the road. The trap had been sprung too quickly before the companions had gotten past the first ranks of creatures, leaving Gary a clear path back the way he and his companions had come. And Gary did run, as best as he could, and it took him a long moment to wonder why Kelsey hadn't sprinted by. He dared to stop and turn, and he saw the elf struggling in the dirt with one foe, another dazed goblin nearby trying to pick himself up, and a dozen more monsters charging down the road. "Keep running!" Mickey cried from the brush to the side. "You can do nothing for him, lad, but to save the precious items." Gary cared nothing for the armor, or even for the legendary spear that seemed so valuable to the people of the land. His gaze focused only on Kelsey, not yet truly a friend, perhaps, but one who had selflessly thrown himself back on the goblins so that Gary could escape. Gary had never considered himself overly brave, and he most assuredly was scared to death at that brutal moment, but he could not leave Kelsey to such a fate. He hoisted his spear for a desperate throw. "Do not throw it," rang a voice in his head. "What weapon will thee fight with when the spear is loosed?" Not about to take the time to argue, Gary leveled the spear and charged, a primal scream that was as much terror as anger erupting from his lips. The dazed goblin to Kelsey's left started for the struggling elf, then saw Gary coming and hooted in glee, abruptly changing its course. "Now what?" Gary moaned, and he tried to veer to the side, but stumbled instead and crashed heavily against a thick tree. As soon as he righted himself, he hoisted the spear again, desperate to stop the charging monster. "Do not throw it," came that inner voice again. "Then what?" Gary answered silently. "Take it up and fight with it," implored the voice. Gary braced the spear against the side of his heavy shield and wondered how he might maneuver the weapon well enough with one hand to possibly defeat the goblin. The monster was almost on him. Gary could see the saliva dripping over its thick bottom lip from between its pointy yellow teeth. "Not like that!" screamed the inner voice. Gary's helpless frustration apparently sufficed as an answer, for the voice quickly explained. "Against the tree," it said calmly. "Brace the spear's butt end against the tree." Gary considered the words. He was out of time. The goblin was upon him. "Now!" cried the voice. Gary didn't even think about his movements as he followed the undeniable command. The goblin foolishly barreled in, its own spear leading. Gary's weapon caught fast on the tree. His shield deflected the goblin's spear up high and to the side. Then the monster was up against him, its breath hot and smelly in his face, its bulbous, vein-streaked eyes boring into his. Geek led the goblin charge down the road. The elf was gaining an upper hand in his struggles, but the goblin knew that even if the elf won, he could never recover in time to escape the approaching horde. The plan seemed so beautifully executed. Wouldn't Lady Caridwen be thrilled? Suddenly the road was fully blocked by a huge spider web. Geek shrieked. Even goblins are terrified of the merciless giant spiders. dropped his spear, and covered up, plunging headlong into the tangle. Those others up in front shared similar fates, and the trailing goblins halted their charge and looked about in confusion. Kelsey finally got atop the goblin, pinning its spear with his shield. He pushed free of the creature's stubborn grasp, getting into a kneeling position, and put his sword in line. The doomed goblin whined and frantically threw its arm across its face. Kelsey's fine sword dove right through the arm and right through the face. Kelsey looked up the road, expecting to be overwhelmed. What he saw instead brought a smile to his dirtied lips. A dozen goblins thrashed and rolled, caught fast by an illusionary web. A score more stood behind, jostling each other and scratching their fat heads. Then Kelsey heard a horn back behind him, and the thunder of hoofbeats rolling down the road. "The web'll not fool them for long," Mickey whispered from the side. "We should be going." The creature's mouth opened wide in a silent, agonized scream. Staring into its gaping, yellow-toothed maw, Gary feared that it meant to bite him. The goblin's features contorted weirdly. A few sudden convulsions brought some blood out of its mouth. Then Gary truly understood. He still held his spear out straight, and the goblin's heaving tummy was right against that hand. "Oh, my God," Gary muttered, without thinking. The goblin jerked, showering Gary in blood, then went limp. Gary let go of the spear, watching mesmerized as the dead thing toppled to the side, the front half of his spear protruding from the creature's back, covered in blood and gore and entrails. The young man stood very still for a long moment, not even remembering to breathe. "Well done, goodly young sprout," congratulated that voice in his head. But Gary wanted no applause, didn't feel a hero, didn't feel anything except sick to his stomach. He put his head in his sweaty hands and tried to find the strength to retrieve his stained weapon. The sound of approaching riders brought him back to the situation at hand. A score of armored knights charged down the road, banners waving and lances leveled. Gary forgot his horror for a brief moment and thought their salvation at hand. He lifted his arm and hailed loudly through the growing tumult. Something crashed heavily into his back, and the surrounding brush seemed to rush up and catch him. His first thoughts were that a goblin had tackled him, but the hand that came up under his chin was not gnarly and scratchy, like a goblin's, but delicate, though strong. "What?" he started to ask, but found his head jerked back roughly, and a fine-edged, blood-stained sword came in against his exposed neck. "Silence," Kelsey whispered into his ear, but the command seemed hardly necessary with the elf's blade scraping a clear warning against Gary's throat. "Prince Geldian," Mickey added. "Me thinkings that it should be a fair fight." The leprechaun looked back down the road at the goblins and blinked his eyes. The creatures stopped their thrashing as the illusionary web disappeared, and they gave it no more thought as the new nemesis, Prince Geldian and his guard, charged into them. The first moments of battle went all the knight's way. Lances struck home and horses trampled helpless, sprawling goblins. But many more of the monsters were still filtering out of the woods to join the battle, and soon the prince and his company found themselves tangled in a mire of goblin flesh. One rider was borne down under the weight of a dozen creatures, and he and his horse were swallowed up before they even settled to the ground. "We have to help them," Gary cried, and he struggled against Kelsey's loosened grip. Kelsey slapped him on the back of the helmet and put his full weight over Gary to hold him down. "Whoever wins would indeed be pleased to see us so easily delivered," the elf said grimly. "The riders came for us?" "It would seem so, lad," Mickey answered. "What other business would Prince Geldian have on the eastern road? It's no secret in Dilnamara that we meant to go to the mountains." Out on the road, the goblin press continued, but the knights were skilled fighters and seemed to be more than holding their own. "We should be on our way," Kelsey commented. "The goblins could flee at any time, and if the prince fathoms that we are in the area, we'll not have an easy time escaping." He crawled off Gary's back and, still crawling, led Gary deeper into the underbrush. Soon they were up and trotting at a cautious pace, holding east and paralleling the road, but deep within the concealing shadows of the thick woods. "I'm thinking that your chosen quest might take a bit of doing," Mickey remarked, after the sounds of the continuing battle at last faded far behind them. "You've got enemies coming at you from both sides, it'd seem. Why would the prince—" Gary started to ask, but Kelsey cut him short. "Both seek similar results, I would agree," the elf answered Mickey, "but they do not work in unison. That is our hope." "Aye," Mickey replied. "One hand tangled the other." "What are you talking about?" Gary demanded. "And why would the prince—" "It is of no concern to you," Kelsey interrupted once again. "If someone's trying to kill me, I consider it my business," Gary replied, as forcefully as he had ever spoken to the grim elf. Unexpectedly, Kelsey did not scold him, or even flash him a threatening glare. "You did well in the battle," the elf said sincerely. "Your bravery surprised me, as did your skill in handling the spear." Gary shrugged, a bit embarrassed. "Thank Mickey," he explained. "He talked me through the whole fight." Kelsey's look to the leprechaun was no less confused than the leprechaun's own expression. "Did I, then?" Mickey asked curiously. "Well, you helped anyway," Gary replied, but his own face twisted in confusion as he came to realize that his guess was not correct. "It's curious that your accent changed when you communicated telepathically," Gary went on, trying to resolve the situation logically. "I never thought about it before, but I guess it makes sense. We all think the same way, even if we talk differently. And I didn't really hear words. I heard thoughts, if that makes any sense." Mickey took a long draw on his pipe and nodded to Kelsey. "It wasn't me in your head," the leprechaun explained to Gary. "When did these inner voices begin?" Kelsey asked. "Only at the battle," Gary replied, now growing concerned. "And what do you carry on your back?" "Just the spear." Gary fumbled around to grasp the leather case, pulling it in front of him. "This thing talks?" he asked, his voice only a whisper. "Thing?" rang a perturbed voice in his head. "Of course it cannot talk," Mickey explained, "but its magic is strong, among the strongest in all the land." "Sentient?" Gary reasoned. "Aye, to its possessor," answered Mickey. "And you'd be wise to listen to it carefully. That spear's seen more battle than the rest of us." Gary sent the leather pack swinging back around him, as though he was afraid of the thing. "Be glad," Kelsey said to him. "You have an ally now who will aid you greatly in the trials ahead." A horn blew back down the road, once and then again, and Kelsey spun about. "And the trail's behind," the elf added grimly. "The prince has won," Mickey remarked. "No goblin'd blow a note so clear." "Then we must hope that Geldian has suffered too many losses to continue his pursuit," said Kelsey. "Cowtangle will soon end, and the land between the wood and the mountains is clear." An image of running across hedge-lined fields came into Gary's thoughts, with himself stumbling and struggling to get over each barrier, while the great armored knights pursuing him easily jumped their steeds along. Surely this adventure had taken on the dressings of a nightmare, with Gary running slowly, too slowly, to outdistance his determined pursuers. They came out of Cowtangle Wood a short time later, as Kelsey had predicted. The mountains towered much closer now, seeming far less than the 5 days away Kelsey had claimed them to be when he had first discovered the goblin tracks. But as the day moved on, Gary understood the illusion. The ground was uneven here, rolling up and down regularly, and often at a steep pitch, and after 4 hours of walking, the mountains seemed no closer than they had when Gary had first exited the woods. Kelsey veered north from the road then, explaining that he had no desire to go near to the town of Braemar. "Probably find more traps waiting for us there." Mickey readily agreed. They came to the bank of a river, running swiftly westwards from the mountains a short while later. "The River Oustle," Mickey explained. "It'll take us right near to Divergamal, though we'll get away from it before we get there, I expect, to keep around the town of Drochet." Kelsey nodded at the leprechaun's reasoning. Though this was no road, they made good time, and no evident pursuit, goblin or knight, came down the trail behind them. Geek stumbled out of Cowtangle Wood to the southwest, a region of thick mosses and steamy bogs. Not many of his band remained alive, the goblin knew. Perhaps he was the only one. He plopped down on a patch of moss and put his pointy chin in his rough hands.
"Drat the luck,"
he muttered. He hadn't even considered yet what he might tell Lady Corydwin, who was sure to be none too pleased.
"Drat the luck,"
the goblin spat again.
"Stupid princess."
He heard a rustle to the side and jumped to the ready, thinking the knights had found him. He saw nothing, though, and figured it to be just the wind in the birch trees. When he turned back, he nearly swooned. A shimmering blue and white light hovered over the ground he had just been sitting upon, gradually taking shape. Geek gulped, audibly, recognizing the spectacle. Lady Corydwin stood before him. "Dear Geek," the sorceress began, her voice sounding as a cat's purr. "Do tell me what happened. Who has harmed my dear Geek?"
"Mens,"
Geek replied.
"Many mens. Prince's mens. What does they be doing in the wood?"
"Perhaps," Corydwin replied, pursing her lips, her flashing eyes staring far away. "Perhaps they were working for me." Her glare fell with full force over the now trembling Geek. "Perhaps they were doing as I instructed, instead of interfering."
"Geek did it for Lady,"
the goblin whined, falling to his knees and slobbering wet kisses all over Corydwin's delicate hand. The sorceress pulled away, revolted. "Why were you here?" she asked calmly.
"Geek catches elf and kills his man," the goblin sputtered. "For Lady. Geek take armor. For Lady."
"Did Lady tell Geek to do this?" Corydwin prompted calmly. The goblin shook his head.
"Geek thinks."
"Did Lady tell Geek to think?" Cerridwen asked, her voice louder, revealing some of her anger. The goblin found no reply. Corydwin stepped back and drew out a thin wand from her sleeve.
"Lady!"
Geek pleaded, and then he said no more, for frogs have little command of the common language. Corydwin walked over and casually picked up the pitiful creature. She moved to toss him into a nearby pool, then reconsidered and started away, petting Geek and casually promising him all sorts of adventure. The merciless sorceress carried the goblin frog to the other side of the small swamp, to a place where she knew a fat snake made its home. 8. Divergamal. They traveled easily over the next couple of days, though Kelsey set a swift pace and only stopped for camp long after sunset, and had them on the trail again before the dawn. After the Battle of Cowtangle Wood, Gary offered no arguments against the elf's haste. Mickey, of course, kept up his steady stream of under-the-breath remarks every step of the way. The journey to the foothills crossed rolling, but not broken land, and after the initial soreness of the unfamiliar armor had worn off, Gary found that he could get along quite well in the bulky suit. Then they came to Divergamal. Sheer and jagged, bare and bony hard, the mountains seemed a barrier that no man could hope to pass. Cliffs rose up 1,000 feet, gullies beyond them dropped 1,000 more than that, and all the way seemed a confusing crisscross of narrow and perilous trails. Kelsey seemed confident enough of his steps as he found a path and started up. Mickey, just a leprechaun's stride behind, never even took his eyes off the hobbit. Truly, Gary felt embarrassed at his own fears, and that gave him the courage to fall in line. Each step out, crossing deep ravines, winding along the sides of mountains, did little to bolster his confidence, though, and he continually found himself wondering how much a suit of mail might cushion so long a fall. Where Kelsey skipped, Mickey rambled absently, and Gary crawled. Short climbs which the elf took with a single leap, grab, and twist, and Mickey by simply floating up. Gary had to be threatened, then hauled and levitated just to get over. And all the while for poor Gary loomed death-promising drops that grew ever deeper as the small troop wound its way ever higher into Divergamal. Sometimes their trail was open to both sides, sheer drops left and right. Other times they disappeared into impossibly narrow crevices, 20 feet deep and barely a few feet wide, and bordered by high walls of sharp stone. The first night in the mountains, they camped out in the open, for lack of choice, on the side of a mountain where the ledge was at its widest, and this being only about 5 feet. The stiff wind bit at them, foiled any fire-making attempts, and threatened to push them over the edge if they did not take care. When the sky mercifully lightened and Kelsey led them off, Gary's eyes showed the dark rings of a sleepless night. "Set the pace a mite slower this day," Mickey bade Kelsey, seeing Gary's condition. "Weary's not the way for crossing Divergamal." Kelsey looked back at Gary and huffed loudly. "The journey is hard," the elf scolded sternly. "Why did you not sleep?" A helpless expression crossed Gary's face. "He's not used to such heights," the leprechaun answered for him. "Be easy on the lad. You've asked a lot of him these past days, and he's answered you with little complaint." Kelsey huffed again and started off, but he did keep the pace easier. The large raven spotted the troop later that day, and marked their surprising progress with some concern. Leshaya, Geldian, and Geek had all failed her, and now Ceridwen, in her black feathered form, had to find another obstacle to throw in Kelsey's path. She knew Kelsey's destination, and her growing respect for the resourceful elf only heightened her fears that he might get past the next expected barriers. Dwarf echoes, hurled boulders, and water slicks. "But how far will you get if the Belder folk know that you mean to steal Gino?" the raven crackled. "And where will Kelsey turn if Gino is no more?" Several devious options crossed Ceridwen's thoughts as she sped through the mountain updrafts and began her own search for the reclusive dwarfs. "We'll have no more talking from here on in," Mickey whispered to Gary as they crossed one high and sharp ridge. "The mountains have ears all about us, more foe than friend." The leprechaun put a stubby finger over his pursed lips, gave Gary a wink, and skittered up ahead, back in line between Gary and Kelsey. Long shadows marked the jagged mountains as scattered dark clouds swept along on the wind overhead, or sometimes below. Peaks disappeared in a veil of gray. Crevices and jutting outcroppings cut sharply from every angle, and rivulets of water from the morning rains and morning mists slipped down every mountainside, some dark under ominous clouds, others glittering in sunlight, skipping easily across the stones. Gary wondered what power had shaped this region, what force had so blasted and torn the earth. He had viewed this scene in his imagination, and in the illustrations of imaginative artists before, while reading books of prehistory, of the violent upheaval that split the continents and raised the mountains. The preternatural edges of stone before the eons of wind and water beat it down and tamed it. And the primordial, majestic scene spread out all about him, coupled with the interspersed sunlight and Mickey's warning, added greatly to the out-of-place human's trepidation. How insignificant he seemed beside the cliffs of Divergamal. Gary bent low to the rock along the narrow trail, feeling a strength in the land itself that could blot him out in the blink of an eye. What creatures might call this land home, he wondered, imagining beasts of incredible might crouched behind every stone, or watching from nearby ledges. His fears slowed him, and by the time he bothered to notice, Mickey and Kelsey were far ahead, turning a bend that would put them out of sight. "Wait up!" Gary called, forgetting the leprechaun's words. "Wait up!" came a response from the side. "Up!" replied another distant stone. "Up! Up! 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 Up!" Gary looked all about, startled and confused by the suddenness of the echoes and the change in their inflection. "I told you to hold your words!" Mickey scolded, spinning about. "Words! Words! 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 The echoes grumbled back, resonating through every valley. Kelsey and Mickey scrambled back to join Gary. "What is it?" Gary whispered harshly, seeing from his companion's expression that these were indeed more than ordinary echoes. "It," the hidden voices replied. It. "Divergamal," Mickey said under his breath. "Voice of the dwarfs. They're playing with us, as they do with all who speak in their mountains." His voice had risen as he talked, and the echoes took up a responsive chant. "Ah, shut your mouths!" Mickey shouted. "Shut your mouths! Your mouths! Shut them good! Your mouths!" "Shut them good?" Gary asked incredulously. "Dwarfs like to put their own thoughts in," Mickey explained dryly. "Come along, then," Kelsey interjected, "and keep silent, or they will follow our every move." "Yes, do come," answered the echoes that were not echoes. "And keep silent, 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 shh." Gary's trepidations only increased, but this time he worked much harder to keep close behind Kelsey and Mickey. Down a deep ravine, amidst a tumble of boulders, the dwarven mimickers congratulated themselves.
"A bit of fun, that."
Dvalin, the chiseled dwarf with wild black hair atop his thick head, but not a bit of fuzz on his cheeks and chin, chuckled to his brother Durin, an ancient specimen, gray-haired and with a beard long enough to tuck into his boots if he so chose. Both dwarfs were overjoyed to hear the passage of strangers in the mountains. It was their month to guard the passes, a normally tedious duty, and playing the Echoes game with a passing troop came as a most welcomed diversion.
"If they keep to the high ridges, we will catch them again crossing the north side,"
Dvalin reasoned, rubbing his stony, stubby hands together, which produced a rocky, grating sound.
"And if they turn down low, their path will bring them right past us,"
added Durin, adjusting his wide belt to straighten his beard.
"Perhaps we should gather some of the others. Dog-tail their every step,"
Dvalin finished, thinking the idea positively grand. Dvalin turned to leave, but stopped abruptly as a large raven flopped down to land on a rock only a foot from his prominent nose. Both startled dwarfs hooted and rushed about, bumping into each other and into boulders, both types of collision making similar sounds, grabbing wildly for their belted weapons. Mattock for Durin, axe for Dvalin. "Boulders!" howled Durin a moment later, regaining his wits and adjusting his belt once more.
"It's only a bird."
"Only a bird, indeed," Ceridwen retorted sharply, sending the dwarfs into another bouncing dance.
"Brother,"
Dvalin began very slowly, fingering his small but wicked-looking axe.
"did that bird speak to us?"
"You have never met a talking raven?" Ceridwen asked, cocking her little black head. "The memories of dwarfs are not so long as the tales tell."
"Talking ravens?"
The brothers howled at each other, and then the stones rumbled their cry again, and again, in true echo.
"A thousand pardons,"
Durin answered, dipping into a bow that dragged his long silver beard on the ground.
"None of your race has been seen in Tvergamal in a grandfather dwarf's memory,"
added Dvalin, similarly dipping impossibly low. "Well, one has been seen now," Ceridwen said, a bit more sharply than she intended. "One has come to tell you to where the elf, the man, and the sprite you so gladly taunt. The elf most of all. His name is Kelsen Elenelviel."
"Elves have such stupid names,"
Durin remarked dryly. "And he has come in search of a smith," Ceridwen finished.
No,
replied Dvalin.
"We cannot have that. Not for an elf, not at any price."
"He does not mean to pay," Ceridwen explained. "He means to steal. And the smith he has in mind—"
"Gino!"
The dwarfs hooted together, and they hopped about, rebounding around the boulder tumble until they finally popped free of it.
"We shall see,"
insisted Dvalin.
"And thank you, O great speaking raven,"
added Durin, dipping another low bow as he rolled away. Ceridwen watched them disappear into the shadows, then flew off to further ensure her success. Kelsey pulled up in a shallow cave a short while later, sheltered, he hoped, from the eyes and ears of the mountains.
"We are close,"
the elf announced when Mickey and Gary entered. "I have seen the dwarf sign." "Dwarf sign?" Gary had to ask. "Scrapings on the stone," Mickey explained. "I never did meet a dwarf who could pass a good piece of stone without taking a taste of it." This time, Gary kept his question to himself.
"They know we are about."
Kelsey went on. Then he paused and looked at Gary, as though he expected Gary to interrupt once again. "Since one of us chose to reveal our whereabouts." He finished a moment later, his golden eyes boring into the bumbling human. "But travelers are not uncommon in Tvergamal, and most go to all lengths to keep clear of the dwarfs." "They'll not be expecting us," Mickey put in. "No wise folk could go looking for them." Kelsey's unrelenting glare settled on the leprechaun. He pulled a parchment, a map, from a pocket in his cloak, and spread it on the floor. "We are here," he explained, pointing to one of many mountains on the scroll. They all seemed quite unremarkable to Gary, but he didn't question Kelsey's proclamation. Kelsey moved his finger a short distance across the map. "Here lies the Firth of Boulder, the falls," he said. "And here, too, somewhere, we shall find Gino Hammerthrower." "Somewhere?" Gary dared to ask. "How will you know for certain?" Kelsey didn't blink for a long, long while. He replaced the map and headed toward the cave entrance. "Come," he bade his companions. "We must get to the smith and back out again before the shadows engulf the mountains. I do not wish to be in the region after sunset while holding a captive. What happens if we come across some dwarfs other than this Gino? Gary asked Mickey, before the leprechaun could scamper after Kelsey. I told you before, Mickey replied grimly. Elves and dwarfs don't get on well. The three had barely gotten back to the open trail when a growling rumble shook the mountainside. It came from within the stony ground, yet it rolled as loudly as a thunderstroke. Kelsey and Mickey exchanged concerned glances, but the elf pressed ahead, picking up the pace. They were terribly exposed now, traversing the top ridge of a double-peaked mountain. A second trail broke off from the first, diving down between twin peaks. Kelsey considered the course for just a moment, then plunged ahead, thinking the lower trails safer. He had only gone a dozen long strides, though, when the ground opened up suddenly before his lead foot. Like an animal maw, the earth snapped shut. Kelsey's uncanny agility saved him, for though he was startled by the sudden break, he managed to twist around to the side to stay his momentum. The earthen mouth opened again and snapped shut, like some angry child straining to reach a morsel that had dropped to his chin. Might they know why we're here? Mickey asked. Kelsey didn't answer. He rushed around the snapping maw and down the path, drawing his sword and muttering with every step. Come along, lad, Mickey coaxed, and don't you get too close to the mouth. Gary watched the snapping earth for some time before he mustered the courage to continue. He couldn't imagine any power that could bring the ground to life like that, and he suspected the maw to be an illusion. His suspicions, however, did not give him the courage to march across the opening and prove his theory. As they continued on, Gary tried his best to keep up, but in the heavy armor he was no match for Kelsey's frantic strides. Worse than his fears of separation, Gary now heard his clanking and thumping echoing back at him from every direction. And he was certain that those echoes were not from any natural formations. He thought he heard giggling from one side, but all that he saw there was a broken cluster of fallen boulders. He shook his head, telling himself that it was just his imagination. Then, one of the boulders rose off the ground. Mickey! Gary's yell came just in time. The boulder went soaring through the air, and would surely have smashed in the back of Kelsey's head, but the leprechaun spun around and pointed a finger at the approaching rock, countering the magic and holding it still in mid-air. Run on! Kelsey ordered, and he rushed away. More boulders shuddered, as if to life, then rose up, and the three companions scrambled furiously to find some cover, or simply to get out of range. Gary felt better this time when Mickey appeared perched on his shoulder. Keep going, lad, the leprechaun prodded, waving one finger about in the air. I'll catch any that's coming from behind. To Gary's dismay, they were soon back on an exposed ledge, with a deep gorge to their left. The ground sloped more gradually to Gary's right, and he considered running down that way. But Mickey, apparently understanding Gary's thoughts, told him to keep in line behind Kelsey and trust in the elf's judgment. Soon, they heard a dull, continuous roar, and then the perpetual mist from the towering waterfalls, the Firth of Bulder, came into sight, not so far to the left of the fairly straight trail. Gary didn't dare look behind him. He could tell from Mickey's grumbling and wild, jerking movements that flying rocks were still in pursuit. Up ahead, Kelsey stopped suddenly and whacked his fine sword against a boulder on the side of the trail. Gary didn't understand until he got up close enough to see that the rock had reached out an arm to grab at the passing elf. Dwarf magic, Mickey muttered, then yelled, Duck, lad! Gary lurched forward and stumbled, unable to break his weighted momentum. The boulder shot by him, a near miss, then continued on to slam heavily into the rock holding Kelsey. Both stones split apart, and the shocking jolt sent the elf sprawling to the ground. Gary lumbered by, fighting for his balance, reaching for the drowned elf. Another rock skipped alongside him, clipping his shin. The earth roared and trembled, and Mickey tumbled from Gary's shoulder. "Kelsey!" Gary called, and he finally skidded to a halt on the edge of the trail. He turned about to regard his elven companion, then found his own troubles as the rocks broke away under his feet. "Catch him!" he heard Kelsey yell to Mickey, but the leprechaun, already holding 2 large stones motionless in the air, had no magic left for Gary. The air rushed past him, his shield twisted painfully behind him, holding hostage his strapped arm. He felt the fine mist as he descended below the level of the waterfalls, several streams of water eagerly rushing and diving over the ledge. That horrible moment did not feel like any dream to Gary Ledger. The blur, the rush of air was too real. He knew that he would not awaken safely in his own bed. The continuous thunder of the Firth of Boulder drowned out his pitiful screams. And then he hit with force enough to rattle every bone in his body, in a pool protected from the tumult of the falls by a rock jetty. Everything seemed to move in slow motion as Gary floundered, not comprehending which way was up. His helmed head clanked against rocks. The current, the aches, and the weight of his armor fought against his every move. Then his foot hooked on a chunk of stone, and his momentum, as he rolled his body back over the leg, brought his head and shoulders clear of the cold water. Gary gasped and sputtered as the water drained from his helmet. He kept enough wits about him to throw his shield arm over some nearby rocks, hooking the bulky item securely. He hung there for what seemed like many minutes, finally dragging himself half out of the pool, getting enough of his weight onto the rocks to keep him from sliding back in at least. He could hear nothing above the thunderous falls, could feel nothing beyond the hard stone and the chilling bite of the water, and his long wet hair hung in his eyes. Somehow he managed to get a numbed finger into the helmet's eye slit and brush the hair aside. And then he glimpsed a wondrous sight indeed. All about him, the water cascaded down the 100-foot cliff face in dozens of separate falls, barely visible through the perpetual mist. Huge chunks of rock stuck up out of the basin pools, stubborn sentinels against the relentless onslaught, defying the pounding water. In this basin, many of the mountain streams created by the seasonal melt came together, collecting below the falls to form the birthplace of the river Austla. From the angle where he was lying, Gary could also see behind the largest of the falls. Instead of the expected stone wall, though, there loomed a cave, lighted within from the blazing fire of an open hearth. Gary struggled a bit to the side to get a better view. There was a table in the little room, with an empty platter and a large flagon atop it, and a bench filled with iron-working tools, tongs, hammers, and the like. The single occupant, bandy-legged but broad-shouldered, stood before the hearth, swinging a huge hammer easily at the end of one of his lean, sinewy arms. His sandy-brown hair hung straight under a tall knitted cap, and he continually flicked his head, as if to move some strands from in front of his face. The creature could not have been more than half Gary's height, half again taller than Mickey. But there was a solidness about this one, a powerful presence that Gary could sense clearly, even from this distance. Gary knew it was a dwarf, though he couldn't be certain if it was the dwarf. But what if this was the famous Gino? Gary pondered. What might arrogant Kelsey say if Gary walked right in and captured the smithy? Gary realized then that he had lost his spear in the fall. He twisted about to look up the long cliff, was amazed that he had even survived such a dive, and realized, too, that he had lost all trace of his companions. He can't be that tough, Gary told himself, sluggishly dragging himself farther up onto the rocks. He meant to sneak in and make the capture bare-handed, But he stopped before he had even cleared the water, watching curiously as a large raven swooped in around the thunder of the waterfall and landed inside the little room, behind the oblivious dwarf. Gary grew truly amazed as the raven shifted form, flattening out as it slipped down to the floor, transforming into a long, black snake. It started for the dwarf, then seemed to change its mind, and made for the table instead. It coiled and curled its way up the table's single central leg and slithered over the flat rim to the flagon. "What the hell?" was all that the disbelieving Gary could mutter as the snake hooked its considerable fangs over the lip of the mug and began milking venom into the dwarf's drink. Gary finally managed to get his legs under him. He tried to rise, but wound up crawling instead, knowing that he had to get behind the falls. He stumbled down with a loud clang and held very still. But neither the dwarf nor the snake apparently heard him. Of course they didn't, with the continual roar. The snake had finished by then, and it slithered back to the floor and across the room, disappearing into a crack in the wall. The dwarf, too, had finished. He turned about. His face was clean-shaven, and his eyes wide and blue-gray, and headed for the table. Gary called out to him, but he didn't seem to notice. "Can't let him drink that," Gary growled at himself, and he picked up a stone and threw himself forward, scrambling and rolling the last few yards to the edge of the room, his fear for the dwarf overruling his sincere respect for the powerful falls. The dwarf had hoisted the flagon by the time Gary got in range, but the man launched the large stone anyway, praying for luck. The missile bopped off the side of the dwarf's head, causing little damage, but it did manage to knock the poisoned flagon to the floor on the rebound.
"What?"
the dwarf roared, and Gary, sheltered somewhat from the roar of the falls by the rim of the cave, heard him clearly. Gary got up to his feet, finally, and he fell back against the cave wall, bruised and exhausted, and knowing that he owed the diminutive smithy an explanation. The dwarf, seeming not even dazed by the rock, turned on Gary and planted his stubby knuckles against his hips, against the leather sides of a wide and jeweled belt. "Poisoned!" Gary rasped helplessly against the growling echoes, and the steely-eyed creature didn't blink. Gary started forward from the wall, figuring he couldn't be heard well enough to explain. Then he learned how Gino Hammer-Thrower had earned his name.
"You spilled my mead!"
the dwarf roared, and he launched the hammer so effortlessly that Gary didn't even realize it had been thrown, until it popped him square in the faceplate of his helm. He grunted and bounced back against the wall. When his eyes stopped spinning, he saw a second hammer spinning end over end his way, and then a third, and fourth, before the second even reached him. "Wait!" Gary shrieked, trying futilely to get the heavy shield up to block. The hammers bonked in, 1, 2, 3. Again, right between the eyes. Waves of dizziness rolled over Gary. The clangs echoed over and over in his ears. Another hammer struck home, and then another. Did this infernal dwarf have an endless supply? Gary realized that he was sitting now. He looked out the helm's small slit. It wasn't running straight across anymore, and saw the diminutive dwarf hoisting an impossibly huge hammer. Even Cedric's magical helm wouldn't stop that one, Gary realized. But there was little the dazed man could do to stop the dwarf from finishing him off. There came a splash from the side, and Kelsey swung into the cave at the end of a rope. His momentum carried him right into the dwarf, sending both of them tumbling across the floor. Mickey came into the room then, floating right through the falls at the end of an umbrella. The leprechaun landed easily, snapped his fingers to make the umbrella fold up again and disappear up his sleeve, and tossed Gary a casual wink. Kelsey came up first, putting his sword in line with the dwarf's face.
"I have you,"
the elf declared. The dwarf, still kneeling, spat in Kelsey's eye. His gnarly hands seemed to actually grab hold of the floor, and he jerked it as a maid might snap a carpet. The ground rolled under Kelsey, sending him head over heels backwards. He rolled right back to his feet, but without his precious sword, and then he crashed against a wall. Gary felt a tug on his back. He watched curiously as a leather strap across his chest untied itself. The tug came again, and the case, holding the spear of Cedric Donegarton, slipped out from under him. Gary understood what was causing the strange events when he noticed Mickey holding his hand out towards the case, magically putting it in. Kelsey was still standing, leaning against the wall, and Gary thought the stunned elf would surely be crushed as the wild dwarf dipped his rock-hard head and barreled in. But Mickey was the next to strike. The spear case shot across the room, just a few inches from the floor, and cut in between the dwarf's pumping legs. The creature pitched in headlong, and Kelsey found a hold above his head and lifted his legs high and wide. With a tremendous crack, the beardless dwarf hit the wall face first. He bounced back several feet, but somehow managed to hold his balance. "I have you, Gino Hammer-thrower!" Kelsey cried again, and he jumped out, pulling a chain, shackles at its ends, from under his green cape. The stunned dwarf still did not move as Kelsey looped the chain over him and snapped the shackles around his wrist. 9. Rules is rules.
"I have you,"
Kelsey said again,
"and you must fulfill my wish before you shall regain your freedom."
The dwarf considered the shackles and the loosely looped chain for a moment. He had relative freedom of movement, for the chain dragged along on the floor behind him. He looked at Kelsey and smiled widely, showing one large hole where a tooth had once been. Kelsey seemed to read his thoughts.
"By Ellen,"
the elf whispered, even as Gino's legs started to move. Gino had hardly taken a step before the magical chain suddenly shortened, pulling his arms tightly behind his back. His gap-toothed smile disappeared along with his balance, replaced by a wide-eyed look of disbelief as he pitched headlong to the floor.
"Now we are leaving,"
declared the victorious elf, scooping up his sword and laying its blade to the side of Gino's stubby neck.
"By the lawful rules of capture, you are bound to me. I'll not tolerate any more resistance."
He pulled the dwarf to his feet, while Mickey went to see about Gary. "Nasty dents in the helm," the leprechaun remarked. "I'm hoping your head isn't the same." "Yes, no," Gary replied, somewhat absently. He had watched the capture from afar, his thoughts still filled with spinning hammers and pretty stars. There seemed to be so many pretty stars in this wondrous land. With Mickey's help, the young man managed to get unsteadily back to his feet, and once there, Gary realized just how sore he was, from the fall and the hammers, and just crawling across the jagged rocks. Every joint in his body seemed as if it had been pulled and stretched beyond its limits. There was no time for whining, though, not with Gino captured and many other crafty dwarfs nearby no doubt already spinning devious spells to block their escape. Kelsey quickly collected Gino's hammers and some heavy gloves the dwarf kept near the burning forge, and the troop prepared to depart. "I've lost my spear," Gary remarked as Mickey started away. 3 sets of eyes turned to him. "In the fall," he explained. "It's probably in the river, a mile away by now." Mickey looked to Gino. "Spear?" he asked. The dwarf nodded to a cubby, barely a crack in the wall. Mickey cast him a suspicious glance, then wagged a finger the crack's way. A dozen different weapons came tumbling into the room to the leprechaun's magical call. Swords, axes, a tall halberd, and one spear. "Better than the one you lost," Mickey muttered, and he floated the iron-shafted weapon into Gary's hands. Feeling the balance of the dwarf-crafted weapon, Gary couldn't disagree. "Now we must be on our way," Kelsey demanded. He looked straight into the dwarf's gray-blue eyes. "Which way?" Gino nodded towards a narrow tunnel on the far side of the little chamber. Gary regarded it curiously for a second, mentally comparing this image to the one he had seen when first he gazed upon the hearth-lighted room. That opening wasn't there before. He started to protest, fearful of this newest trick, vividly recalling the biting maw in the earth up along the high trail. Mickey looked to him, then nodded to Kelsey. Then, to Gary's disbelief, Kelsey continued straight ahead, leading the way to the tunnel. The elf had barely crossed the threshold when the walls snapped shut, jagged stone teeth closing about the elf. Gino Hammer-Thrower squealed with glee. "No!" Gary shouted, and started forward. Mickey intercepted him. "Haven't you learned yet to look through the mist?" Gary didn't understand until the real Kelsey, still standing next to Gino, slapped him on the shoulder. The dwarf's devious grin disappeared, replaced by a stone-faced grimace. "Rules is rules," Mickey scolded the dwarf. "You reject the rules of capture," Kelsey added angrily. "You disgrace your people and your trade. You are the finest smithy in all of Faerie, Gino Hammer-Thrower. You should understand your responsibilities in these matters." "Not a fair capture," the dwarf huffed. He stomped one heavy boot and tried to cross his arms over his thick chest, but, of course, the shackles wouldn't allow for that. "How so?" Kelsey and Mickey asked together. "You caught me," Gino said to Kelsey, "but you were not the first attacker. Rules is rules," he snarled, imitating Mickey's accent. "And by the rules, only the first attacker is entitled to make the capture." "Who?" Mickey started to ask, but then he realized the answer as he looked at Gary, the only one who had been in the chamber before Kelsey. "You have ruined everything!" Kelsey roared at poor, confused Gary. "By what authority did you take it upon yourself?" "I didn't do anything," Gary protested. "Stone bubbles!" Gino yelled, thrusting his chiseled chin Gary's way. "He hit me with a rock, right in the face." The dwarf took a step to the side and kicked the same rock, lying conspicuously next to the fallen flagon, in the middle of the floor. "Explain your actions," Kelsey demanded of Gary. "I wasn't trying to catch him," Gary stammered. "To kill me, then?" Gino huffed. "That, too, denies the elf the right of capture." "No!" cried Gary. He looked helplessly at Mickey, the only possible supporter in the room. "I just tried to stop him from drinking the mead." "Worse than killing me!" Gino roared. "It was poisoned," Gary explained. "Poisoned?" Mickey balked. "Come now, lad. How might you know such a thing?" "I saw it," Gary replied. And now everyone, even the outraged dwarf, was listening intently. "The raven, I mean the snake, well, it was a raven when it flew in, but it became a snake, and it crawled up the table to the mug. It had started for you," he said, pointing to the dwarf. "I don't know. Maybe it didn't think it would like the taste of dwarf." "That's believable enough," Mickey put in with a snicker. "Then it went to the cup," Gary continued. "I saw it, I swear. The snake hooked its fangs on the top of the cup and pumped venom in it. I swear it." "Fairy tales," Gino snarled. "Look who's talking," Gary retorted. Kelsey and Mickey stared long and hard at each other. If their suspicions about the source of their continuing problems were correct, Gary's story was not so unbelievable. The issue became almost irrelevant a moment later, though, when the wall at the back of the small chamber split wide, and a dozen bandy-legged dwarfs charged in, wielding all sorts of nasty-looking cudgels. They surrounded the companions in the blink of an eye, and one of them, a hunchbacked, gray-haired and gray-bearded creature, asked Gino casually, "Which one shall we kill first?"
"Hold, Jordan,"
Gino replied, not so quick to risk his reputation, though he hardly believed Gary's tale. Kelsey clutched his sword hilt tightly, inching it closer to Gino's exposed neck. But Mickey, pulling out his long pipe, seemed well at ease. "Untell me," the leprechaun bade, suddenly putting all the pieces of this puzzle together. "Who telled you that we were about?" Durin and his black-haired brother exchanged curious glances.
"We saw you ourselves,"
de Valen replied honestly, and purposely dodging the question.
"Crossing the high trails."
"And do you always attack wandering travellers?" Mickey asked. "For to be sure, me and me friends were attacked, and attacked by dwarfish magic."
"Thieves!"
de Valen snapped angrily. "And how did you know our intent?" Mickey replied, taking a deep draw, appearing not at all concerned. "Who told you that we came for Gino?" The dwarven brothers looked to each other again and shrugged, wondering what could be the harm.
"It was a great speaking bird,"
Durin replied. "A raven?" asked Mickey, and he looked to Gary and nodded. Both the dwarves bobbed their heads. Mickey waggled a finger, retrieving the fallen flagon. "There's a bit of mead left inside," the leprechaun explained, holding the flagon out to Gino. "Would you care for a drink?" Gino kicked the stone at his feet clear across the room.
"Damn!"
he spat.
"What is it, Rockkin?"
Durin cried, and all the dwarfs took up their weapons.
"Who must we kill?" "None,"
Gino growled back.
"I am caught fairly, it would seem, indentured to this elf."
The word did not sound like a compliment.
"And owing my life to this wretched human thing."
"No!" came several dwarven voices all at once, and the dwarfs took up their weapons and advanced another step towards the companions. But Gino knew well the rules of capture, a responsibility that the finest smithy in Faerie often found dropped upon his rock-hard shoulders. They left the Firth of Balder a short time later, accompanied by an armed guard of 20 none-too-happy dwarfs. The bandy-legged warriors did not try to hinder Kelsey's departure at all, even though the elf had Gino firmly in tow. Gary did not quite understand it all, and his continued ignorance bothered him, even after the other dwarfs had departed and the companions were once again out on the open trails. "Why did they let us go?" he asked Mickey, who was perched comfortably on his shoulders again, reading The Hobbit. "Why did this hobbit feel guilty about gaining the ring from the wretch in the cave?" Mickey answered, without missing a beat. He held the open book Gary's way. Gary thought about it for just a moment. He knew the tale as well as any. "Bilbo didn't play fairly at the riddle game," he replied. "He cheated, and his keeping the magic ring could have been considered stealing, although," Gary quickly added, in defense of his favorite character, "if he had given it back, he would have been invited for supper, if you know what I mean." "And there you have it," Mickey said. "For still he felt guilty. Faerie, too, is a land of ancient rules, and rules is rules, lad. To break them would bring you dishonour in the eyes of all. What are you without your honour, I ask? Even the wretch, this Gollum thing, a murderer and a thief 100 times over, and a heap bit worse than our Gino, thinked twice about cheating in the riddle game." Gino considered the answer, wondering how many people of his own world would have given in to the capture merely for the sake of an intangible thing such as their honor, as had Gino, with so obvious an advantage in the fight. "Just one more question," he begged Mickey, who had gone back to his reading. The leprechaun looked up. You said that illusions wouldn't work on dwarfs, but in Gino's room you fooled him completely with the image of Kelsey walking into the phony tunnel. Indeed, illusions do not work well on dwarfs, Mickey replied, but I showed Gino just what Gino most wanted to see. Tricks work much the finer when they play on your target's heart, even if your target's a dwarf. Gary nodded. It seemed logical enough. What now? He asked, looking ahead to Kelsey and the dwarf. You said one question, Mickey reminded him. Gary gave him a pleading look. Straight through the mountains to the east, Mickey replied. The trails are flat, and not to be so tough with Gino talking to the stones. Then north to Gondabuggin, to buy a gnomish thief. Second best thieves in all the world are the gnomes. Gary suspected that he knew which race ranked above the gnomes, but he kept his thought to himself. Then back to the southern end of Divergamal, Mickey went on, and up the plains and the crags to the place called Giant's Thumb. He dropped his voice to a mysterious whisper as he finished, where you'll meet the worm. Corridwen looked across the few miles to Divergamal, where she knew Kelsey's party was making fine progress. The sorceress had left the stronghold of the dwarfs soon after the companions had set out from the falls. With the dwarfs on their guard and in their mountain homeland, Corridwen knew that she could do little about Kelsey. She had to somehow turn the party back, get them out on the plain west of the mountains, and buy herself some time. She stood under a holly tree beside an unremarkable grey stone, surrounded by lifeless dirt, a spot she had marked well in ages past. "Come awake, old wife," the sorceress demanded softly. "I know your guise, and need you now." A long, uneventful moment passed. "Come awake, old wife!" Corridwen called again, more loudly. She reached into a pocket of her black robes and took out a small bag, passing it quickly back and forth from hand to hand, for it was deathly cold. "Summer has passed, autumn wanes," the sorceress lied, and she opened the bag over the stone, sprinkling icy, magical crystals. The stone began to tremble almost immediately. Its hue shifted from dull gray to icy blue, and then it began to grow and reform. Soon it towered over the sorceress, 20 feet high and still growing. Its shape became that of an old woman, white-haired, one-eyed, and with skin as blue as winter ice on a clear day. Despite her height, the giantess appeared a meager thing, incredibly lean and wrapped in a tattered plaid. "Calyx," Corridwen whispered, obviously impressed by the spectacle. The giantess looked about curiously. "All Hallows has not passed," she said through her brown-stained teeth. "What trick is this?" She looked down then, and seemed to notice Corridwen for the first time. "Ah, sorceress," the Calyx said, as if those words explained everything. "I need you," Corridwen explained. "My time has not come," the Calyx replied sternly. "Just in Divergamal," Corridwen quickly added. "In the mountains where the chill wind blows even in the high days of summer. A small favor is all that I ask, and then you may return to your slumber." The Calyx looked around at the new-blossomed flowers and the green summer canopy, feeling uncomfortable. Corridwen tossed another handful of chilling dust at her, and that seemed to comfort her. "Do this for me, and I will have your bed tended throughout the season," Corridwen promised. "My minions will keep it cold for you, and signal you when All Hallows is past." "Just in the mountains?" the Calyx tentatively agreed. Corridwen smiled and nodded. confident that she had just bought herself the time she needed. The companions camped on a flat stone in a gully between towering peaks. The wind was stiff this night, their second from the Firth of Balder, and a bit chill, but it seemed refreshing to the weary troop. Gary, Mickey, and Gino sat around the fire, with Gary glad for the break from wearing his cumbersome armor. Kelsey thought them safe enough in Divergamol with a dwarven guide, and with the other dwarfs, sworn to leave them be. The stones would tell Gino of the approach of any enemy long before the creature became a threat. The elf had even removed Gino's shackles, knowing that the bonds of responsibility would hold the dwarf tighter than any metal ever could. Gary never took his gaze off the dwarf. Gino was much different from his kin, at least from those that Gary had seen. Younger-looking, almost boyish, despite his obvious strength. His unkempt hair was lustrous, and his gray-blue eyes shone clear and bright and inquisitive. His missing tooth reminded Gary of a mischievous nephew back in that other world, a boy whose smile inevitably signaled trouble. "How long have you been a smithy?" Gary asked, surprising even himself with the words. He had been silently trying to determine the curious dwarf's approximate age. Gino snapped an unblinking glare upon him, and did not respond. Mickey, too, paused in his reading to look up at Gary. "I mean," Gary stammered, suddenly uncomfortable, "is that all you do?" The dwarf rose and walked out of the firelight. "What?" Gary asked, looking back to Mickey. The leprechaun chuckled and went back to the book. "What did I say to offend him?" Gary pressed, not willing to let this issue slip past. "You think he'd be one for talking?" Mickey replied. "He's catched, lad." "So were you, but you seemed friendly enough." Gary replied indignantly, brushing his black hair out of his eyes. "I'm a leprechaun," Mickey answered. "I'm supposed to get catched. Makes everyone's life a bit more exciting, don't you see?" "Bull," said Gary. "You were as miserable as Gino, probably still are, but at least you have the decency to talk to your companions." He said it loudly, purposely wanting Gino to overhear. "I'm a captive too when you get right down to it." "Gino's owing to you," Mickey explained. "It's not something he's comfortable over." Gary didn't understand. "You saved his life," Mickey went on, chuckling softly at Gary's continuing confusion. The young man couldn't quite seem to catch on to anything in fairy. "Rules is rules," Mickey explained. "And sure enough, there be rules for saving lives, too." "He's coming with us. I thought that was my repayment," Gary replied. "He's come to answer for Kelsey's capture, not for yourself," Mickey explained. "This is the elf's quest, and not your own." Gino walked back into the firelight then, still staring unblinkingly at Gary. "I don't want any favors," Gary snapped suddenly, sick of that stare. Gino hooted and charged right through the dancing flames. He was on top of Gary in an instant, easily pinning the young man flat on his back. "You shouldn't have said that," Mickey remarked, and he went back to his book. Gary couldn't believe the strength of the dwarf's iron-like grip. He struggled and wiggled to no avail, and all the while Gino leered at him, showing the gap in his shiny teeth. "Let me," Gary started to say, but Gino head-butted him and shut him up. "What is going on here?" Kelsey demanded, storming into the camp, his sword drawn. "The boy insulted the dwarf," Mickey replied absently. Gino hopped off Gary, growled at Kelsey, and went back to his place opposite the fire, again walking straight through the glowing embers. He spun about and plopped down, dropping his accusing, threatening stare fully over Gary once again. He kept it up interminably. Gary fell asleep with that uncomfortable image full in his thoughts. Gary awoke some time before dawn, shivering, for the wind had grown wickedly chill. Mickey and the others were also up and about, trying to get the fire back to life in the whipping breeze. "Are we up that high?" Gary asked, moving to join them. Gino and Kelsey ignored him, as usual, and as usual, Mickey tried to explain. "Not so high," the leprechaun replied, "and a bit cold for the season, even if we were among the tallest peaks of Divergamal, but not to fear. We'll get the fire up in a bit, and a bit after that, we'll find the morning sun." Dawn did come soon after, but it was a grey and unwarming one, shrouded by a heavy overcast. The wind relented somewhat, but the air hung cold about the companions, their breath coming out in visible puffs. "It smells like snow," Mickey remarked. Kelsey seemed not to appreciate the grim observation. He led them off without even a breakfast. The first flakes drifted down around them less than an hour later. Kelsey looked to Gino, this was the dwarf's homeland after all, for some explanation, but the smithy offered nothing and seemed as confused as the rest of them. "Do we go on or go back?" Mickey asked. "We've a week of walking before us, but just 2 days behind." "The weather cannot continue," Kelsey insisted. "Summer is upon us. Even Divergamal warms under its gentle breath." As if in response, the wind groaned loudly throughout the mountain valleys. By noon, snow was beginning to collect, and many rocks grew dangerously slick with nearly invisible ice. It was then that the companions found their answer. Gino bolted straight upright as though some unknown voice had spoken to him. He rushed back to a high point the party had just passed and peered through the still-gathering storm into the far distance.
"Calix Biora!"
the dwarf cried, the first words he had spoken since they had left his waterfall home. Mickey and Kelsey nearly fell over at the unexpected revelation. When they finally recovered, they rushed to join the dwarf, with Gary right on their heels. Gary peered through the storm to the distant peaks. He thought he saw something, but simply couldn't bring himself to believe it.
"Calix Biora!"
Gino cried again. "The old wife," Mickey translated for Gary. Gary looked harder, beginning to understand that his vision was no trick of the weather. Drifting on the wind from mountaintop to mountaintop, barely visible through the snowy veil, was a huge woman, leaning on a giant staff and trailed by several large herons. "Sure'n you've heard of the Blue Hag," Mickey said to Gary. "'Tis she that brings the winter, withers the crops and freezes the ground. Her touch is death, lad, to men and to the land." "It is months before her time," Kelsey argued. But the elf's words rang hollow, for the Blue Hag drifted on towards them, leaving in her deathly wake snow-capped peaks where there had been, only moments before, bare stone. 10. Winter Frolics. "We shall stay to the lower trails," Kelsey insisted, leading them on stubbornly against the gathering storm. Mickey and Gino exchanged looks that did not comfort Gary Ledger. He thought he had heard of the Blue Hag before, in a fairy tale perhaps, and he vaguely remembered that what he had heard had not been pleasant. The temperature continued to plummet. Kelsey took them down to the lower trails, but even there the snow was fast piling. They plodded and struggled, slipped on ice-covered stones, and fought hard against the stiff and freezing wind. Finally, even the elf realized that he could not keep to his determined course. "We're getting deeper into our storm," Mickey remarked. "Even if the Calix is out on a confused wander, you're taking us right to our killing feet." "And Kelsey," the leprechaun added ominously, "we're both knowing that she's not out on any confused wander." Kelsey turned to Gino. "Get us back to the west," he instructed. "Through the swiftest trails you know."
"You go beyond the bounds of my indenture,"
the dwarf replied, somewhat hiding his relief.
To save us is to save yourself, Kelsey promptly reminded him. Dwarfs fare no better than elves in the Calyx's wake. Gino's grunt was filled with hatred, but the dwarf rushed back to the end of the line and turned them about. Gino moved along at a tremendous rolling pace, and once again, poor Gary found himself hard-pressed to keep up. Mickey perched upon his shoulder and whispered grim reminders of what would happen to him if he lagged too far behind. At first, the small party seemed to be outrunning the storm, for the trails were flat and smooth. But then, as they began to tire and cross rougher ground, the winds caught up to them, nipping at their backsides, howling like a pack of hungry wolves, and promising doom. Snow swirled all about them, limiting their vision to only a few feet. At one point, they came sliding and slipping down a steep and narrow decline, the stones slick with ice, and a sheer drop to their right. Kelsey shouted warnings, Gary screamed, and the leprechaun, holding on for all his life, nearly choked the young man as they neared the bottom, for the trail took a sharp right turn that seemed as if it would leave them flying headlong over the drop. Gino knew the area well, though, and he listened to the promises of the stones rather than depending on his vision. The dwarf called to the mountain, and a curving and smooth slab rose up from the lip at the turn, blocking the fall and deflecting the out-of-control companions safely along the trail. Every time the trail wound sharply, dwarven magic lifted a stone banking to guide them along. Their pace continued to slow, though, as the snow deepened. Gary's feet and legs went numb, and many times he thought he would simply fall down and wait for the blizzard to bury him. Then Gino made a most welcomed announcement.
"Cave!"
the dwarf shouted, and he slipped around a boulder and into a narrow opening. "We can only rest for a moment," Kelsey said. "My legs are numb," Gary retorted. "I won't make it if we go back out there." "I too would prefer to rest," the elf replied, "to build a fire and sit in here until the storm abates." He looked at Mickey, who nodded his agreement. "But the Calyx is out with a purpose, I fear. The trails this deep in the mountains will be blocked before nightfall, and then we will have nowhere to go." "We cannot stay and wait," Mickey agreed.
"Who said we would?"
Gino, who had been sniffing around the back of the cave, huffed.
"But I'll not go back out there,"
he declared, pointing to the whiteness beyond the cave entrance. All three looked at him curiously.
"Get a fire going,"
Gino commanded. He walked to the back of the shallow cave again, braced his shoulder against a rocky spur, and heaved with all his strength. To the amazement and relief of his companions, the rock slid away, revealing a dark tunnel winding down into the west.
"You might as well warm yourselves up while we rest,"
Gino said nonchalantly. Kelsey always kept some kindling in his pack, and he soon had a small fire burning. It wouldn't last long, they all knew, so they huddled about it, stealing every bit of warmth they possibly could. "How far does the tunnel go?" Kelsey asked. With the immediate danger past, the elf was more concerned with what the future might hold. This would be a temporary stay indeed if they came out still many miles from the edge of Divergamol, with the Calyx's storm deep about them.
"Long way,"
Gino replied. "You saved us all," Gary remarked honestly.
"Shut your mouth,"
the dwarf snapped back.
"I saved myself."
"We just happened to be along to get saved with you," Mickey added, understanding the dwarf's feelings. Gino briskly rubbed his thick hands together, brushed his hair from in front of his face, and stormed away from the fire. "Keep quiet, lad," the leprechaun whispered to Gary. "You'll find no friendship with that one, and if you anger him too much, he'll sure and leave us lost in the dark." "Time to go," Kelsey said, realizing before the others that Gino had already disappeared into the tunnel.
The elf considered the dying fire, wondering if he might salvage a brand large enough to use as a torch. There wasn't much left, though, so Kelsey gave an uncomfortable grimace and a helpless shrug. "Just keep close to the dwarf," Mickey reassured him. Kelsey looked to his longbow and to the glowing embers. "It'd only burn for a few minutes," Mickey quickly reminded him. "Then you'd be without light, and without your bow." Kelsey shrugged, obviously uncomfortable, and rushed into the darkness. "Elves aren't overly fond of caves," Mickey explained to Gary as he floated to his regular position atop the young man's shoulder. "I knew that," Gary replied quietly. Deep and dark. So dark that Gary couldn't see his hand if he waggled it just inches in front of his face. Not even a shadow of it. Deep and dark. Gary's sigh was audible when Mickey, perched upon his shoulder, conjured some light to read by.
"Put it out!"
Gino roared from up ahead. "We're not all dwarves, you know," Mickey retaliated. "Our eyes don't show as much through the dark. If you want—" Gino stormed back, nearly toppling Kelsey, and hopped up on his toes to put his face right up to Mickey's knees.
"Put it out!"
the dwarf growled. Kelsey, also very glad for the light, started to interrupt, but Gino would hear none of it.
"There are dark things sleeping down here," the dwarf warned. "Big and dark. Would you want to wake them?"
Mickey and Gary looked to Kelsey, who was sweating and obviously uncomfortable in the tunnel. To Gary, this hardly seemed the imposing elf he had come to know. When Gino, too, turned about and snapped a glare on the elf, Kelsey only shrugged and turned away. Reluctantly, Mickey extinguished his light.
"Good enough,"
grumbled Gino.
"Now, keep close to my back. If you get lost down here, you will never find your way out."
They trudged on slowly, Gary, even agile Kelsey, stumbling often. Gary thought that Gino must surely be enjoying all of this. On one occasion, Gary came down an abrupt decline and slammed his helmet into a low-hanging stone. Mickey squeaked and dropped heavily from his shoulder.
"Duck your head near the bottom,"
Gino said, a bit late with the warning. Mickey lit another globe just long enough to find his way back to Gary, and the dwarf, too amused to even scold him, continued on, hardly hiding his snickers. Gary had never been this far underground before. He had never suffered claustrophobia of any kind. But every step now came hesitantly to him as he became conscious of the thousands of tons of stone above his head. The air grew comfortably warm again. That was something, at least. But Gary's breathing came in terror-filled gasps. He felt he would just scream out or plunge blindly into the darkness. "Are you all right, lad?" Mickey asked, hearing the labored breaths. When Gary didn't even respond, Mickey lit a globe of light.
"Put it out!"
came the expected roar from up front. "Wait," said Kelsey, who had also seen, or felt, enough of the blackness. "Hold the enchantment." He turned to Gino. "I would rather awaken a horde of demons than continue on blindly. I do not care much for your dwarven realm, good smithy."
"Good enough for you, then,"
Gino growled back.
"And when we do awaken the dark things, I'll gladly step aside that you alone might battle them."
"Hold the enchantment," Kelsey said again to Mickey, and the leprechaun shrugged and pulled out the hobbit, thinking, as usual, to make the best of the situation. As they at last continued on, Gary wasn't certain if he liked the light better or not. Whenever the walls and ceiling came tight about them, he felt as though they would surely be smothered, and whenever the passage opened up wide and high, stalactites leered down at him, and stalagmite mounds resembled those demons that Kelsey had made mention of. They made better progress, though, not having to shuffle blindly, not stubbing their toes every other step. Even Gino grew more at ease, particularly when the tunnel at last began to slope upwards once more.
How many miles they walked as the hours slipped by, only the dwarf knew for certain. But the passage was almost arrow-straight, and all of them, except for Gino, were quite surprised when they finally saw the waning light of day up ahead and came out on the western fringes of Divergamal, not too far from the foothills.
"We've covered near to 2 days of trail walking in half a day," Mickey remarked with obvious admiration. The leprechaun's claims proved true enough, but the danger was not completely behind them. The leading edge of the Blue Hag's storm had passed even this point, and the snow lay deep about the tunnel exit, and still more tumbled down from the thick gray sky. "We'll gain nothing by waiting," Kelsey said. "Move ahead and quickly before the cold weakens us once more." Unfamiliar with their exact location, the elf let Gino continue in the lead. The new-fallen snow was no match for the heavy footsteps of Gino Hammer-Thrower. The dwarf put a hammer in each hand and plowed ahead wildly, bursting through drifts more than twice his height and smashing away patches of ice wherever he found them. In his wake, the others had an easier time of it, though the blizzard grew stronger, and the wind bit at them and forced lithe Kelsey to take a step to the side for every one he took forward. Mickey prudently put away the book. The pages would have gotten soaked anyway, and clamped both his hands around Gary's helmet. With the lower foothills in sight, and Gino cutting a path for them, the group made great progress, and their hope soared. Perhaps it was that strong pace and budding confidence that made Gary a bit less cautious, and on one slick descending trail, disaster struck. Sheltered by a high mountain wall from the brunt of the wind, the trail was not so deep with snow. The companions trotted along anxiously, Gino leading, then Kelsey, then Gary with Mickey more relaxed on his shoulder. The leprechaun regretted loosening his grip when Gary slipped to his back and skidded down the slope, gaining momentum. Like a turtle on its shell, the young armored man flailed helplessly. Kelsey nimbly hopped out of harm's way. Gino, busily calling up a blocking stone as he had done on the earlier winding trails, noticed Gary only at the last moment. The dwarf swung about and braced himself, his muscles snapping taut as Gary barreled into him. The force of the impact sent Mickey head over heels. They all came to a skidding stop, Mickey atop Gino now, and Gino's heels hanging out over a deep ravine.
"You nearly killed us both!"
the dwarf roared at Gary. "All three, you mean?" Mickey quickly added. He started to say something else, but his words turned into a shriek as a gust of wind slammed him and knocked him from Gino's back. "Mickey!" Gary cried, rolling about to get his head over the lip of the ravine. He saw the leprechaun spinning down, his tam-o'-shanter flying away. And then an umbrella opened, offering some hope. But the wind whipped and swirled in the narrow ravine, and Mickey's umbrella twisted and turned, then folded up on itself. The sound of a renewed shriek and the image of plummeting Mickey died away, buried in the wind-whipped, deadening snow. "Mickey," Gary whispered again.
"The leprechaun has many tricks,"
Kelsey offered, though there was little confidence in his tone. Gary just continued to stare blankly into the chasm.
"How can we get down there?"
Kelsey asked Gino. The dwarf pointed across the narrow ravine. The path continued on after the 10-foot expanse. The ravine was really just a sharp crack where the ancient mountain had split apart. Without saying a word, the dwarf coiled his bowed legs under his boulder-like torso and leaped out. He slammed face first into the cliff across the way, but found a solid grip with his powerful hands and easily scrambled back up to the path. Kelsey went next, 2 short strides and a graceful leap that cleared the ravine with several feet to spare. Gary looked at them in wonderment. then turned his gaze back to the deep fall. He knew that the expanse was barely 10 feet across, but he was amazed at how far that distance appeared with a drop of several hundred feet between the ledges. Without the snow, and without the armor, he probably could have made the jump, if he could have summoned the courage to even make the attempt. "You must come across!" Kelsey yelled to him, the voice seeming distant through the blizzard. "If we are delayed, the Calyx's storm will bury us." "You forget what I'm wearing!" Gary shouted back. "I wouldn't make it halfway!" He heard Gino and Kelsey conversing, though he couldn't make out the words. "I will throw you a rope," Kelsey said, after what seemed to Gary to be a long, long while. "Tie it about you securely." Gary didn't really see how that would be of much help. If he leaped and came up short, he would just swing down into the side of the cliff, probably breaking every bone in his body.
"Wait for the wave!"
came Gino's gravelly voice. "Wave?" The tone of Gary's question did not reflect an abundance of confidence.
"You will know when to leap,"
the dwarf promised. And then Gary heard him chanting softly as Gino could with his grating, thunder-rumbling voice. The ground came alive under Gary's feet, swaying and rolling like an ocean. Gary felt the momentum building, each surge stronger than the last, the ice cracking and sliding away. The stone groaned for the effort, and Gary blinked in amazement as he watched one tall wave speeding at him from behind. Understanding now the dwarf's instructions, he waited until it bucked the ground behind him. Then, knowing that it would surely toss him into the ravine if he did not act, he summoned his courage and leaped with all his strength. His timing was perfect. He sailed high and far, easily clearing the expanse, even clearing Kelsey and Gino. So relieved to be over the chasm, Gary didn't even consider his new problem. Landing. He came down, stumbling and scrambling. Realizing that he could not stay on his feet, he quickly veered for a pillowy-looking snowbank. Appearances can indeed be deceiving, as Gary learned when he crashed through the scant inch of snow covering the boulder. He lay very still on the hard ground, not noticing the cold, or even the whiteness of the snow-filled sky. Just the stars again. After what seemed like an hour, he felt a small hand roughly clasp his arm, and he was flying again, back up to his feet. He had no choice but to fight away the dizziness, for by the time he even realized that he was standing, Kelsey and Gino had already started away. The three charged along for just a few minutes. Then Gino stopped suddenly and put an ear to the mountain wall. The dwarf stepped back, as though he was considering what the mountain had told him. He reached for a loose slab of stone, somewhat bowl-shaped, and hoisted it from its position beside the wall. Gary shook his head at the feat, for though the slab must have weighed several 100 pounds, powerful Gino handled it easily.
"Get on!"
the dwarf ordered, laying the slab out before him.
"The trail is ice-covered from here on down."
Kelsey jumped right aboard, but Gary wasn't so certain about tobogganing down a narrow mountain trail, especially not with a sheer drop looming on one side.
"Stay if you choose,"
Gino said, and he started to kick the sled away.
"I will not promise that I'll come and retrieve your frozen body when the storm abates."
Gary caught him 3 strides down, diving to the sled and holding on for dear life. They had got 100 feet by the time Gary managed to get his whole body on the slab, taking a tight seat between Kelsey and the dwarf. Gino remained in the back, hardly able to see over Gary. Since Gary considered the dwarf their pilot, he wasn't too confident of that arrangement. But the dwarf had his eyes closed anyway, concentrating and calling to the mountain to guide them. They gained speed with every passing foot, plummeting along the steepening, winding trail. They climbed several feet up the mountainside for every right-hand turn, and the trail conveniently, purposefully, banked upwards to keep them from flying out on the left bends. The wind roared inside Gary's loose helmet, and the eye slit did not offer enough protection to stop the wind-blown tears from flying freely. All the world became a surrealistic blur, mountain peaks blending together and rushing past. Sometimes the trail cut in front of the ledge, sending the sledders rushing into darkness between towering walls of stone. Then the light returned in the blink of an eye as the sled zipped back out the other side. As they flew through one tumble of boulders, Gary could only imagine that someone had turned a strobe upon them. The light flashed and flickered as they weaved in and out under a small arching natural bridge and through a short and narrow tunnel.
"Hold tight!"
Gino cried, a perfectly unnecessary order, as they came up on another ravine. Then they were flying in open air. The mountains seemed to disappear behind them. Gary hadn't yet found his stomach when they bounced back to earth, now speeding along an open and smooth rock face. The wind buffeted them fiercely, threatening to flip them right over.
"Lean!"
Gino roared, and together they put the slab right up on the edge, letting their angled weight fight back against the stubborn wind. All the world rushed back up around them as the trail dropped suddenly. With the counterbalancing wind suddenly blocked, their lean sent them along sideways, spinning out of control. Gary slid free, saw Kelsey jump clear, and watched in terror as Gino and the bouncing slab whipped down toward an empty stone wall. The dwarf curled and kicked out ferociously, launching the slab into the air. Crack! The slab hit the wall and broke apart into 1,000 pieces. Gino skidded in after it, but hit feet first and was back up before Gary or Kelsey had even recovered. "A fine ride," Kelsey commented. Gary gave him a disbelieving look.
"How long would it have taken us to walk those icy trails?" The elf asked in reply. "We are near to the bottom now, and soon to be out of Divergamol."
"What about Mickey?" Gary asked, looking at both his companions.
"The trail doubles back on itself," Gino answered. "We will soon go near to where the leprechaun fell."
Kelsey looked up at the gloomy sky, and his doubting expression told Gary that he did not think they would have an easy time finding their lost friend. The sun did not set early this time of the year, but so thick was the overcast that the light in late afternoon was growing meager. The snow was deeper down here, but the trails were fairly even, and with Gino chopping out a path, the companions made good time. Kelsey found Mickey's tam-o'-shanter after an hour or so, but they saw no other sign of the leprechaun, and their calls were hopelessly buried by the storm. A dark twilight fell over them. Gary had almost lost hope. And then they saw a bright glow to the side of the trail, not the flicker of a fire, but the steady glow of a magical light. They rushed over and found a snowdrift, a glowing snowbank with a leprechaun-shaped depression in its side. "Mickey!" Gary yelled, and he and Kelsey, though their hands were numb again, began digging furiously at the snow. More than 2 hours had passed since the leprechaun's fall, and they didn't need to voice their concerns that Mickey could not have survived, engulfed in snow. "You think I'd stay in there?" came a voice behind them. In a shallow cubby on the wind-protected side of the mountain wall, the leprechaun came back from invisibility into view. "Sure, and I'd be a month in the thawin'." He dropped his gaze to Kelsey's belt and smiled widely. "Ah, good. You found me hat." "Unbelievable," was all that Gary could mutter, and his remark was the only response at all forthcoming from the 3 amazed companions. They soon realized that they had put the worst of the storm behind them. They came out of the foothills a short while later, walking from winter into summer, it seemed, for even the calyx had little power over the lowlands in this season. Gary could only equate it to the time he had flown from Boston to Los Angeles on a December day. They set a comfortable camp, and Kelsey went off with his bow, returning a short time later with several conies. "You saved me up there," Gary mentioned to Gino, looking back to towering de Vergamal. Anger flashed in Gino's blue-gray eyes.
"I saved myself,"
the dwarf insisted. "No," Gary corrected. "Not at the ravine where Mickey fell. I had no way across, and you could have gone on without me, but you didn't. You used your magic to help me across." Gino mulled over the words for a moment, then spat on Gary's sneaker and stalked away. Kelsey came up and glowered at the confused young man.
"Take care that you do not release him from too many bonds."
The elf growled right in Gary's face, the words sounding clearly as a threat. And then Kelsey, too, charged off. Gary looked helplessly to Mickey, who sat with arms crossed and not looking too pleased. "Now you got your wish," the leprechaun scolded. "You released the dwarf from your responsibility, and he's owing you nothing. I wouldn't be talking with Gino overly much, lad. He'll likely rip your tongue from your mouth." "Why is he so miserable?" Gary snapped back. "He's a dwarf," Mickey was quick to answer, as though that explained everything. "Dwarfs don't like people who aren't dwarfs," the leprechaun added, seeing that Gary still did not understand. "Besides, he's been catched, and that's not an agreeable state." Gary silently denied Mickey's claims. For whatever reason, Gino had taken the trouble to save him, to save them all, and the "he's a dwarf" argument simply didn't hold up against that fact. 11. Trolls. The snake's muscles rippled, slowly drawing the helpless frog deeper into its mouth. The frog struggled pitifully, but it was just a harmless, weak thing, and no match for the great black serpent. This was the natural way of things. But to Geek, the goblin-turned-frog, it did not seem natural at all. He knew that soon the unhinged jaw would slip beyond his bulbous eyes, and then all the world would be darkness. He had seen engorged snakes before, and knew that it would be a long time before he was fully digested. How long would he live in that awful state? "Dear Geek," he heard someone, was it Lady Ceridwen, say, "we have no time for such play."
"Play?"
He wanted to scream back at the wicked sorceress, but his cry came out as no more than a breathless croak as the snake clamped down on its fairly won quarry. Then Geek saw the tip of a wand dip down before his bulging eyes. The snake started to wriggle away, dragging the helpless frog with it. Ceridwen uttered a few words, and there came a pop and a ripping sound, and Geek was a goblin again, lying face down on the swampy ground.
"Bless you, me lady,"
he groveled, trying to crawl to Ceridwen's feet. He found himself encumbered by the body of the 10-foot snake, its head and upper torso torn apart by the transformation, but still stubbornly clinging to Geek's waist and legs. The goblin whimpered and thrashed to get free, thoroughly disgusted. "Will you please stop playing with that snake?" Ceridwen said calmly. "We have much business to attend. And get up out of that mud. You are the personal attendant of Lady Ceridwen. Do try to look the part." Geek bit back the curses he wanted to spout at the sorceress, and instead resumed his groveling, slobbering kisses all over Ceridwen's muddy feet. She kicked him in the face, and he thanked her over and over. "I have turned them back from de Vergamal," the sorceress explained. "We must catch them on the plain before they get south around the mountains, heading up towards the crags." Her deadly, icy gaze fell fully over the goblin. "You must catch them." Geek nearly toppled, realizing the price of failure. He looked back to the shredded remains of the black snake and knew that many more such creatures, and even worse creatures, lived in the swamp.
"Geek go get goblins for help," he stammered.
Goblins? Ceridwen laughed. You would be defeated, as you were defeated on the road. Those icy blue, death-promising eyes flashed again. We'll need bigger things than goblins to stop Kelsin Elenelvil and his friends. And they have a dwarf with them now.
"Bigger?"
Geek dared to ask, though he truly feared to hear the answer. You will go into Dvergamall for me, Ceridwen explained, to a northern valley feared by travellers, and even by the dwarfs. Geek paled, beginning to understand why he was saved. I have some friends there which you must enlist, the witch said calmly, as though it was all no more than a minor task.
"Lady,"
Geek began, thinking then that he preferred being a frog. They are big enough to catch the likes of that troublesome elf, Ceridwen went on, totally ignoring the whining goblin, and cunning enough to resist the foolery of that leprechaun. Her description was unnecessary at that moment. Geek knew that she was talking of trolls, horrid trolls, which even mighty Ceridwen did not wish to face.
"Lady,"
he gasped again. Promise them 100 gold pieces and a dozen fat sheep, Ceridwen went on. A purse and mutton. That should bring them running. 200 gold pieces and 2 dozen sheep, if they do not kill the elf or any of his friends. Just catch them and bring them to me.
"Trolls will eat me,"
Geek cried. Oh, Geek, Ceridwen laughed. You are always thinking of play. You will not be eaten. Not if you promise them enough.
"Geek bring gold?"
the goblin asked hopefully. Ceridwen laughed again, louder. Bring gold? She echoed incredulously. Promise gold, dear Geek. Oh, very well, Ceridwen said, after Geek did not relinquish his pouting expression. Geek smiled hopefully, a grin that dissipated as soon as Ceridwen handed him a single gold piece. Give them this, the sorceress explained. Promise them the rest. Geek looked to the west, to the towering, snow-covered mountains, then back to the torn snake behind him, honestly wondering which fate he preferred. It wasn't his choice to make. Ceridwen uttered a few words, and made a hand gesture or two, and in the blink of an astonished goblin's eye, Geek found himself far from the swamp and the plain. Jagged, snow-packed mountains surrounded him, stretching as high up as he could see.
"No, lady, no!"
he whined through chattering teeth, though he realized that Ceridwen couldn't hear him, and wouldn't care anyway. He inched along the trail in a secluded dell on the southern side of Dvergamall. The Calyx Biura's storm had diminished, and the temperature had grown more seasonable, but still the paths remained deep with snow. Poor Geek's progress slowed even further with each step, hindered as much by valid fears as by the icy trails. Somehow, Geek almost found himself homesick for the snake's unhinged jaw. He rarely dealt with trolls, especially huge and nasty mountain trolls, who were always hungry and not particular about what, or who, they stuffed into their yellow-fanged mouths. The pitiful goblin came around a ridge, trying to be as stealthy as possible. He heard the trolls grumbling and arguing. Trolls were always grumbling and arguing, in the distance, and saw the flickering light of their campfire. Then the world went dark for poor Geek as a sack dropped over his head. In a second, he was hoisted feet up and slung over a shoulder.
10,000 golds and 1,000,000 sheep!
Geek cried in terror, smelling disgusting troll breath right through the dirty sack. He managed to poke one hand out of the sack, presenting the troll with a single gold piece. The coin Sir Ridwin had enchanted with promises of splendid riches. The companions broke camp early the next day. An uncomfortable stillness engulfed them, fed by silent fears of their powerful nemesis and by the heightened surliness of the gruff dwarf. No one dared to ask Gino to help in breaking down the camp, and the dwarf did not offer. Stern-faced and without saying a word, Kelsey led them off. The elf had barely gone a dozen feet when Mickey trotted up ahead of him and turned back sharply. "Where are you going, then?" the leprechaun asked. "You're needing a gnome and a Gondabuggin. The gnome burrows are to the north, not to the south." Kelsey stared unblinkingly at the sprite. "Gnomes are the second best of thieves," Mickey went on, somewhat hesitantly, for he was beginning to catch on. "Second best will not suffice," Kelsey replied evenly. Mickey's sparkling gray eyes narrowed to dart-throwing slits. "You're beyond the bounds," he muttered. "Then run," Kelsey offered, his tone unyielding and his stare promising that he could make Mickey's life much more unpleasant. Mickey wasn't overly surprised. He had suspected that Kelsey would force him along from the very beginning. Elves were usually cheerful folk, especially towards sprites, but life quests had a way of stealing their mirth. The leprechaun pulled a long drag on his pipe and let Kelsey pass him by. He fell into line beside Gary without saying a word, and a short time later had resumed his perch on the young man's shoulder, book in hand. Gary didn't mind the leprechaun's familiarity. After his mistakes of the previous night and the anger both Kelsey and Gino had showed him, he was glad for the company. They trudged on through that day with few words being exchanged. Kelsey kept the point position, far out in front, his hand often resting on his sword hilt, with the others following in no particular order. Gino grumbled every now and again and spat often, usually in Gary's direction. It all seemed unremarkable and quite boring to Gary, except that on several occasions he noticed Mickey put something resembling a whistle up to his lips. No sound, at least none that Gary could hear, emanated from the little silver instrument when Gary blew into it, though, so Gary did not question the leprechaun about it and let it fall from his thoughts. He tried to concentrate on his own predicament instead. He had no remaining thoughts whatsoever that this might be a dream, but what then? The only answer that came into Gary's mind, the only possible solution, he decided, was that he had gone quite insane. Several times he tried to look through the guises of his companions, to see them as people from his own world. He gave that up quickly enough, seeing no hint that anything was any different. If he had gone insane, then he obviously could not consciously push that insanity away. So he decided to continue to play it out and make a vow to at least try to enjoy the adventure. He kept thinking of his parents, though, and of the distress he was no doubt causing them. Gary suspected that something out of the ordinary was up as soon as he saw Mickey slip out of camp later that night, that curious silver whistle in hand. He followed the leprechaun in a roundabout way, not wanting to be noticed, but not wanting the elusive Mickey to get out of his sight. Mickey did, though, as usual, and Gary suspected, without too much difficulty. The young man found himself out alone, peering helplessly into the dark tangles of a tree copse. Gary was about to give up and head back to camp when he heard a curious buzzing noise, followed by the leprechaun's voice. He crept slowly in the direction of the noise, and his eyes grew wider when he saw, under the light of a full moon, Mickey's companion, the same sprite who had stuck Gary with the poisoned arrow and started this whole adventure. "You know what's to be done," he heard Mickey whisper. The sprite's high-pitched reply came too fast for Gary to decipher any of the words. "Alas, it is," Mickey agreed. "But I've no way to get out of it without angering the likes of the Tylwyth Teg, and I've no desire to walk into Robert's lair without having a few scoring cards tucked up me sleeve." Gary silently mouthed the name Robert, thinking that Mickey couldn't be referring to the dragon. Again, the sprite buzzed a response that Gary couldn't understand. "I'll be getting back, don't you doubt," Mickey insisted, as forcefully as Gary had ever heard him. "But me first concern's getting myself back with me skin still on." The sprite buzzed and bowed, and disappeared into the brush. Mickey stared ahead for a few moments, then sighed loudly, and took out his pipe. Gary thought it best not to question Mickey about the strange encounter, so he said nothing later that evening when Mickey strolled back into camp, nor all the next day, hiking along the rolling hills east of the mountains. The weather was fine, if the company was not, and they continued to make steady progress that day and then the next. When the southern edge of Divergamal at last came into view, Kelsey picked up the pace. But then Gino stopped suddenly and sniffed the air. Mickey uncrossed his ankles and looked up from his book. Even Kelsey spun about curiously on the dwarf. Gino didn't seem to notice either of them. He stood very still, head back and nose up, sniffing at the air. "What is it?" Kelsey asked, drawing his sword. Gary could feel the tension growing. "Uh-oh," he heard Mickey whisper. Gino glanced right, then left, then spun around, his wide and round blue-gray eyes darting every which way. Kelsey's golden orbs flashed with mounting anxiety. "What is it?" the elf demanded again. Gino met his stare head-on.
"Trolls!"
the dwarf announced. "Uh-oh," Mickey said again. Gary turned on the leprechaun. "That's enough," he growled. "Ever since we left Dilnamara, I've had the feeling that you and Kelsey know more than you're telling me. What's going on? Who's after us and why?" "You wouldn't understand," Mickey replied. "'Tis of no concern." "You tell me now, or I'm done with this adventure, and you can send me right back to my own world," Gary snapped. He threw his spear to the ground, looped the case with Donegarton's spear over his shoulder, and let that fall too, and crossed his armored arms defiantly over his chest. "Tell him as we run," Kelsey bade Mickey. Gino was still standing, sniffing the air, his expression growing more and more alarmed. Seeing even the steady dwarf so obviously unnerved, Gary lost the momentum for his argument. He scooped up his belongings, and off they went, Gino leading them away from the mountains. "'Tis Caridwen we're thinking," Mickey started to explain to Gary, the leprechaun taking his usual seat.
"You have angered the sorceress?"
Gino cried, overhearing. He skidded to a stop and spun around, eyes flashing and his jaw clenched tight.
"And it was she who roused the calyx?"
he said angrily. Mickey nodded gravely. Gino turned on Kelsey.
"You said nothing about battling the likes of Caridwen," he roared. "You did not mention the witch at all."
Gary listened to the conversation distantly, his thoughts tied around the name of the witch. So many names in this enchanted land seemed somehow familiar to him, and he was certain that he had heard of Caridwen before, back in his own world. "I did not know that the witch was involved," Kelsey answered honestly. "Only when I spied the calyx drifting across the peaks of Divergamal did I come to truly believe that the dangers we have encountered have not been random chances."
"For only she could raise the calyx,"
Gino reasoned grimly. "And the trolls," Mickey put in, prodding them all to the realization that this might not be the best opportunity to sit and discuss the matter. The reminder sobered Gino. He spun all about, sniffing anxiously at every direction.
"Trolls," he replied, "and not too far."
As if on cue, the others suddenly caught the disgusting scent. "Run!" Kelsey cried, and he and Gino led them on wildly, Kelsey stopping every few feet to encourage Gary to keep up. Now, more comfortable with the armor, Gary was up to the great pace, But still the stench of trolls deepened around them from every side. Gino led them up a small bare hillock.
"They're all about,"
the dwarf declared, taking up his two favorite throwing hammers and arranging the other for easy grabbing off his wide belt.
"Set for defense."
Kelsey pulled his longbow off his shoulder and quickly strung it, while Mickey hopped down from his perch and surveyed the area, wondering what tricks he might play. Gary tried hard to appear busy, though he had little idea of what to do. He clasped his spear tightly in both hands, feeling the balance, and foolishly ran a finger along, instead of across, its metal tip, drawing a line of blood. With Kelsey, Gino, and even Mickey so worried about the trolls, Gary could only pray that the enchanted weapon on his back would aid him when the fighting started. And then Gary watched and waited, wondering what a troll looked like. It wasn't long before he found out. A huge humanoid shape appeared over the rolling hills behind, lumbering towards them on legs as thick as the trunk of a mature oak. Another troll appeared behind it, and a third behind that. "3 of them to the north," Gary remarked, squinting through the eye slit on his helmet. "3 that way," Mickey corrected. Following the leprechaun's motion, Gary turned left and saw another troll, this one close enough for him to get a better view. The creature stood fully 10 feet tall, maybe more, and wore filthy hides over its green, wart-covered skin. While its legs and torso were unbelievably thick, its arms were long and lean, made for snatching fleeing prey with long, curling fingernails. Scraggly hair, yellow eyes, and even yellower teeth completed the gruesome picture. When he was finally able to pull himself from the approaching spectacle, Gary completed his visual circuit. 2 more trolls had gotten ahead of the companions, and now come in from the front, the south, and the 7th creature, accompanied by a smaller form, approached the hillock from the east. "Have you noticed the sunlight?" Mickey asked sarcastically. "When you get back to your own world, you go and tell your Mr. Tolkien that you seen trolls moving about in the sunlight."
"No regular hunting band,"
Gino remarked, regarding the engulfing formation.
"This group is skilled in catching quarry."
"As part of that quarry, I'm not pleased to be hearing you," Mickey put in. "They have not caught us yet," Kelsey declared, shooting the sarcastic leprechaun a dangerous glare. He took a bead on the closest troll, the one to the west, and his great bow twanged in rapid succession, sending a line of arrows at the monster. If Gary had been impressed with the elf's swordsmanship against the goblin raiders, he was even more amazed now. Kelsey had his 5th arrow in the air before the first hit the approaching troll. The elf's aim was near perfect, though the thin darts seemed to have little effect. One snapped in half against the troll's shoulder, another nicked the creature's neck, drawing a bit of blood, but the troll slapped it and the others away, as though they were but a minor inconvenience, showing them no more heed than Gary might show a few stinging gnats. But then Kelsey went from near perfect to perfect, driving an arrow into the troll's eye. The creature howled in agony, swerved to the side, and went down in a heap, screaming and thrashing, its clawing hands and kicking feet digging wide holes in the grassy plain. Gino went to work on the 2 trolls charging in from the north. Hammers spun in, bonking against the attackers with tremendous force.
"Ow!"
cried the first, catching a hammer squarely on the tip of its stubby thumb. "Me nose!" snuffled the other. "He braked me nose!" Even 20 yards away, Gary could hear the cartilage cracking as the monster grabbed its prominent proboscis in both hands and twisted it back, trying to stem the flow of gushing blood. Both of those trolls ducked and dodged, suddenly more concerned with keeping away from the continuing stream of hammers than with attacking the hillock. Gary looked at his spear and at the trolls closing from behind and from the east. The three behind were not an immediate threat, having taken up a zigzag route around a wide crack that had suddenly appeared in the ground between them and the hillock. Gary had just crossed that same ground, running in an unhindered straight line. He didn't have to spy out the concentrating leprechaun to know that Mickey's illusions had caused the crack. The troll from the east, having left its smaller companion, which Gary now recognized as a goblin, far behind, was not deterred, though, and with Kelsey and Gino deep in their own fights and Mickey busy with his illusion, only Gary stood to block the monster's way. He looked again at his spear. "Do not even think of throwing it," came the voice in his head. "I wasn't," Gary retorted aloud. "1,000 pardons," answered the silent voice. "Take heart now, young warrior. I will guide thee." Gary was glad for the help, but hardly taking heart. The troll hadn't even started up the side of the hillock, but its evil yellow eyes were even with Gary's. Up, up came the monster, holding a huge club at its side. "Strike before it finds even footing," the spear of Cedric Donegarton implored, and Gary did, thrusting straight out, driving the point of his dwarf-forged spear against the troll's massive chest. The weapon dug in just an inch, then its long tip bent over to the side. "Blimey!" screamed the troll, stopping its ascent and looking down in surprise. Gary didn't hesitate. On his own instincts, he curled his legs under him and leaped out, slamming his heavy shield into the troll's face and chest. The foolish young man bounced back, stormed without his breath, and with every metal plate of his armor singing a vibrating tune. "Never shield rush a mountain troll," scolded Cedric's spear. Down to his knees, Gary hardly comprehended the call. He noticed his spear lying beside him, and then noticed impossibly huge feet and impossibly thick ankles on either side of him. He understood, somewhere in the back of his spinning mind, that the troll straddling him held its club up, ready to squash him. "Up! Up!" cried the sentient spear on his back. The call could have meant several things, Gary noted, but he again went with his instincts. Grabbing his dwarven spear in both hands and thrusting it straight up above his head, he heard a sickly squishy sound and watched the monster hop up to its tippy toes. The troll groaned weakly, then toppled, pulling the spear from Gary's grasp as it went. A relieved Gary knew that he had done well, but when he looked around for applause, he realized that he could hardly afford to stop and congratulate himself. Gino had run out of throwing hammers and now met the two trolls head-on. A larger hammer in each hand, the dwarf scooted every which way, between the troll's legs, around to the side, slapping and smacking wherever he found an opening. Kelsey hadn't joined the dwarfs, though, for two of the trolls from behind had found their way through Mickey's maze and pressed in on the elf. "2 trolls?" Gary muttered. "Only 2?" He got a terrible feeling and spun about, bringing his shield up, more as a matter of reflex than conscious thought. There, right behind him, he found the missing troll, and saw, too, its arcing club. The heavy weapon slammed the top of Gary's shield, snapping the straps and nearly breaking Gary's arm, then clipped the young man on the side of the head. Gary's helmet spun about several times, finally coming to a stop facing backwards. Donegarton's spear implored him to action, crying for him to dive and roll, or fall back and tumble down the hillock. None of it mattered, for Gary wasn't seeing anything or hearing anything at that moment. The ground rushed up to catch him, but he didn't know it. Kelsey's sword spun and swirled, cut teasingly wide arcs, then darted straight ahead at troll hands or troll faces, or whatever target the elf could find. The two trolls trying to get at Kelsey had a dozen wounds each, but these were minor nicks, for the elf's sword was a slender weapon, more designed for battling smaller, less mountain-like foes. Still, Kelsey, fighting in a purely defensive manner, managed to keep them at bay for many minutes, though he knew that something dramatic had to happen if he and his companions were to prevail. Two trolls were down, the one Kelsey had blinded with an arrow, and the one Gary had pierced through the groin. But 5 others remained. One was busy now, wrapping Gary in a crude net. Gino had the remaining 2 fully engaged. The time had come for Kelsey to strike hard.
"Circle him!"
one of his opponents cried, slipping around to Kelsey's side. The other, after a moment's consideration, moved the other way, getting opposite the elf from his companion. Kelsey worked hard to keep them on his sides, where he could watch their every movement. They stepped towards him and back out, lifted their clubs, and waved them about menacingly, looking for an opening. Kelsey dipped under a clumsy club swing, but instead of backing away to keep his defensive posture, he leaned forward under the blow and charged straight in. The surprised troll had no way to get its club back in line for any semblance of defense. It waved its free arm frantically, trying to keep Kelsey at bay. The elf drove in fiercely. His crafted sword bent nearly double as he thrust it into the rock-like troll's chest. But it was a magical blade, and it did not break. He heard the troll wheeze as the blade slipped through its ribs. Then it fell back, grabbing at its chest. The doomed creature's companion bellowed and hurled his club, but Kelsey, hearing the roar, was not caught unawares. He tucked his head and rolled to the side, barely dodging the heavy missile. The troll came on, diving after Kelsey and grabbing him by the leg in one huge hand. Quickly, the troll scrambled back to its knees and tugged with all its strength, meaning to spin Kelsey around and around. The elf did come off the ground under the troll's incredibly powerful pull, but Kelsey, veteran of 100 battles, kept his composure and bent over double against the momentum, hacking at the troll's hand with all his might. Troll fingers fell to the ground, and Kelsey, free of the grasp, went spinning through the air. Agile as any cat, he landed easily and started right back in for the fight. But then, a boot fell over his back and he was flattened to the grass. Kelsey felt as if a mountain had fallen on him. He couldn't even squirm about under the tremendous weight.
"Squish him, Earl!"
yelled the troll that had thrown him.
"He cut off me fingers!"
Gino Hammer-Thrower was no novice to troll fighting. The trolls were the very worst enemy of the dwarfs of Dvergamall, and every time one of their hunting parties went anywhere near the thunderous spray of the Firth of Balder, Gino had personally led the charge. The odds had always been better than this, however. For the first time, Gino found himself outnumbered by trolls 2-1, and outweighed by at least 20-1. Undaunted, the dwarf growled and spat, and used every trick he had ever been taught about fighting giant kin. "I'll put ye in a sandwich," one of the beasts started to say, but it stopped abruptly when Gino's hurled hammer put out 2 of its teeth. The troll spit the hammer out, and Gino was quick to reclaim it, preferring to fight with both hands. The other troll, seeing Gino going for the hammer, went for Gino, both its hands outstretched.
"Stupid!"
Gino laughed, spinning about, and he laughed even louder as he realized that the troll's reaching fingers were straight out and rigid.
"This will hurt,"
Gino promised, and he smashed both his hammers, one after the other, straight into the tips of the monster's fingers. Suddenly, the troll had little desire to grab at the dwarf, or grab at anything at all. Gino wasn't quite finished, though. He scooted through the troll's widespread legs, but reversed his direction and came right back out the front. His ploy worked perfectly, and the stupid monster was still looking over its shoulder as Gino cracked a hammer into its kneecap. Kelsey stared blankly as his own arms became writhing tentacles, horribly tipped by barbed claws. The troll standing over him jerked back in surprise, its foot coming up enough to allow the elf to draw breath. Then, Kelsey noticed Mickey standing beside the massive body of the troll that Gary had downed. The elf mouthed a silent thank you, then started to cry out in alarm as he noticed a goblin creeping up behind the leprechaun, sack in hand. But Kelsey had his own problems. The sack went over Mickey, and the tentacle illusion was no more. The troll growled and pressed down again, even more forcefully. "Squish him, Earl!" screamed its wounded companion, and Kelsey surely thought that his life was at an end. But then Earl reached down and grabbed him in both hands, plucked his sword away, and tossed him into the same net that held Gary.
I got him! I got him!
Geek squealed in glee, holding up the leprechaun-filled sack by its drawstring. But then the bag went limp, giving the illusion that the leprechaun had somehow vanished. Stunned, the goblin grabbed at the sack, stupidly pulling it open. A long-stemmed pipe whipped out and cracked into Geek's eyes, and the sack fell free. Mickey thought himself quite clever, and a huge hand plucked him out of mid-air.
"No, you don't, you trickster!"
growled the nearby troll, holding its sliced groin in one hand and wrapping the other about the leprechaun. The troll gave an uncomfortable squeeze.
"Any more of your tricks and I'll squash you good,"
it warned. And Mickey didn't have to be told twice. The troll clutched its busted knee and hopped up and down on its good leg. Every time it came down, though, Gino slammed a hammer onto its toes. The gap-toothed troll crept up behind the dwarf, club in hand.
"Quiet as a thunderstorm,"
Gino chided, rolling out of harm's way just as the sneaking troll launched its swing. The swinging club took the troll's hopping companion on the side of the good leg and sent the poor monster tumbling down the hillock like an avalanche. The gap-toothed troll flew into a rage, swatting and clubbing frantically, putting huge dents in the soft ground, but never, for all its fury, getting anywhere near to hitting Gino. The dwarf scrambled and dove, appearing desperate, but using each maneuver to better his position for counterstrikes. He came up alongside the club one time and smacked the troll's hand. Another time, he used the down-cutting club to great advantage, tossing a hammer right over it as it descended. The stupid troll never even saw the missile until it rebounded away from its face, taking another tooth with it. Gino was upon the weapon in a split second, coming back up, both hands ready to continue. Then the troll got more cautious. It bent low to the dwarf, keeping its club raised defensively between its face and Gino. Gino shrugged and hurled a hammer into the club, which in turn smacked the troll in the face. The monster roared and lifted its weapon high, just as the dwarf had anticipated. Gino leaped right into its face, grabbing a handful of scraggly hair and flailing away furiously with his remaining weapon. Gino understood and even anticipated the stupid creature's every move, and he leaped away just as the heavy club came swatting in. The troll's head snapped over backwards. The club fell to the ground. The monster stood very still for a long moment, regarding Gino through crossed eyes, then fell like a cut tree. But now Earl came stomping over, followed by his seven-fingered companion and by a gingerly walking troll holding a small sack.
"Sorry to leave you,"
Gino called to his captured companions,
"but fair is fair."
The dwarf figured his indenture to be at an end. He had never agreed to die beside the elf. When Gino turned to go, though, he found that retreat would not be so easy a feat. Another troll, with a broken arrow protruding from one eye and a murderous look in its other eye, had come around behind the dwarf, and the first troll Gino had felled was also back up, limping and still holding its knee, but blocking that route. The chase and fight went on for several minutes. Gino whipped a hammer here, smacked a hammer there, and put each of the trolls down more than once. But there were too many enemies, and finally Earl put a bag over the stubborn dwarf's head.
12. Enos Gwydryn. It was a long time before Gary Ledger opened his eyes again. He was tangled up with Kelsey, hanging in a net supported by poles slung over the shoulders of two trolls. The first thing that struck Gary, aside from the throbs of a terrible headache, was the condition of his captors. For the trolls, though victorious, had not come away unscathed. There were 6 of them now, not 7, and each one of these showed fresh and vicious battle scars. The one carrying the net up front was missing fingers on its right hand. The one behind Gary had a bandage wrapped around his head, angled to cover one eye. Trolls flanked the net on either side. Gary recognized the one to his left, walking gingerly, as the one who had caught his spear between the legs. The troll across on the right sported an even more pronounced limp, and it reached down often to clutch its kneecap. The remaining 2 monsters walked up front, along with a scrawny goblin. From his tangled position, Gary couldn't see this group very well, but he noticed that one of the trolls carried a large sack, which it banged against a tree whenever they passed one along the side of the road. From the sputtering, cursing, and thrashing that inevitably erupted from inside the sack after each hit, Gary soon understood that Gino's ride was even less pleasant than his own. "We didn't win, huh?" he groaned, as soon as he felt able to speak. His mouth felt as though it had been stuffed with cotton, and his throat was sorely parched. How long had he been out? Kelsey twisted about, which turned Gary's leg in a very uncomfortable way. "We fared better than most against the likes of trolls," the proud elf growled angrily. "Here, shut your mouth!" snarled the troll behind, and it shook the poles roughly, jostling the net. Scratchy cords dug at Gary from every angle, finding creases in his armor and cutting at his skin. "At least Mickey got away," Gary whispered hopefully after a few minutes had passed. Kelsey shook his head. "He did not," the elf explained. "The large troll up front has him." "Earl's got him," snarled the troll on the right, having overheard. "In his pocket. Even a little trickster wouldn't get out of Earl's pocket." The troll behind gave another rough shake on the poles, and Gary fell silent, feeling thoroughly miserable. Was he to be cooked in a large pot? And what would death in this land of fairy mean back in the real world? Gary had heard that people who died in their dreams really did die, from the shock. He had never believed that, but he wasn't anxious to try out the theory. And worse still, Gary absolutely did not believe this adventure to be a dream. The little details, like the rope now digging at the back of his knee, were too complete and too real. And how long could a dream last anyway? Were these trolls, then, hospital attendants? The proverbial men in white coats? Gary shook the absurd thoughts away, replaced them with his heartfelt belief that all of this was as it seemed, that he was actually in this magical land of fairy. Talk about your absurd thoughts. The trolls bumped along at a great pace. Even wounded trolls could cover wide expanses with their long-legged strides, across the rolling plain region, through a small wood, and then over many more miles of open lands. They set no camp, ran right through the night, and the next morning they went up into yet another mountain region. Gary, lost though he was certain that these peaks were not part of Divergamol, though. They were less jagged and foreboding, though rugged enough.
Penelon,
Kelsey muttered grimly. And the name meant something to Gary, though he couldn't exactly place it. Kelsey fell silent as the trolls lumbered on, through tight passes, through a tunnel once, and over ridges that Gary would have spent half an hour climbing, but that the trolls merely stepped across. Poor Gino continued to get the worst of it. At one point, the troll carrying him dropped the sack to the ground and jerked and dragged it along with a lead rope, purposely bouncing it among the sharpest stones, while the troll and its companions shared a wicked laugh. Gino kept up his muffled stream of stubborn curses throughout the ordeal, promising retribution and revealing no pain.
Quidrin! Quidrin!
Geek the Goblin squealed a short while later. The trolls got noticeably nervous at the proclamation, but it was Kelsey, up tight against Gary, who seemed the most afraid. More afraid than Gary had ever seen him. "What is Gwydrin?" Gary whispered, but the elf offered no reply. The troop came around a jutting stone then, and a wide mountain lake spread before them, reflecting the surrounding peaks on its crystalline surface. In the middle, far away and barely visible, loomed an island that, despite its tiny size, filled Gary with dread. Somehow he knew that to be their destination, as though the island itself was emanating some evil, beckoning energies.
Quidrin!
Geek squealed again. He rushed down to the shoreline and led the trolls to several small craft hidden in tall weeds.
Puts them in the boatses.
Geek squealed.
We takes them to the lady.
"Where's my pay, goblin thing?" croaked Earl, casting a not-so-fond stare at the rowboats. Small boats indeed, by a troll's estimation.
Lady pays.
Geek promised.
Goblin pays,
Earl corrected.
or Earl eats goblin. 200s?
Geek replied squeamishly.
10,000s, you says,
howled the seven-fingered troll, dropping its end of the net with a thump. Geek shied away from the brute, but had nowhere to run.
Yeah,
added Earl, poking the goblin in the back hard enough to send him flat to his face.
and 1,000,000 sheeps.
Earl reached down and grabbed poor Geek up by the head, giving him just a little shake for the fun of it.
Where's me sheeps?
The goblin didn't even try to fight back. Earl's hand fully covered Geek's head, and he knew well that one little squeeze from the mighty troll would pop his skull. There came a shriek from far out on the lake, the cry of a large bird. Trolls and captives alike watched a black speck soaring high into the clear sky, growing larger as it sped towards them. The great black bird went into a curl-winged stoop, plummeting for the glassy surface of the minor lake. At the last second, it leveled out and let its momentum carry it quickly to the shore, where it landed right before Earl and his captive.
What's?
Earl started to say, but he was interrupted by a sudden and blinding flash of light. When the big troll's vision returned, Lady Ceridwen stood before him, cold and stern and incredibly beautiful in her shimmering black gown.
What's?
Earl started to say again, but truly the troll forgot what it wanted to ask, and the words stuck in its throat. "Good," purred Ceridwen. "You have brought them alive." She looked more closely at Kelsey and Gary, trying to fathom if any more forms were caught up in that tangle of ropes and limbs. Then she looked to the large sack and the blood staining its side. As if on cue, the troll holding the bag gave a quick shake, and Gino set into bitching again. "And the leprechaun is in there as well?" Ceridwen asked.
He's in me pocket,
grumbled Earl, growing more suspicious and less impressed by the moment. "Alive?"
For me to know,
Earl retorted.
and for yous to find out when you pays me gold and sheeps.
200 gold?
And 24 sheep, Cerridwen offered.
10,000, he says,
Earl corrected, poking Geek hard.
And 1,000,000 sheep.
The 7-fingered troll started to assert, but Cerridwen's icy gaze froze the words in his mouth. Cerridwen looked sternly at her goblin slave. 100 gold and 12 sheep was my bargain, she explained, as much to the terrified goblin as to the trolls. Twice that, if they are alive. That was my offer. That remains my offer. The trolls blustered and grumbled, each looking to the other to make the first move against the impertinent witch. Cerridwen's reputation was not something to be taken lightly, though, not even for a group of mountain trolls.
10,000!
One of the monsters, the one Gary had struck, growled finely.
Or we eat you all!
The troll took one step towards Cerridwen, but the witch uttered a simple phrase, and the troll found itself hopping instead of walking.
She turned him into a rabbit,
the 7-fingered blusterer peeped. Indeed, where a moment before had stood a 12-foot-tall mountain troll, now sat a lop-eared bunny troll, no bigger than Earl's fat thumb. Gary blinked in sheer amazement as the trolls grumbled and milled about in confusion. The monsters were not amused. But neither were they making any moves towards the raven-haired witch. "Is the leprechaun alive?" Cerridwen asked Earl again. Earl shoved his hand into a pocket and pulled out a very shook-up, but very alive, Mickey McMickey. Earl held the stunned leprechaun high between his thumb and index finger and gave Mickey a rough shake, telling him to speak out. Mickey couldn't find the words to respond, and Earl went to shake him again, but Cerridwen stopped the troll with an outstretched palm. 200 pieces of gold and 24 plump sheep. The witch agreed.
10!
The 7-fingered troll started to complain, but a look from Earl and its 3 other remaining companions put an end to that.
We gets to keep the dwarf?
Earl asked.
Me friends be wantin' a pie.
Keep the dwarf, Cerridwen replied, and Earl smiled wide. Nothing tasted better than dwarf pie, after all, not even 24 plump sheep. But then the witch abruptly changed her mind, considering the benefits of having the finest smithy in all the world at her disposal, a prisoner on her island. "I take the dwarf," she insisted. Gary knew what was coming, but he cringed anyway when Earl begged on.
"We keeps the man?"
"Oh, no," Cerridwen said. "Not the man, nor the elf, nor the leprechaun, I am afraid."
"What about me pie?" Earl grumbled.
Cerridwen thought for a moment, cast a look at Geek that made the goblin faint dead away, then came up with a solution. "Rabbits make fine pies," she offered. With typical troll loyalty, the 4 monsters behind Earl fell murderously over the lop-eared troll bunny.
"Not big enough,"
grumbled the 7-fingered troll, and a moment later it too found itself hopping along the ground, zigging and zagging desperately to get away from the greedy troll hands. "Big enough now?" Cerridwen asked Earl, when the 2nd troll bunny was at last scooped up by its floppy ears, kicking wildly. Earl blanched, managed a smile, and nodded stupidly. Cerridwen snapped her fingers, and 2 boats drifted out from the weeds. "Put the prisoners in the square one," she instructed. The trolls looked all around, waiting again for another to take the lead. "Now!" Cerridwen cried, and the monsters fell all over themselves getting to the prisoners. Gino went flying in first with a crash, followed by Gary and Kelsey, and finally Mickey, who managed to produce an umbrella at the last second to slow his descent. Cerridwen waved her hand, and lines of blue light, a magical cage, shot up around the boat's perimeter. "And put their equipment on the other boat," Cerridwen said. Earl shrugged, quite a heave for the square-shouldered giant, as if he did not understand.
Equip,
the troll stuttered, hoping to get away with the precious items.
Hop, hop, Ceridwen promised. A sword, 2 shields, a spear, a leather case, assorted packs, and a dozen hammers went flying into the boat. And be throwin' in the trickster's hat, Ceridwen heard herself say, though it was neither her thought nor her voice. Before she could say anything, Earl flipped Mickey's tam-o'-shanter into the boat. Ceridwen's icy blue eyes flashed in Mickey's direction, but the sprite only shrugged in reply, and the witch's visage softened, revealing almost admiration for the clever trick. The companions didn't even try to get out of their boat prison as Geek towed them far out on the lake.
Caught again,
Gino grumbled.
and now I am working for that wretched witch.
The burdens of fame, Mickey put in, drawing a scowl from the dwarf. We'll not be long on Ceridwen's Isle, Kelsey vowed.
Gary let them ramble on without him, more interested in the island. A castle sat upon it, walls glistening in the sunlight as though they were made of glass. Gary sat and stared at the magnificent structure for a long while, mesmerized by the beauty. "The Isle of Glass," Mickey explained, shifting beside him. "Ines Gwydryn," Gary replied offhandedly. Only Mickey's sudden startled movement reminded the young man that his knowledge of the place was unexpected. "Where'd you hear of it?" the leprechaun asked. "Folktale," Gary replied. "I must have read it in some book. It's like many of the things and places around here, yourself included." Gary's brow crinkled as he tried to sort it all out, his green eyes reflecting the sparkle of the glistening waters of Loch Gwydryn. "The names are strange to me," he explained after some time, "but I know that I've heard them before." He looked to Mickey for answers. "Does that make any sense?" "Aye," Mickey replied, to Gary's relief. "Many from your own world have crossed to Fairy, and returned with folk tales, as ye call 'em." "And Penellan," Gary went on. "That name, too, is familiar, but I think it is an actual place in my world." "Not to doubt," replied the leprechaun. "Many are the places that share borders, and many more that share names, between Fairy and your own world, though not nearly as many as there used to be. 'Tis a sad thing." "And what have you heard of Ines Gwydryn?" Kelsey asked, hearing the conversation. "Just the name that I can recall," Gary answered. "And that it was an enchanted place." "Is an enchanted place," Mickey corrected, "but not as it used to be. The isle is Ceridwen's now, and that's not a good thing for the likes of me and yourself."
"We'll not be long on Ceridwen's Isle," Kelsey said again, more forcefully, but the vow seemed lost on all of them at that moment, for Geek's boat had already scraped bottom, and the dreary beach loomed just a dozen feet away. Ceridwen met them as they landed. With a wave of her delicate hand, both boats climbed right up on the sand. A second wave brought down the cage of blue light, and the companions filtered out onto the shore. "Welcome to Ines Gwydryn, Kelson Elenelviel Gilravidry," the witch said with a polite curtsy. "You may retrieve your belongings. The isle is yours to enjoy."
You would give me my sword?
The elf asked suspiciously. "It won't be bringing her harm," Mickey explained. "No weapons forged by mortal hands, even elvish hands, can wound Lady Ceridwen."
"How true," purred the witch, "and how convenient for me."
Kelsey said nothing, but thought of the many ways in which he might cause havoc on Ines Gwydryn and escape the island. Ceridwen smiled as though she had read the elf's thoughts. In a burst of movements, she twirled about and waved her arms, her voice crackling as she cried, "Elf and dwarf and man and sprite, by any day and any night,
If you swim the water blue, as acid it will be to you. And any boat you seek to take upon the waters of my lake will fall apart and splinter thin, and in the acid drop you in. And if you find a way to fly across the lake and up the sky, let a wind come rushing down and push you in to burn and drown. Not very good, Mickey commented dryly. Caridwen stopped laughing and shot a glare at the impertinent leprechaun. But effective, no doubt, she promised, and none of them, not even Gino, wanted to go and try the water.
"How long are we to be held here?" the dwarf growled. "I have work to do, many contracts to fulfill."
100 years, Caridwen replied. Or until that one, she pointed to Gary, has died. Enis Gwydryn is your home now. Do make yourselves comfortable. There are caves which should please you, good dwarf, and my resourceful slaves have even managed to construct some small huts. With your fighting skills, mighty elf lord, you should be able to claim 1 or 2 structures as your own.
"Why have you interfered?"
Kelsey demanded.
"This was no business of yours, Witch Caridwen."
But it was, Caridwen replied. I cannot allow you to reforge the spear and stir up thoughts of ancient heroes.
Your puppet strings are not so tight on Kinnimore? Mickey asked slyly. On the king, yes, Kelsey reasoned, remembering Prince Geldian's interference. But not on the common people. She fears that they will look back to find their heritage and their way out of the mire.
You are a fool, Kelson Ellen Elvil Gilravidry, Caridwen spat.
Call him Kelsey, Mickey offered, but the witch paid the leprechaun no heed.
Ever were the elf lords of Fairy fools, Caridwen went on. You sing old songs and play with legends while I... She stopped suddenly, realizing that she might be revealing too much, even to prisoners. Come along, geek, Caridwen growled, and she grabbed up the case containing Cedric's spear and rushed away, the cowering goblin close behind. There was really very little that the companions could do. Gino retrieved a hammer from the goblin's boat and hurled it Caridwen's way, but it turned into a crow long before it ever reached the witch, and simply flew off into the sky. So the weary companions set a camp, and sat down in the sand, and stared glumly at the shore. It did not seem so far, with the mountains rising up sharply beyond the water's edge, but the trip in the boat had taken many minutes, covering a half-mile, at least. Given Caridwen's spell, the shore might as well have been a world away.
The break gave Gary time to consider his fate, and the consequences of this strange adventure. He slid over to sit by Mickey, who was just about done with The Hobbit.
Too bad I don't have the rest of the stories, he offered. You'd have a way to spend the next week or two.
Fine with the words is your Mr. Tolkien, the leprechaun agreed, never looking up from the book. Mickey. Gary started again somberly, and he put a hand on the leprechaun's shoulder. Mickey looked up and knew at once that something was deeply troubling his captured man. How many days? I've been here a while. Mickey's sudden burst of laughter put Gary a bit at rest. Not to worry, lad, the leprechaun explained. Time's running different in Fairy. When the sprites danced about you, they danced against the turn of the clock. Against the turn? Gary did not understand. If they go against the turn, then the time in Fairy runs quicker than time in your own world, Mickey explained. If they go with the clock, then the other runs true. A day here 'd see 12 years pass in your own world, but they went against the clock in bringing you. You'll not be missed in your home for a long, long time. But what happens? Gary stuttered on, searching for the right words. If I die here, do I wake up there?
I hadn't really thought about it before. Well, maybe in the goblin fight, and just for the moment when I fell over the cliff, but what happens? Mickey's comforting smile faded. No, lad, he replied quietly. If you die here, then die you do. They'd not find your body, unless I can think of a way to bring you back to the woods where me pixie took you. This is no dream. I told you before. Gary spent a few minutes considering the grim possibility that he would die here, and the pain it would bring to his parents. He imagined them looking over his sword-hacked body in the woods out back, totally perplexed, and with half the Lancashire police force standing right beside them, having no explanations. How many unexplained deaths? Gary dismissed the seemingly limitless possibilities of the confusing notion, preferring to concentrate on his own predicament. Suppose Cerridwen keeps us for a year or 10 years, Gary reasoned. And then you get me back. As I said, in your world, you'll have been gone just a short time, even though you've been 10 years in Fairy. But will I have aged? Now Gary thought he saw some intriguing possibilities here concerning immortality. Mickey dashed them immediately. Aye, the leprechaun replied, and he chuckled as he thought about it. You'd be showing the 10 years. Many's the ones who've gone back to your world after long years in Fairy, trying to explain how their hair turned all grey overnight. But it won't be 10 years. Or 100. Gary prompted, looking over to Kelsey, sitting a short distance away and staring into the darkening sky. You'll get me out of here. Cerridwen's a mighty foe, Mickey began, not at all convinced. It wasn't hard to see, though, that Gary needed some comforting. Aye, lad, the leprechaun finished as cheerfully as he could. Kelsey'll find a way to beat the witch. Gary smiled and motioned for Mickey to go back to his book, then joined Kelsey in the silent stare to the twilight sky. 13. Island Boss. They spent a quiet night. Almost. Sometime before dawn, Gary awakened from a fitful sleep to find yellow eyes staring at the camp from every direction. Kelsey and Gino were already up. Gary could make out their dark forms nearby in the gloom. The yellow eyes slowly advanced. "Give us some light," Kelsey whispered, and with a snap of the leprechaun's fingers the whole area was bathed in a soft glow. The grubby slaves of Cerridwen's islands jumped back, startled, then began thumping crooked clubs against their makeshift shields and throwing sand into the air. Not even Kelsey or Mickey had ever seen such a mixture of rabble. Dirty humans, goblins, a troll, and even a dwarf stood shoulder to shoulder, or shoulder to hip, in the threatening ring about the camp. Gary wasn't sure whether they wanted to fight, or if they had come to enlist the newest slaves in their ragtag army. He wasn't certain which of those choices he would prefer. The rabble calmed and quieted as the initial surprise of the light wore off, and once again they tightened their ranks. They looked around to each other, hesitatingly, and finally one ugly, powerfully built man, fully armored, though his armor was quite rusty, strode out boldly from the ranks. "Yachik!" he proclaimed, thumbing his barrel-like chest. In a proclamation of superiority, the large man chopped his heavy sword against the soft ground. "This is Yachik's island." "Seems this one's for Kelsey," Mickey mentioned, and the grim elf nodded his agreement. Without the slightest trepidation showing in his determined strides, Kelsey stepped out to meet Yachik squarely. "I had been told that this was Cerridwen's island," the elf replied to the boast.
"Castle is Cerridwen's,"
Yachik retorted without a second's hesitation.
"Island belongs to Yachik."
The grubby dwarf stepped out of the ranks then, eyeing Gino fiercely and stroking his thick blue beard. "You know him?" Mickey asked.
Not of my clan,
Gino replied, never taking his eyes from his counterpart. Like Gino, the stranger had several hammers hanging from his wide belt. Deliberately, Gino pulled 2 hammers out and sent them spinning into the air above him. After just a few catches, he added a 3rd. The other dwarf did likewise, and added a 4th as soon as Gino had, then put a 5th up before Gino could respond. Dwarfs have their own types of challenges, Mickey explained to Gary.
Well, Yachik,
Kelsey said evenly, it seems that you must now share your island, for Sir Ridwin has trapped us here.
You join with Yachik,
the ugly man roared.
You serve Yachik, and Yachik lets you live.
Kelsey looked at Mickey and Gary, and the two could tell from his smirk that Yachik was about to get a lesson. I think not, Kelsey replied. Yachik started to turn towards his own troops, but Kelsey's sword flashed up and nicked him on the ear. The ugly man spun back and wetted his fingers in his own blood, his face contorted in budding outrage. Gary realized that Kelsey could have killed the man as he had turned away, but he understood the elf's caution and his plan. Kelsey didn't want the whole rabble force, particularly the troll, to get into the fight, and the elf was betting that defeating Yachik fairly would put an end to it all. The nick on the ear had worked. Too angry to care about his allies, Yachik roared and launched a mighty swing Kelsey's way. Kelsey was too nimble for the heavy weapon. He easily stepped back, then came in with a straightforward thrust that cut a strap on Yachik's crude breastplate, leaving a vulnerable hollow. Kelsey couldn't finish the move, though, for Yachik, incredibly strong, reversed the lumbering swing and came across again, driving the elf backwards. Yachik advanced, holding his sword by both hands straight out in front of him. Kelsey moved to the side and Yachik turned to follow, wisely keeping the swift elf out at sword's length. A fierce thrust had Kelsey spinning to the side. He slipped down to one knee and Yachik roared in, cutting an overhand chop. Gary screamed, thinking Kelsey doomed, but the elf dove and rolled towards Yachik, inside the angle of the blow, and came up beside and then beyond the man, slashing him in the leg as he passed. Yachik growled, but seemed not to care about the wound. From his scars, Gary could see that he had suffered many worse hits in his fighting days. To the side of the main action, Gino and the grubby dwarf continued their 5-hammer juggling. In the blink of an eye, the grubby dwarf, seeing his leader in trouble, launched one of his weapons Kelsey's way. Fully engaged, Kelsey never saw it coming. But Gino did. He, too, hurled a hammer, his catching the grubby dwarf's missile in mid-flight and deflecting it harmlessly away from Kelsey. Gary and Mickey, even Kelsey and Yachik, turned to regard the dwarfs. In a flurry of movement that none of them could truly follow, the half-sized opponents whipped their hammers at each other. Sparks flew as hammers connected in mid-air. Gino grunted as he took one off his chest. The grubby dwarf grunted as one of Gino's connected. Then, from the midst of the confusion, there came a sharp crack, and both dwarfs stood facing each other for a long, silent moment, each holding his last remaining hammer. Gary wasn't sure what had happened, but he came to understand when he noticed the line of blood rolling down the grubby dwarf's forehead. Without a sound, the little creature fell face down on the sand. A goblin started out from the ranks, but Gino waved his hammer the creature's way and it promptly retreated. Gary knew the rabble forces wouldn't hold back for long, though. All of them began shifting uncomfortably and looking about. "Get ready for a fight," Mickey said at Gary's side.
"I will kill you and kill your dwarf next,"
Yachik promised. He launched a series of wild, straight-across cuts
that kept Kelsey up on his toes and backing, but in no serious trouble. Yachik continued the vicious assault, swinging and slashing and muttering curses. Soon, though, Kelsey tired of the game. The heavy sword came across a bit low, and the nimble elf hopped right above it, coming back down and charging ahead, slamming his shield into the side of Yachik's head before the man could possibly recover. Kelsey went right by the man, just ahead of Yachik's fast-approaching backhand sword cut. The elf fell low to his knees, reversing his grip on his sword as he dropped. Yachik's heavy sword waved dangerously close above Kelsey's head, but Kelsey expected it, and knew it would miss, and didn't even flinch. He doubled his own weapon back under one arm and thrust it straight out behind him, driving it deep into the self-proclaimed island boss's lung. Yachik heaved for air and started to bring his sword back in. Kelsey came up and about, throwing his shield against Yachik's arms to stop the dangerous weapon from coming back around. Kelsey was face to face with the man now, barely an inch apart, close enough to smell Yachik's hot breath. Kelsey grimaced and pulled straight up on his sword hilt, further tearing the man's insides.
"Kill you," the big man promised, but his threat was lost in a breathless wheeze and a spout of blood. He shook violently a couple of times. Then Kelsey unceremoniously pushed him back to the ground, where he lay quite still.
"Are there any others who claim ownership of the island?"
Kelsey asked evenly.
The goblin reappeared from the ranks, looking the troll's way, and started to mutter something. Gino had seen enough of that one. The dwarf's hammer went spinning, catching the ugly goblin on the side of the head and cleanly snapping its neck.
"Pretend you got more,"
Mickey whispered to Gino, and the dwarf laughed in reply and began pumping his empty arms. Illusionary hammers spun out at the rabble. They dove and ducked and turned and fled, the hammers chasing them out impossibly far into the night. Soon the whole force was in wild flight, running with all speed to the south. Gino kept up his laughing, Mickey joined in, and Kelsey flashed a satisfied smile as he wiped the blood from his sword on Yachik's pants. "Shut up!" Gary demanded.